town. You feel like almost that downtown Little House on the Prairie where it's the quad, one building on one side. That's how Mount Vernon feels. And taxes, we'll have to ask him. It's like an old bank, I think, is where his is now.
And now he's got 2 locations.
That's right. He's in Paris, Texas as well.
There you go. Brian Santiago, the athletic director at BYU, will join us coming up at 1:05 as well. So there might be a few things going on around the Big 12 that I'm sure Brian has been asked about a lot. I don't know how much he can say about the situation at Texas Tech, but we'll ask, and then we'll see how much he can say.
Well, he's definitely he's a fiery competitor. If you've ever played pickup ball with Brian or church ball, I've had people come up and say, "Man, I had a church ball game, and he was very into it." yeah, he wants to win. He wants to win, and so it will be great to catch up with Brian after about a year on the job at BYU, and then discuss this crazy situation in Lubbock.
And honestly, BYU, the way they've navigated these waters they've done a phenomenal job. And I think that BYU, there's a few schools that when the whole transition to this landscape came that you thought, oh, they might struggle here. Well, not only has BYU not struggled, they've flourished in this new world.
And I do believe the key was they got out in front of it and they were able, because a lot of things have to happen down there for things to be green lighted. And I think in this case, I think the case was made that we're in a conference, one of a few that everybody watches, and we kind of have a choice now. We can compete the best we can doing it the way we've done it, or we can jump into this new age and, be very selective and try to do our best, but really, let's try to compete so that we don't drop into a situation where we're, like Rutgers and the Big Ten or Vanderbilt from what they've mostly been. And hey, let's be honest, even with Pavio, they were just biting your kneecaps.
Yeah. I mean, Utah State put 35 on them.
Right.
In Vandy.
Exactly. I watched that game. It was crazy.
So I couldn't agree with you more. But that's the thing. BYU came in like, are we going to be happy to be here, or are we going to take advantage of it and try to be great? And they're like, let's be great. Let's go do it.
I was around when, the first big blow, like, hey, the Big 12's looking to expand and we're going to go around and do the shopping tour.
Yeah.
And so I was part of I was around when all that was going on. And BYU did such an amazing job at getting a presentation put together and the right people in the room. They had actually Phil Knight batting for them big time from Nike. And so the one thing I've learned through my life, and relationships are what help you get from lily pad to lily pad in life. And if you're stuck and you don't have anywhere to go, maybe you should reach out and kind of procure some of those, because that's what has been for me. And so BYU was always forward thinking. They made that Nike relationship way back when, before Nike. I mean, they were still making them on the waffle iron back then. So a pretty awesome legacy. And that's how you get ahead. You have to think about it. You got to plan for it, and then you got to strike.
And they certainly did that. So Brian Santiago will join us coming up at 1:05 right here on the Zone. All right, let's get to it. Starting lineup right here. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so some reports, speaking of athletic directors in the Big 12, some reports starting to come out of the conference call that took place yesterday, the meetings between the athletic directors. One report has all but one athletic director, and you can guess who that one was, who felt like of all these Big 12 athletic directors that they were emphatic that Brendan Sorsby should not be eligible to play this upcoming season. Now, the one athletic director that did say, no, I think he should play, it was the athletic director at Texas Tech. Other than that, if you take Texas Tech out, it was unanimous across the board that these athletic directors were pretty passionate that Brandon Sorsby should not be playing this upcoming season. Now, the question is, what does Brett Yormark do with that news? What does Brett Yormark present to school presidents? Because if the athletic directors believe it, probably your school presidents are going to believe it as well, and they ultimately will be the ones that make the decision and tell Brett Yormark how to proceed. Brett Yormark can certainly give them the information, and Brett Yormark needs to be a leader and kind of guide them through this. But we're going to see these next couple weeks are going to be very interesting. And if I'm Brendan Sorsby, I want to know pretty quick, too, because I got a supplemental draft at the end of June that I'm going to have to be ready for. In fact, in about 13 or 14 days. So he's like, look, if I'm not going to play, then I need to know now. But I think this thing's going to drag out a lot longer than that.
Yeah, it's hard to get all these people together again. However they're going to appeal it, and conference-wise, they're going to have an opportunity here to make a statement. And we talked about it yesterday. Texas Tech could do the right thing, but by the sounds of that, it doesn't sound like they're anywhere close. I think you could have had a meeting with every AD in the country, and I think the results would be, 335 to 1.
Yes,
because that is, it's just where we are. This is a line that finally people have rallied and said, "Hey, we got to stop this." And I mean, I have not heard one pundit outside of anything Texas Tech related that's had anything to say, but this is not good. This will destroy the game faster than anything else. So no surprise that the meeting was the way it was. I want to try to get with Brian today. Just, we don't need to get into the things that Yormark wants to hold sacred, but I would love to get just kind of the temperature on the room. And, was it civil? Was it a little bit feisty? Because this is a pivotal moment in college athletics, and I know we've got this bill that's going to save everything at some point, but like you, I don't have a lot of faith in that either. Because again, the way you asked me the question, because it takes time to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah, and that's the biggest issue too, is that school presidents, if you've ever worked around a school president, if you've ever known a school president, they got a lot on their plate. Plus, they sometimes athletics aren't really on the forefront of what's really important to them. So some presidents are as much involved as an athletic director. Some are like, hey, don't lose money, always be in the sports headlines, don't be in the news headlines, and they'll let me know if anything's going wrong. And then you bring them in, and they're like, okay, well, I have this provost to talk to, and the veterinary school needs some help, and I got to do this and this and this, and it gets put on the back burner. That cannot happen right now. Like, everybody's got to get on the same page, and they've got to work through this thing quickly, because I have not seen anything that has really caused a stir as much as this hearing. And honestly, I was talking to a guy that we have on the air with some level of frequency on the station from Texas Tech, and he said deep down there's a lot of people there at Texas Tech that wanted that ruling to go against Sorsby as well, because it makes their life easy. Now they've got to stand up for a guy that they don't necessarily want to be. They don't want to be in the part of this, but they realize Brandon Sorsby helps us win, so we're a better team with him, and he's our guy, so we got to rally around our guy, and we got to do what we can to help him out, and we're going to do everything we can to get him on the field because he helps us win. But deep down, I think there are some people there at Texas Tech, they're like, yeah, you know what? The judge is putting us in a bad spot. It's like if the Wizards take Darren Peterson, and now the Jazz, who probably really like Cameron Boozer, have to choose between he and A.J. DeBonsa. Probably there's some people in Jazz like, why couldn't you just taken AJ and made this decision easy for us and kept us out of the limelight with this situation? Well, the judge said, no, we think he can play. We're going to grant the injunction. And Texas Tech's like, oh, boy, how do we navigate this? So even people at Texas Tech are having a hard time trying to figure out what they're working through here.
You know what that's called? It's called win at all costs mentality.
Yes. Yep.
Because if you have that feeling in your gut, do something about it. And you said, well, he can help us win football games. We're a better team with him on the field. And, so to the morality piece of this, that can be damned. And we're just going to stop all that. And we're going to do it legally. We're going to get legislation. We're going to get an injunction, whatever it may be. But that, in its very definition, is win at all costs. And that's where we've gotten to. It's why I got out of college athletics in 2019, because I saw it coming down the road. You saw the signs, and so yeah, it's an absolute mess. But I still have faith, Scotty, that somebody will come to their senses and this thing will get quelled.
I do too, and I don't know who that's going to be, but somebody's going to step forward. I would still put it as 65-35 that he does not play this upcoming season.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about what I think too. I think just the overall response made this way more of something people are interested in, whether they're really into sports or not.
Yeah.
So it's got the attention. I mean, I was talking to a buddy of mine who's got, on the way in today, he's got no, he's not a sports guy per se, but like he's asking me about it. He's like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because, he's going to his boyhood Pete Rose and what they did to him. So, and what he deserved to have done to him, I guess, because he made the choice.
And you pointed out yesterday, I mean, it's like taking an alcoholic and saying, you know what, we're going to throw you into with the McKenzie brothers up in the beer factory up there in Canada.
Yeah, Strange Brew.
Yeah. So ready, go. And it's like, wait a minute, you're going to take somebody who's having a problem and you're going to throw them right in the mix of something where they can have a direct impact on that. To me, that's the biggest thing. We talk about the integrity of the sport all the time. If you have a known gambler who has gambled on himself, gambled on his team, gambled around teams he's on, and you throw him in the mix and have him play high-level college football for a team that is in the running for a national championship and a college football playoff bid, where there's going to be millions and millions and millions of dollars wagered on them every single week, and you're going to tell me that you feel comfortable with him running your team. I mean, let's just talk that in itself. You really are comfortable with that if you're Texas Tech. You're really comfortable with that if you're the Big 12. Of course you're not. Of course you're not. And look, we know people that have struggled through addictions, and one thing they will always say, you're never cured from an addiction. It's always there. It's just you keeping it at bay and you going through your steps and doing everything that you need to do to try to stay on the right side of that. But there's no cure for an addiction. And what you do is try to keep yourself away from the situation as much as possible. And what they're going to do is throw him as a professed addict into the mix of college football, where he's going to be asked and told and demanded to do certain things to determine the outcome of games. That's a lose-lose situation.
Oh, it's a lose. Yeah, it's a lose. So there's no wonder that there's a lot of people at Texas Tech that wanted it to go the other way. But here we are, and they have. We'll see who stands up.
Yeah.
Who bows their neck to this and finally says enough. I think it's going to be the league. I think that meeting yesterday, I think that's just a sign of things to come.
Yeah, I would agree. All right, so coming up next, we've got ourselves NBA Finals to talk about. We had a really fun game in the NHL last night to break down as well. So just getting started on the show. That's your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Greg's hanging out with us. We're live here at RGS. How are you, man?
Doing good.
All right. You think Sorsby plays this year?
I think he will.
Wow.
I think they'll finagle it, get him in.
You're willing to put a good wager on that one?
No.
Sorry.
You want to bet on it?
Yeah. If you're taking just a guess, I'll throw it out there. Putting anything behind it, not a chance.
See, this is a good man right here.
Yeah, this is a man that's not going to get caught up in gambling, for sure. For sure. You don't want to gamble with your rain gutters either.
No, you do not. You don't want to mess with your home. You want to make sure you're secure, tight, and you're all taken care of.
I walked in today on the back end of a sales meeting, which gave me the hives a little bit because I used to be my employee. But man, it was great to hear you guys talking. It sounds like you guys got a lot of projects going. It's a good time right now for people to call if they've got something small or big.
Yeah. No, it is perfect time to get doing any type of remodel or work, anything you need to get taken care of before the weather changes, while things are nice so you can enjoy it, whether it be your house, a deck, whatever you need taken care of. Right now is a great time. Weather's perfect. I mean, you don't have weather delays. You can just get right to it.
Let's talk about those decks too, because we talk about rain gutters, we talk about the exteriors of the home. I don't think we talk enough about the decks. You guys dipped your toe in the water on this a couple of years ago. Now you're cannonballing in and you're doing decks right and left. What really separates you guys from what other people are doing?
Well, first of all, we're NADRA certified, which is a national recognition for decks. Very few people actually get that certification. We went through the training so that we understand all the parts and pieces that need to be put into a deck. A lot of people skip the very intricate parts of like hangers and brackets and things you need to attach a deck together. We don't. We put it all together the way it's supposed to be so that we can guarantee it, we can warranty it, and you can have that exterior space that you live out there for the rest of your life if you want to. You can always go out and enjoy that deck. No, it's not going to have any problems.
Let's talk. Oh, sorry. No.
One of the other things that they talked about today, I heard, was windows. That you guys are doing windows quite a bit. Talk about your windows, because that's not something we talk about a bunch.
Yeah, no, we it took us a little while. We're actually a Infinity Marvin window that we install. It's a full fiberglass window. It's one of the best you can put into your house all the way around as far as functionality, strength. We even have a little thing downstairs you can just pull on 2 different levers, show you the difference between a vinyl and a fiberglass, how much more durable they are. You can see the finishes all the way through. It's not going to peel off. The thermal barrier in the window, they're exceptionally well handle noise and the temperature coming in and out of your window. So it took us a little while to get that set up. We had to prove that we were the elite company around here to be able to do those windows. And yeah, we're going full bore into them now as well.
Well, it just shows the amount of work you go through to make sure that you can do it the right way. And it's not something you're going to do half-a. I mean, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it right, and you're going to make sure your guys are qualified to do it.
Yeah, we do. That's something that we don't just jump into any product that's coming in the new trend type stuff. We make sure it's something that's going to be a good quality product, because we were the first ones to start with the 10-year warranty on what we do around here. We don't want to have to come back. We want to make sure you're happy, and 10 years from now, you're like, hey, I'm going to remodel my son's house. We're going to use you guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to your point, when Tim started talking about, we're going to start working on some decks, and just every year it was like, okay, we're going to do a few more here and just kind of fine tune what we're doing, and then it just kind of gradually, and now you feel comfortable, you're doing them all over the place. But I just watching it firsthand from when you guys started first talking to it to where you're now, you were deliberate, making sure you had the right systems in place.
Yeah, we were very much so. Like I said, I made sure we were trained, we were certified, so that we can get you the deck that we're comfortable standing behind. And our partnership with TimberTech, they're beautiful decks. They're all their hardware, the decking surfaces. It's funny because a lot of the sales training are like, tell them to take their shoes off and put their foot on the deck. Put 2 different materials out, you can see what a better quality, cool temperature it's going to be using that material. So it was a great thing for us to be able to get into, and partnership to build with TimberTech.
All right. All you have to do is call right now, and whether you need new rain gutters, whether you need a rain gutter fix, whether you are just looking for an opportunity to improve the outside of your home, call RGS, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
President of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. It is Austin Ainge. How often are those top names switching around at the top of a draft board? Does that happen this late in the process?
It does happen. We're trying to force ourselves to keep an open mind. Like, don't get locked in until we have all the information. Make sure we're processing everything correctly. We're almost fighting a consensus or predetermination. We're trying to make sure we go through it as thoroughly as possible before we lock in. We are fighting groupthink. We're fighting media narratives. We don't have a consensus in our rooms, right? Like, there's arguments. My dad and I fight every day about stuff, about players. Coach Hardy and I spend a lot of time talking through it and picturing how it would work with this guy and that guy. And there's a lot of opinions and I work with a lot of smart people.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
in the dark I like to read his mind.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Mills are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Mill Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. All right. Great song, by the way.
Yes, such a great song. Voices Carry by Till Tuesday.
This is a one-hit wonder.
One-hit wonder galore. That's probably the definition. But I remember hearing it, and it was the keys were new, the synthesizer sound. So it was like something from another planet, like Wemby, like Wembanyama,
the alien of '80s music. Voices Carry.
Victor Wembanyama.
All right, get ready, folks.
Victor
this is a huge one tonight. Yes. Thank you, Lloyd.
Yes.
Game number 4. How are you feeling on this one?
Excited.
I am fired up. I'm
really
so
excited. This is awesome to have the way these are staggered. So hockey's one night. Watched hockey last night. The fire, the passion, the fight, the crazy ups and downs in that game, and the banker off the sideboard for the empty netter to finish it off. So what a night for Carolina. We were both right on that one. Tonight, I'm excited. I think what Wemby and the Spurs did, I think they won the game on the scoreboard. But I honestly believe they got into New York's head a bit. Because Mike Brown came out, and I know coaches do this, but after winning 13 straight, it's like Kenny Rogers said. It's kind of like me going to the sports card shop. You get a good box, maybe take a break. Don't go back the next day fishing for another good one.
You know when to walk away and
know when to walk away.
Know when to run.
And so I think Mike Brown getting up there and saying what he did, and then there were 3 or 4 plays. You keep seeing them run time and time again. The block out that Castle gets demolished, that Castle demolishes Brunson. You've got Wemby grabbing Brunson by the back of the head and throwing him down and smiling.
Smiling at him.
Cornette didn't really mean to because he's just kind of big and can't really control himself that well, but he ran into Hart pretty good. The interesting thing is, they looked at Wemby's deal to see if it deserved a flagrant. Of course, no, because that would mean he'd have to miss a game.
Yeah, that's
the league doesn't want that.
No.
They said that actually the thing that was actually closer to drawing a flagrant was the kick by Josh Hart on the floor. That they actually spent time looking at that. Can you imagine if that would have come back instead? So neither guy affected any of that. So everybody will be there. But I just think for a series, the Knicks came in, kind of methodically won the first 2 games the way they do with a system. The Spurs came in and just kind of unleashed mayhem. And they did it physically. They changed the tone of the series physically.
There's, look, not every win is created equal. Wins have different feels to it, and that win felt different because New York tried to get back into the game, and it had worked in the first 2 games where they'd given up leads and then came back and did some damage there in the fourth quarter. And you could tell New York was trying to do that again. The script was almost exactly the same as what we've seen for the entire series. And that was the time. And look, the Knicks had the home court. They had all the dorky celebrity fans losing their mind on court seats. They had guys paying, tens of thousands of dollars to sit there. And yet, in the midst of all that, San Antonio very calmly, cool, and collectively just said, no, not tonight. And I think if you're New York, you're like, wait a minute. Everybody usually rolls over for us in the fourth quarter. That's how it's been for 13 straight games. This is not the way this is supposed to go. And so you could see, I fully anticipate New York is going to come out like gangbusters tonight. I would be shocked if San Antonio has a first quarter lead like we've seen for the majority of the games.
That will be actually a very interesting. I don't know if you liken it to a race. Who's going to jump out of the gates and kind of set the pace or set the tone? Because that has actually been a thing here.
Yeah.
And David Locke, I was talking to him, or actually no, I was listening to him yesterday. Talk to Jake and Ben. And he was talking about the fatigue factor. I mean, the Knicks they pretty much steamrolled through the playoffs. They played the minimum number of games, they had to play for the most part after the Hawks situation. And so while they're more rested, the Spurs they're fighting it. And so that was, to me, why the physicality was so important. They're not going to go away.
No.
And, Wemby's the real deal. And I tweeted out, so with 3:52 to go in the game, I'm going to see if I can find it on the play sheet here. 3:52 to go. It was 108-100. And I tweeted out, okay, here they go again. Let's see if they can finish the game. It's going to require execution, not turning it over, getting good shots. Well, the Knicks cut that thing from 108 to 100. With 2:22 left, it's 108-104. So here they come. And then Castle makes that big-time 3 toward the end of the shot clock from the right wing. That kind of gives them some breathing room, gets them to 7. But then here come the Knicks again, and Brunson, with 33 seconds, cuts it to 3. So they have to execute, and that's when Fox makes that
beautiful
huge shot,
yeah.
which, Fox has been maligned a little bit. That was big. I mean, if a guy can get you a win, he's worth his weight in gold, and Fox hitting that shot pretty much sealed it.
Well, and it was Fox bound and determined to be the guy. Like it wasn't a kick out from Wemby with 2 seconds on the shot clock and he hoisted it up. Like you could tell Fox was like, okay, I'm ending this myself.
His feet were set, they'd worked it and he let that thing go. And again, coming out of college, he was 26% 3-point shooter. A lot of people said, just don't think it acclimates. But he is such a fierce competitor, and he impacts the game on so many levels that 3-point shot you find out is just gravy. It really is just gravy for him.
So one thing we've learned about this series, home court doesn't matter. In fact, the home team is yet to win a game in this series. that physicality, whoever sets it early, usually will be the one to end the game. New York may have lost a little bit of swagger. Can they get it back in Game 4? They certainly can. But if you're San Antonio, you got a little bit of a swagger coming into this one. If you're like, okay, we got you on your home court. We broke the 13-game winning streak. We got you guys thinking a little bit more about, wait a minute, are we really, truly invincible? And how New York responds to that, I think, is going to be pretty fascinating.
I read a report that after the game, Wemby kept his he walked around to do all his media and everything in bare feet. And the reason he did that is he wanted to actually feel with his body,
oh boy,
this environment after a win. So, I mean, this dude runs really, really, really hard, really hot, and really deep. This guy is not just a physical specimen, but he's a complex mental guy. And I do believe that he's going to be vital tonight, but it's going to be the supporting cast. Can Champagny hit the shots when he needs to? Can Vassell hit the shots when he needs to? Can Castle just continue to be a bowling ball on both ends?
Yeah.
And clear the way for a lot of other guys. I think it's going to be, for the Spurs, much more about the supporting cast. You know what you're getting from Brunson. I mean, doesn't matter how he plays the last 5 minutes, the dude's nails. I'm more interested to see how Towns reacts with Castle guarding him. It bothered him. He only got 9 shots off, so we'll see. I mean, that's going to be a pivotal matchup for tonight.
Yeah. And I know, look, this is, sports guy, dumb comment here. Who makes shots? And I get that's overly simplistic, but New York had opportunities in that fourth quarter to take the lead, but they started the quarter 0 of 10 from beyond the three-point line.
Absolutely.
Some were rushed, but some were good shots. And even San Antonio struggled, but when somebody needed to make a three, it was Castle knocking down that three. I think they were combined 0 of 16 from the three-point line leading up to that Castle shot. So it felt like whoever was going to finally break through and hit that first three was going to win the game, and Castle was the one who did it. And there you go. The San Antonio Spurs win this game. If New York shoots, 35% in the quarter from three, or, 40%, they probably win that game.
Oh, I totally agree. And shooting, we went through the numbers. That's been one of the hallmarks of the run for the Knicks, is they were, they're shooting around 40% from three in the games that really matter. And we saw it the other night. Hart is not a three-point shooter, but he's a gamer. So, yeah, it's going to be, just add it to the list of great games. I think the one common thread I've heard amongst all the hockey people I listen to and all the NBA people I listen to, and seeing the NBA with my own eyes, because I'm still learning hockey, but these are both series that are going to be talked about for a long time. There's crazy stuff happening in them. So it's hey, we've sat through awful series before. Let's soak this one up.
Yeah, and honestly, look, I think I would like to see San Antonio win this game for just no other reason than I want this sucker to go 7.
More ball.
I'm selfish. I want more of this. I want more NHL. I want all of it. I didn't want anybody to go up 3-1. I want all of this to be 2-2 coming down the stretch and have a couple of 3-game series in both the NBA and the NHL. So let's get it.
Well, we agree on that.
Yeah.
We don't agree on much. No, I'm just kidding. We agree on pretty much everything.
Yeah, we've been pretty dialed in so far. There's going to be something coming up here.
Yeah, we'll have a big blowout, but that'll be good for ratings.
Yeah.
I'll knock this thing over.
Yeah. Come over here, flip the table. Start taking swings at Brant.
Cursing Brant.
Throw your water right in Scotty's face.
But we all know it'll be an empty water bottle.
Yeah, because I've already had my hand on it.
5 minutes in, it's gone.
You guys got to start getting me doing that when I'm not looking. So then I want to see what it looks like.
It's aggressive. You are a very aggressive water bottle drinker. And you crunch the plastic as you drink it, which is impressive.
I don't know. There may be some, from all the years of coaching, some pent up aggression.
Well, and probably in a game you got to get hydrated, but you got to get hydrated quickly.
That's true. I mean, you have to be an great point. You have to. Hey, manager, get me a cup.
Yeah. So you got to knock it back quick, and there you go. Coaches are kind of funny because they have their habits, and I was sitting courtside for Craig Smith's first game as a coach, and the trainer comes over and he puts a couple of pieces of I'd like Jolly Ranchers or something, puts them on the corner of the table there. And he looks at me and kind of winks. I'm like, oh, that was nice of him. So, I grab the Ranchers, pop them, eat them during the commercial break. And Craig Smith comes over and he's like, where's my candy? I was like, uh-oh. I'm looking around like, I don't know. I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. You go talk to your guy over there.
You got like a little lime green.
Yeah, I know, right?
On the side of your corner of your mouth.
I got the two wrappers on my laptop.
Because those sour apple, they're to die for. If we're talking those Ranchers, I'm telling you, those little green ones get me.
But watching those guys scramble to find his candy. Like, I was there, Coach, and I'm like,
hey, that's the line. You have one job.
Yeah.
Put my candy on the corner of the table.
10:45, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed coming up next. Then Dan Woken will join us coming up at 11:05. The mayor, Greg Ostertag, at 12:05. And Brian Santiago, athletic director of BYU, at 1:05. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're live here at RGS Exteriors today, and a lot of people looking at home renovation projects, and RGS certainly the best in helping you with that. But a lot of people out there are concerned, okay, well, you know what? I want to make sure that I can invest in my home, but where can I come up with the funds to be able to do that? Well, guess what? America First Credit Union is offering a really, really low HELOC rate. How about this? An introductory rate of 3.74%. That's going to be your rate for the first 6 months of the loan, and then after the first 6 months, you're not making some massive balloon payment. No, it just goes back to the already incredibly low rate of those HELOCs that America First Credit Union offers. Look, I have one. In fact, I was talking to Dave Nellis on the air one day, and I applied for and got approved for a HELOC right there on the spot. It's awesome. It's easy, and it's a great way to tap into the equity of your home. All you have to do is go to your local branch. You can also go online to apply for a HELOC. Enjoy that low intro rate for the first 6 months and invest into your home. Bathroom upgrades, outdoor renovations, kitchens remodels. Those are all the great things you can use with those HELOC. And again, 3.74%. Can't beat it, folks. 3.74% your HELOC right now at America First and AmericaFirst.com.
Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Give me a word, give me a song. Show me where to look, tell me what will I find.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Oh, no, it's not there. I was waiting for the... Yeah.
I saw them. I've seen them twice. They're great live.
I saw them with live, speaking of which.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, back in
You saw them?
96.
Back in the day?
95, 96.
Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater?
Yeah. There we go.
I actually saw them. This was a crazy show. I went to visit Ray Jack in St. Louis when he was living there. And we caught... So it was in this order: Collective Soul, Tesla,
yes, sir,
and ZZ Top, all in the same venue, all in the same night.
That's quite the trip down memory lane there. You got a little 90s, you got a little 80s, you got a little 70s.
It was incredible. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. That's not a bad show. All right, not a bad show at all. Last night, as we mentioned, the NHL, as that series is now squared at 2 games apiece, with the Carolina Hurricanes getting the 5-3 victory. 2 goals in the third period, including an empty netter, and the Hurricanes, after leading 3-1 after the first period, sees it get tied up after 2, but the Hurricanes end up going to Vegas and getting the win and returning now back to Carolina with a little Carolina on their mind, looking for an opportunity to go up 3-2 in that series.
Leading up to the game, the big question would be who's going to be between the pipes. Frederick Anderson has been their goalie through this whole run. Their head coach, Brenda Moore, basically said, I feel like Fred's running out of gas. He's better when he's fresh, and he's been grinding. So he actually elected to go with Bussy, who had inserted into the game, into game 3 toward the end, and he played very well. So he ends up going with Bussy, and Bussy saves 18 shots, gives up 3 goals, and does enough to get Carolina the win. And so a pretty intriguing little thing in the middle of the playoffs.
Well, and then on the flip side, you got Vegas, who even in their wins are giving up tons of goals. This was a team that had been very good over the last stretch of the regular season into the playoffs between the pipes, but Hart is now struggling.
He is struggling, and Carolina puts a lot of pressure on you. It's interesting last night watching a couple power plays. I go back to the tutelage of Jay Stevens when he's talking about how to attack the power play, get your bumper, down there in front of the goalie, move the puck, and his thing was shoot it from the top.
Yeah.
Because you get rebounds, and that very thing happened last night. So kind of fun to see that executed in the way they attack on both sides of the power plays. So I'm learning a ton every night, but just like the NBA, the NHL, and everybody around it, all the correspondents and everybody's talking about it. This is a really incredible series with a ton of ups and downs, and right now we're back tied 2-2.
Let's go 2-2, and certainly will be fun seeing how that thing goes out. All right, the World Cup is now officially underway. You'll have Mexico taking on South Africa, and then you've got South Korea taking on the Czechs. And then tomorrow, the United States will finally be underway. They will take on Paraguay. That game being played in SoFi Stadium in Inglewood.
Awesome. Well, here we go. I mean, if you're a soccer person, this is your time.
Yeah.
Brant, this is it, man. You're a soccer guy. You love this stuff.
Yeah. I think our boy Alex back in studio. That's all about him. And we will, starting tomorrow, have our 1 minute of soccer every day.
Yeah, we're going to have that recap. He's got to talk quick because you got to get all those countries in 1 minute.
He's got 60 seconds to give you the hard-hitting World Cup news you need. And then after that, it's over.
It's really important to have an elevator pitch. That's one thing I learned. You always, whatever situation you're in, you always got to be able to quickly get to your point and you run into an opportunity. What's your elevator pitch for RGS there, Gregory?
Great quality with a 10-year workmanship. You're never going to have to think about it again.
Look at that.
See?
Boom.
He had it right in his pocket.
Ready to go. That was like a PK from 15 yards out. Just
and then
drilled it.
The next question is like, okay, tell me more.
So, the great thing about RGS is there's a lot of projects. Like I've called up, I had a little, some bricks that were starting to chip away from the base of my chimney, and they were out immediately. Easy job, got it fixed, no big deal. I've had a rain gutter that got a windstorm, knocked down a tree, took out the side of a rain gutter. Boom, they were there taking it. Now, those are what we would say easy jobs, but it doesn't matter if it's like an easy repair job or a mass model the outside of your home. You treat them all the same.
We do. And honestly, I think some people get the misconception, because we've been around as long as we have, that their little projects are too small for us.
Yeah.
That's how we built our business. We do those every day. We can come out and put that one piece of gutter on the front of your house or just a little bit of gutter work. If that's all you need done, we can do that. And I think a lot of people kind of get the misconception that because we're big, we won't do small jobs. 100%. We're going to do whatever you need done on your house. Little, big, full remodel, whatever it is you're looking to have done.
Greg, when we say or talk sports, we break it down. We try to get into the details, to find out why things happen or maybe forecast what's going to happen into the details. One thing I found out about y'all, you're into the details. I mean, even down, like you talk about rain gutters, but how you attach rain gutters makes a big difference. And just speak about your attention to detail here at RGS.
Yeah, all of those little things are what make your projects, superb. It's when you take those little details, whether it be like you're talking the rain gutters, we don't use screws. We actually use rivets so that our connections aren't going to fall apart. Our miters, we cut our miters so that they fit, so you only have one seam instead of having 3 seams that go around a corner. You don't see that from the down below, and you might not get that, but over time, your water's going to flow better. You're not going to have clogs. You're not going to have leaks. Those little things make a big difference. The way you caulk a hardy job, the way you flash it, the way it needs to be, every job looks great the first year, whether it's done right or not. It's year 2, year 3 when, they didn't put flashing on there. Now water's leaking behind it and it's rotting behind it. Those little pieces of detail, those key details are what make your job last and beautiful. And, you're going to have that peace of mind knowing everything's done right.
And that's a great thing about RGS. They're there to help you out. And, there's a lot of projects out there when you do the complete overhaul of the outside of your home. That can be intimidating. It can be concerning. And but you're here to help every step of the way. There's some people that know exactly what they want, down to the color, down to the measurement. They know everything that they want. And then there's other people like, I know my home was built in the 90s. It has that 90210 feel to it. I don't know how to make it better. Can you guys do something? You're like, all right, let's go down and let's look at what we can do here.
Yeah, we can work with anybody. If you've got your design, that's great. We can put it together, get you going right on it. If you need help doing that, that's what we're here for. We can take your home, take a picture of it, and give you a 3D rendering. So, what would my house look like with stone on the bottom and hardy lap up top? Oh, I don't like that. Let's put hardy lap on the bottom and shake up in the gable. Oh, I like that. It's an easy switch so that you can actually visualize what your house is going to look like when it's done. So, I know my wife hates. She's like, give me 2 options and I'll pick one. She hates making those decisions and run through it. But if I can give her a picture, which one do you like better?
Yeah.
Oh, I really like that one. She doesn't need to know all the details about it. That's what looks beautiful. That's what she wants to see when she comes home. And we can do that for people some people just can't visualize, see what it's going to look like in their mind. Well, we can give you a picture and show you what it's going to look like.
It all starts with a phone call, and you can have somebody out at their house pretty quick. No charge. Somebody comes out, takes a look, gives you some ideas, and you can work out budgets and everything on the spot.
Yeah, we have quite a few estimators. We try and keep slots full for almost every day, so we could probably, depending on where your time is, get somebody out to you tomorrow, go over your project and give you some answers.
And that's not an experience where you're going to wait 2 weeks to get that bid back.
No. We want to get you that right when we're there. Now, the one key thing is we ask that you actually be there when we come look at your project, so we can walk around and find out all the issues that you're going to have and what we need to do to get you taken care of. And then we go over all those options and walk you through that. So we like to have you there. We don't like to email your bid, Here it is, lick and stick it, and we're going to walk away. We actually want to explain to you what we do and why we do it, and then go over your project in person.
801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're gonna play in Texas, you gotta have a fiddle in the band. That lead guitar is hot, but not for Louisiana man. So rosin up that bowl for faded love and let's all dance. If you're gonna
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, Dan Walken will join us coming up here in just a moment. Always good catching up with him, and he's got some thoughts on what's going on right now in terms of the Brandon Sorsby thing, and it continues to get a little uglier. You got Cody Campbell, who start firing off on Twitter. He's getting grumpy. Everybody's getting fired up, and sure enough, this thing is not going away anytime soon, but it could. Texas Tech would just step in and say, you know what? Let's not do this. Let's be the adults in the room. Let's not do this. Joining us now, Dan Walken from Yahoo Sports, kind enough to hang out with us. Dan, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? I'm good.
Good to chat with you as always. What's the likelihood that Texas Tech comes to their senses and says, you know what? The heat's too much, man. We can't do this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting question. Based on what I'm seeing on social media from Cody Campbell, and we know that he's the one who really calls the shots down there. Probably not. He seems to be pretty invested in this outcome at this point. So, yeah, look, if I were Texas Tech, if I were the chancellor, the president, anyone in charge on the board, I would be furious right now. And I'd say, look, let's take a step back here and think about the greater good for the university. But you know how egos are, and certainly the way this has played out has been a big challenge to Texas Tech's supremacy, to their ego, to everything they've tried to build down there on top of Cody Campbell's billions of dollars. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's it really is a crazy time for all of us, and I think the common theme, I think we may have found something that everybody can rally around, regardless of the size of your school or league you're in. What are the ramifications in your understanding? We know that the ADs met yesterday at the Big 12, and Yormark's kind of mulling everything over. But what do you believe can happen from perhaps at the league level that could start to put more pressure even on Texas Tech?
Yeah, I'm no lawyer, certainly, so I'm relying on the opinion of others here. But because the Big 12 was not part of this injunction, that they're not bound by what the judge said. So the Big 12 potentially could independently sanction Texas Tech in some way, whereas the NCAA cannot, based on the ruling. So now, what would happen from there, XYZ, if they do take some sort of drastic measure? I couldn't tell you that. But I think if you're the Big 12, you're Brett Yormark, you're getting an earful right now from other athletic directors, from presidents in the league who want something to be done, a message to be sent. And now the interesting part is Sorsby's not been on the field for Texas Tech. They have not played him yet, right? So can you sanction a program for doing something that they haven't done yet, right? That's a whole other element of this, and the season is still weeks away, months away. So it's complicated, right? But I do think if you're the Big 12, positioning yourself right now to tell Texas Tech, if you do this, the consequences are going to be XYZ. I think they almost have to do something and have to make it very, very drastic.
In a weird way, Dan, could this be, because it's such a rallying cry that everybody's gotten behind, could this be the one thing that unifies a lot of people in towards making some real drastic changes to college athletics?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about the overall landscape since Monday, and you do sort of let your mind go to a place where, okay, if they're this exercised about Sorsby and the gambling issue, why not for other things that have happened? Why have there not been this kind of outcry, these kinds of on-the-record comments, these kinds of threats? Hey, we're not going to play you. We could go down the list. There's probably 8 things that we could pinpoint in the last 5 years where if teams had done that, I don't know, maybe something would have changed. Something would have been different. The bottom line to the whole college sports issue is that schools don't want to be governed. They've shown it again and again and again. They say they want rules. They agree to the rules. They write the rules. They vote on the rules. And then when it comes time to apply the rules, they throw a fit. or they get an attorney general to challenge the NCAA, on down the line, right? So do schools want to be governed? Maybe this is the wake-up call that a lot of people need to say, yeah, okay, enough. We do need to be governed, but I'm not going to bet on that.
It's so interesting. Is the Cody Campbell element of this? Obviously, a former player, an alum who struck rich. Kind of like Scotty and I combined.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And then
yeah,
maybe,
me too.
Yeah, and you, Dan. But obviously has a huge ego and loves Texas Tech. Is it this kind of give the license for now the people that the boosters like this who've NCAA tried forever to keep away? I mean, it's kind of scary to think of a world where boosters control everything.
Yeah, I don't think most people want sort of the notoriety that comes along with what Cody Campbell's been trying to do. But look, he's now the face of this legislation that's in the Senate. I mean, I don't want to say he wrote the bill, but he wrote the bill. Okay. He is thick as thieves with Ted Cruz, Texas guy, big donor, all that stuff. Right. So he had a lot of influence in the way that bill, the Protect College Sports Act, came out. Now, there still may be amendments and things may change or whatever. But what I'm sort of wondering in the wake of the Sorsby situation, and obviously there was deep skepticism of this bill to begin with from the SEC and the Big Ten and from a lot of other people about certain elements that were in it. But can you really sign on to a package of reform for college sports with Cody Campbell as the head of it right now when he's pulling this stuff with Sorsby? I think that's the thing to watch here. And, if I'm the other commissioners, if I'm Sankey, if I'm Petiti, I'm going to these Congress people and saying, all right, we'll agree to some things, but Cody Campbell's got to be out of this deal. And that whole thing about the pooling rights, the pooling media rights, that's got to go. That's his baby. I don't want anything to do with this if it's Cody Campbell's idea. I'm wondering if we're going to get to that point. But if I were running the SEC or the Big Ten, that's what I would be thinking right now.
I just think it's funny. For most of the offseason, we've looked at LSU and a lot of sports and said, okay, this is the new villain in sports, and Texas Tech's like, hold my beer. We'll take over that advantage real quick because it seems like they are now the villain of college athletics.
Well, it's what I wrote yesterday, and you can find the column at Yahoo Sports. Go to our app. We got a lot of stuff going on. World Cup, by the way. Go play the Fantasy World Cup game. That's pretty cool. I just signed up for my picks. But I wrote this piece yesterday. Like, Texas Tech has agency here. Texas Tech has the ability to tell Brendan Sorsby, yeah, you know what? Sorry, we have this new information, and we don't want you to play for us anymore. They're within their rights to do that. And the fact that they're not, and that they haven't, and that they in fact supported the court case, is, I think, an indication of a real lack of leadership at that school, a lack of seriousness at that school. And, for me, like, it's time for...
Looks like we may have lost Dan there for a second, but the column is great, by the way, and we'll tweet out a link to it on Yahoo Sports. But he's not messing around, and nor should we, because we're at a pivotal point. We'll make some jokes every now and then about some things in regards to the gambling aspect of this. But make no mistake, this is probably about as serious of an issue addressing college athletics as we've seen in a long time.
And it is, interesting how much of what he said is what we talked about on Monday. There were checkpoints along the way where everybody kind of just said, wait, if we could do that, man, we could get better guys here. And then before you know it, you got a snowball, and you can't stop this now once the genie's out of the bottle.
Yeah, it's just going to continue to get uglier and uglier. And when everybody's hoping that Congress can step in and save everybody from themselves, good luck with that. All right, Dan Watkins back with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Yahoo Sports. Again, great column up there. We'll tweet out a link to it. But Dan, there's a lot of people out there that have some arrows pulled back, or the bows are pulled back and arrows pointed at Texas Tech. You got the Big 12, you got the SEC and Big 10 saying we're not going to play you. You've got a lot of other people. Who's the first that lets the arrow fly? Like, who do you think is the first to step in and say no? We're going to take a stand against this.
Well, I don't know legally what the Big 12 teams can do, right? Because I'm sure there's like contractual issues and TV partner issues. Like there's a lot of things that would go into a Utah or a Kansas State or whoever stepping up and saying, yeah, we're not going to play this team if Sorsby plays. That's uncharted territory, right? So it's a lot of speculation. I like the rhetoric. I like how strong people are coming out and talking about this. But can they actually follow through on it? I'm not so sure that they even could. They're reacting emotionally as they should. They're pissed as they should be. But I just don't know. Like, look, there's a certain procedure to kick him out of the conference. Okay, like, and today, if you took a vote today, would that get support? It might, right? So I don't know. Like you if you're the Big 12 and you're these other schools, like I'm using maximum.
Looks like we lost Dan again. We'll go ahead and cut Dan loose. Tough connection there. Dan Walken, Yahoo Sports right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. But Dan, Coach, when you look at a lot of people can step in and do something. College football playoff can step in. The Big 12 as a conference can step in. Individual teams can say, we're not going to play you. There's a lot of things that can be done here. I just don't know if anybody's got the stones, as Rafferty would say, the onions to be able to do it. Onions.
Yeah, I'm with you, and really that's what we're all kind of standing here waiting for. I like that Dan's so passionate, and his columns, he did not hold back at all. To me, he called it just as he saw it, and just as we all see it. And I think that's the weirdest part. This seems so easy.
Yeah.
But here we are embroiled because of I guess in his words, a rogue situation, because that's what it feels like. It just feels like something here, doesn't pass the muster, whether it be the judge himself or how the whole process worked. But when, you see blue sky and no, that's not a blue sky. That's a azure. That's a yellow sky.
Yeah.
And
no, I don't think
and
so.
Everybody else is standing out there seeing the same thing. That's what we've got here. So that's why it feels rogue.
Look, there is when people keep, it's like, you got your kids, okay, and they'll test the boundaries and they'll test the rules and they'll get right up to the line. And then you're always going to have the one kid, usually the youngest, that says, you know what, I'm going to blow right by that line and I'm going to see what you're going to do about it. Like, I'm going to not only test the boundaries, I'm going to blow right past the boundaries and see how you as a parent respond to that. And we've had a couple of them, like Will Wade going and signing a guy that's played preseason NBA basketball. And they're like, man, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? This is what we want to do. We feel like we're going to do it. We think we can do it, so we're just going to go ahead and do it. And now you got Texas Tech saying, okay, yeah, we know he's gambled on games that he's played in, but you know what? This judge over here in our backyard says he can play, so you know what? Here's a middle finger. What are you going to do about it? Like, there's a lot of people now who are just being like, okay, what are you going to do about it? And the NCAA can't do anything because they're a neutered organization. So you got a lot of people that are standing back, taking the punches from the bullies, but everybody's talking a big game, but nobody's actually stepping up and saying, no, we're not doing that. Well, it's going to cost you money. Okay, we don't care. It's the right thing. Like, we'll figure out the TV contracts afterwards, but this is ridiculous. We can't do this.
Yeah, there is so many layers to the undoing, though.
Yeah.
That's the part I didn't even think about. But when we started saying, yeah, we're not going to play you, all that, all those spots on Fox, they were expecting a return for the money they've given. So there is a ton to this, but at the end of the day, it does come down to someone. It's the president of Texas Tech or someone on the board that just said, look, man, this can't go on. Or, somebody in the league or somebody in the playoff situation. But somehow, some way, this needs to get thwarted, and guys like Dan are out there trying to help make that happen.
Well, and honestly, I think all of us know that it's the right thing. Look, if that was Kansas State doing what Texas Tech is doing, and they had a Big 12 conference call meeting, it would be everybody would be against Kansas State playing a quarterback who's been accused of gambling and who has admitted that he has gambled, and Texas Tech would be one of those programs saying, you can't do this, you can't do this. And Kansas State was like, yeah, we can. We're going to. What are you going to do about it? Like, your morality only goes as far as how much it affects your wins and losses. If it affects your wins, you're willing to look the other way. If it could affect your losses, then you're going to plant a flag in the ground and say, how dare you? No way that you should be able to be doing this. And then ultimately, nobody's really talking about what's the right thing to do. Like, what's the right thing to do? The right thing is this kid not to be anywhere near a football field. If we're talking about for his own health and his own safety and his own recovery, the best thing for this kid is to be as far away from a football field in the fall as much as possible. But I don't know if anybody really cares what's in the betterment of the kid.
And honestly, authentically, it'd be so much better for him to just, hey, look, okay, this is the way it's going to go, supplemental draft. And then, it would be a comeback story if you were able to go there and kind of overcome it. But this just feels like, like you're at Disneyland, you've waited 2 hours for a ride, and then somebody comes up with one of those, golden Disney.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever.
Sir, step back.
Excuse me, we have a party of 40?
The rich person is here.
Right. We have a party of 40 that we just need to sneak in front of you. That's what this feels like.
You peasants, stand back. By the way, like I was in I almost got in a little bit of trouble in Paris once. The only time I've ever been to Paris. And my wife and I, same thing. We were waiting to get into the Louvre forever. And so, like, I am right there at the gate. My wife's right behind me. It's our next turn. The lines throughout, crazy. And we get up, and we're about ready to walk in, and some guy from, I don't know, like a travel agency or something, like, comes up, and he puts his hand on my chest, and then he waves all these people that he's bringing in on this tour by. And, I don't know if what I said translated to his language, but I think he got the overall vibe of what I was saying. I think there's some words that kind of transcend languages. Maybe those were uttered and some things were said. And
I don't think uttered. I think perhaps barked.
Yeah. And
barked.
It was, we almost had an international incident at the Louvre. And my wife's like, we can't take you anywhere anymore. I'm like, well, we waited forever. And here comes this jabroni out there speaking French and putting a hand on my chest saying, anyway, I'm bringing up bad memories.
I can see the headlines. 5-time winner of Sports Broadcaster of the Year in Utah, jailed in France for altercation with tour guide.
Well, technically, it was only one time.
Well, in my mind, it's 5 because I think you're that good.
Greg's hanging out with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. RGS Exteriors is the place you need to call. And, Greg, you and I have talked about this over and over and over again. And I think it was Tim that came up with the term, or he stole it from somebody, the golden handcuffs, where we all have that interest rate from back in 2020 that we refinanced to that's now at like 2.8 or 2.9 or 3%. And so we all know we're going to die in that home because there's no way we're giving up that interest rate.
Right.
And so your once mid-home that you were going to eventually sell and get into your dream home, well, now that needs to become your dream home because you're not giving that place up. So let's turn it into your dream home, and RGS is going to make that happen.
Yeah, we definitely can. For all those people who, I'm just going to be in here for a couple of years, and now they hate driving home because they thought they were going to leave and they're not. We can totally transform your house. We can do a full house remakeover or just a front facelift, just to change what it looks like when you're pulling up to the curb. Because even to buy a house nowadays, it's twice what you're in. Nobody wants to move anymore.
Yeah.
So make that house your dream house. When you're pulling up to a house and you see something you really like, make a note of that, and then when we come out and talk with you, kind of go over, give us your ideas, and we can make that house your dream house so that as you're pulling up to your curb, you're like, that's my new house.
That's my house.
Yeah.
What is when you say, so just to make sure the listeners understand, when you say no jobs too small, give me an idea of some small jobs that you could do around, that people are messing with.
Well, very simple. As we talk about it every year, gutters are something that the old gutter systems were spiked. They just drove a big nail right through the gutter into your fascia. They were not meant. They're not going to last forever. The loads shift and wobble the gutters and makes it where water can leak into your fascia and have issues. Gutters are a very inexpensive thing. You can get gutters, $800 to $15,000, depending on what you want. But if you've got, 30 feet of gutter you need replaced and a downspout and a little bit of work like that, we can come do that for you. If you've got, we've gone out and replaced sections of, like, husband drove into the garage door. We had to redo the garage door wrap and a little siding on the front of the quarter of the garage. Those type of things where we can come out and repair or replace things that need to be taken care of to get your house back into, good, comfortable position.
What, if your home's like a certain age, what was the year that people kind of shifted away from just drilling a nail right through the rain gutter?
It's been probably 25 years. There were some old school guys that still hung on to it, but it's probably been like 25 years.
So if you're like in the 90s or early 2000s and you've had the same home and the same rain gutters, you probably ought to get those things looked at.
Yeah, for sure. Just weight, ice, snow over the bends the gutters down a little bit, and it makes a hole in the backside of your gutter. So when water hits that, it can actually run through your gutter, through your fascia, and we actually see some rotted fascia from just that simple little spike that runs through, and that hasn't been updated. Just water leaks into your fascia.
And by the way, that's a quick fix, as you mentioned, a relatively inexpensive fix, as opposed to ripping out the outside of your home because you got mold and rot and all that other stuff. I mean, that's going to cost you a little bit more.
Yeah, I was just looking at the pictures. We started a demo yesterday, and we were taking off the siding on the wall. They had no moisture barrier on the wall. So there's nothing behind the siding and a roof line that runs along it. As we're peeling it back, it's just a moldy mess from the bottom corner of the wall all the way down to the foundation. So we're going to end up we're already taking off the siding, but now we're going to have to take off the plywood and potentially get into the insulation and the studs down inside there to make sure we bring it back up to snuff to be able to take care of it. But that was just somebody cutting a corner, and now it's paying for it later.
I'm going to give you an assignment for the next time you come in. I want you to be thinking about one of the coolest projects you've worked on, and we'll talk about that. I like getting into the details, kind of what house was and what it became. So have that on your mind when you come back.
Okay.
I love it. Greg at RGS here to help you out. And we've been with RGS for a long time. They've been out to my home a bunch of times. They've done some tremendous work. All you have to do is just call right now and see what they can do for you. It costs you nothing to have somebody come out to your home, evaluate, give you some options, work with your budget, see where you're at, and get you going. RGS, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stop?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for 1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 11:30. Remember the show every day from 10 to 2. Made that switch about a month ago. Going strong, Coach. No big deal. Having fun. You still having fun?
I'm having a blast. I just hope I'm not, I hope I'm passing the muster.
Oh, yeah. Well, I will say this. This is me really fired up for you and Lloyd, because the working relationship between Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza is already at an all-time high. He said that it's as dynamic as a collaborative effort, this is Kirk Cousins, as any team he's ever been a part of. He said they're pretty good players, pretty experienced. I'm learning a lot from all of them. Nobody's leading more than somebody else. I think we're all a working force together, helping each other, giving feedback, giving perspective, and giving another set of eyes.
What are you up to?
No, I'm just saying.
No. You have an angle.
No,
Tim, you're there with him, so you tell me.
I sense sarcasm in his voice.
I do too. I totally
But
do.
I will say that sounds much like the Vikings locker room. Quarterback.
Yes, yeah.
Situation.
I mean, it's a working force. It's a force of nature between Kirk Cousins and Mendoza. We've all come together. We all have our combined experience, whether it's from an experienced mind, a naive mind, or Aiden's mind, who's a little bit of a mix. So he just called Fernando naive. Is he going to take that?
Well, you know he is. What are those guys?
I can't believe Kirk Cousins is calling somebody else naive. That's fun.
Hey, what are those guys on the strip when they're like clipping those things together? What do they give?
Yeah.
What do they give you?
I got these pamphlets about a party when I was walking down the strip. Is that something I should go to?
Is that Raiders? Is something I need to go to? There seems to be some confusion.
So is this place? Do they hand out spearmint gum because it's in the title of the place? Is that?
Oh, it's a zoo.
Oh yeah, because there's a rhinoceros there.
Oh, that would be neat. I've never seen a rhinoceros up close,
let alone a spearmint one. So I'm sure that's delightful.
Yeah, he's pretty naive, dude. But I'm going to tell you this: don't take that naivete for when you'll see what happens to your Broncos when he's under center. Now
what
that
happened
I'm
to
on
the Broncos while I was out? I heard something went down with the Broncos.
That was a misunderstanding. Lloyd, is what that was.
Yeah, that didn't make the board.
Misunderstanding.
I did notice that never made the good, bad, nor ugly.
It didn't really.
Details need. We look. Everybody's got to do their due diligence on this stuff.
Right. Let
You
him
called
guy
your
out.
Raider
Right.
friend cops in town, and they told you the story that everybody's going with.
Yeah, it's like, let's let the truth come out, and then we'll make our judgments after that.
Do you want what really happened, or do you want what we're going with from the Broncos angle? I thought you were a cop. Oh, no, I am. But we have Bronco protocol.
By the way, Kirk Cousins says, I brought up the 1995 film Heavyweights today at practice. I said, hey, have you seen Heavyweights? And most of the coaches had, but my teammates had not. So I understand my generation where we're fitting there. I did get some laughs out of the coaches, so that was good.
You mean the movie with like Goldberg?
I guess so, yeah.
What? What?
So that's your quarterback, Lloyd. Kirk Cousins is quoting the cinematic brilliance of the movie Heavyweights.
With the kids at the
fat camp, yeah.
I can see how they can really play with today's youth.
Yeah, I'm sure Mendoza's like, oh, yeah, I watched that all the time growing up.
It's like when
2
my
years
parents
ago.
would sit me down and say, you've got to watch this Howdy Doody. It was so great when I was a kid.
This horse is actually talking.
And you're sitting there going, you're going, man, I don't want to watch this stuff. That's probably what Fernando, he was saying in his mind. He's like, hey, caramba.
It's like, look, let's gather around. It's going to be movie night at my house. We're going to have a great time. It's a rom-com. It's called Sleepless in Seattle. You guys are really going to love it. Just come on by, and it'll be great.
It was the founding
one
of
thing
the
you
internet.
can say is this: neither one of these quarterbacks, after a bad game or whatever, is going to be walking off the field and flipping the bird to the fans.
Now, but a little bit of that Raider stink
Are you kidding me?
rubs
They
off on
never
him.
will.
Maybe.
No.
Hey, you're listening to a culture change within the walls of that place.
Amen,
and it does
brother.
not.
No.
It's not an accident. It coincides with a couple weeks from my fandom. I want you to chart this. The Raiders are going to go on a heater.
I am actually a little.
Hey, Coach, baby steps, man.
No, man.
No.
Look, I don't
Get over
baby
your
step.
skis.
You don't understand how I work.
I am a little nervous about this because Coach is big into the good karma. Good karma kind of follows him, and so when he puts good things out in the universe, usually they come back to him. And so I am a little nervous about this, that the Raiders may catch some fire.
They're going to. It's just you see what you do, you manifest it. You just start talking about it.
Well, Coach,
Fernando's there. I feel real confident. Everything I'm hearing about this guy, and now to know he's been tutored by heavyweights. Yeah. I'd go right there. I'd go probably there, then remember the Titans.
Hey, if this
in terms
happens,
of motivation,
Coach, and the Raiders turn things around and they get back on their winning ways against the Broncos, you and I are going to be firing off some videos to our guy Brody. You and I, we'll do this together.
Yeah, Lloyd likes to pick on at that point, like a 9-year-old. He would go after him.
Brody smacks talks me. Don't you go there.
Hey, let me tell you, Gerard.
And
I know how much your yard means to you.
Yeah.
Your yard means to you.
Don't bring the yard into
we
this.
may go toilet paper.
No. Okay.
Black and silver toilet paper after a win. Lloyd and I in the middle of the night.
That's gone too
far. That's
far.
in
I'm
play,
go
though.
Put a bunch of deer feed out.
It is in play. I'm just telling you, all is on the table.
No, you guys made it personal now. You can't go you can make fun of me.
Seek an injunction.
You can make fun of my family. You can't go after my yard.
Well, I know. Look, man, I've been around you enough to know you spent more time in your yard than I have probably in the last 10 years in this last week. So, Ed is the nickname because you're in the yard clipping. And yeah, I just want you to know. With the Raiders, dude, everything's in play.
Wow. So
that's a threat.
If I wake up and I've got Raiders logo, painted on my...
You don't need to worry about where that came from. We won't do anything that you can't.
Oh, yeah, we wouldn't do that.
Yeah, we wouldn't do anything. Seriously, I'm not mowing anything in your yard. Although that dude said you can buy that at Mountain
I know,
Land.
right? Yeah, you can do
that
designs.
Autonomous. Yeah. But we wouldn't do that. And
Lloyd would.
I wouldn't paint.
No,
so anything that we did would be very easily taken down, and we'll help.
Okay.
But I do want you to have to walk out to it.
Oh, boy. All right. Lloyd, it's probably time we spin the wheel.
Now the bad.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad, though? They mad because they stupid. It's dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months and then voided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. Acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
That's Brandon Ayuk, everybody. You talk about biting the team that feeds you or the hand that feeds you. You just took a machete and just obliterated that hand that feeds you. They're stupid. They're stupid. Well, they may not be wrong. I mean, you're kind of proving that point yourself right now that they were stupid to give you that money because you're apparently a dope.
That does not play well for him because everybody listens to that, and again, everybody thinks they can take a guy who's an issue and reform. I mean, that was the Jerry Tarkanian way. He made it famous. Jerry Tarkanian once went into prison to see a guy who was going to be on furlough because the guy could play.
Yeah.
And I'm serious about that.
I
heard that from Mark Workentine. And so that's, but this is my angle here. As a coach, I've had to listen so often to people just blast coaches. They're coaches. They don't know anything. They didn't make adjustments. This is just a little ounce of what you're dealing with because every team has a little of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're trying to manage an entire room, get them all pulling in the same direction, execute a game plan, execute precisely in the moment with all these distractions. It's hard. So if you sit up there, I could have coached that team. Could you?
No, probably not.
You really think you could have?
Now, this is the second Instagram post that he has put up. The first one came out on Sunday when he said that the team was filled with little boys and female dogs and implied that the team was scared to release him because he's afraid that he would come back and haunt them if he lands somewhere else. Now, these two sides have been going back and forth over a year now, and he's already said, they gave me $50 million. So, all right, go be happy about that. Are you mad that they gave you $50 million? Are you disappointed? You're going to come to odds with a team that just gave you a truckload of money? If anything, I'd be like, yeah, they may be stupid, but it worked out in my favor. Just how about say thank you
That's what
to the 49ers?
How about thank you.
Yeah.
And then shut up.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it was it's a bad deal. And what is it with wide receivers? Was there a position in basketball that kind of lent itself to being, I don't want to say the problem child, but the one that you're like, uh-oh, we got this shooting guard or we got this wing. As a point guards, who are the people that can you broad brush enough there?
What kind of trouble did Lee Kumard cause?
Yeah, I could see Lee being a locker room cancer.
Lee was an awesome
By the way,
leader.
I'm joking.
No, yeah. Lee was an awesome leader, but he had swagger. You know, he had smack talk. He had a little something to him, but I don't think in basketball, I think your point guard's probably the most level-headed.
Yeah. You hope so, yeah.
I mean, Andre Miller got a little sideways in the creek there in Cottonwood, right? He made a bad choice. But outside, that was so out of his character, and you never saw one thing happen again in his life. He was so put together. He knew what was right and wrong and always chose right except that one instance, and he learned young.
Yeah, I just it seems like Lloyd and I were joking about it's wide receivers and corners. Those are the ones that are always going to get you into trouble. They can be great, but boy, they can cause a lot of headaches along the way. And maybe it's the mentality you have to play that position, those positions, but yeah, it seems like those two are the ones that are going to end up giving you the problems in the media. All right, let's get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
So we talked about the issues in New York yesterday. Well, there was another one, an NBA Finals viewing party in Manhattan that turned incredibly reckless, according to New York City police. 8 people have been arrested based on the event where Knicks fans scaled light poles, pelted officers with objects, ripped signs off of street posts following the team's loss to the San Antonio Spurs. It was a few blocks away from Madison Square Garden. But because that area had been roped off because the president was in town, they moved him 3 blocks, and so that probably already put him in a testy mood. Then you throw in copious amounts of alcohol. Then you throw in an emotional loss, and it gets some problems. And people start throwing stuff. People start ripping stuff off posts. People start throwing things at police. That's usually not going to end well for anybody.
No, and such a bad look. Like, can't we get along? Can't we all just figure out a way? This is a game. It's something we're trying to get away from life with, and then it gets thrown literally right in your face. So hopefully some sanity prevails out there. But I don't, like I said it yesterday, if the Knicks win, it's going to be mayhem. If they lose, it's going to be mayhem.
Yeah. No, that's of those 8 people that were arrested, 2 were arrested for assaulting a police officer. 13 other people were issued criminal court summons. Police say that 5 officers were injured in the melee. New York City Police Department did not immediately provide information about the nature of their injuries or the details of the people arrested, just that the crowd became increasingly rowdy, violent, and destructive, and there were many, many incidents of disorderly and dangerous behavior. Ugh. Yep. No bueno, folks. Good, bad, whatever happens for your Knicks, just be cool, man.
No more watch parties. No more watch parties.
There's a lot of people, I'm sure, that, frankly, are just showing up just to cause problems. They don't even care if the Knicks win or lose. They're just there to burn stuff or rip stuff or
heckle and then punch.
And throw things. It's like, hey, we're all going to go down here and cause some problems. Why? Something about a basketball game maybe, but who cares? Let's just go down and break stuff.
Man, don't even get me started on the World Cup. That could get crazy, too.
Oh, yeah.
Certain places.
That gets way out of hand.
Napolis already keyed my car.
Who has?
Napolis.
I thought you said Rusty, like in preparation for the AFC West or something.
No, Napolis is just getting ready for soccer.
Man, I got an earful of Rusty yesterday.
Oh, did you? Woo! Rusty get you?
In the hallway.
Oh, boy. Sorry about that.
You know what? I sense he's not that optimistic about this.
The
chefs.
He thinks the chefs are going down like a wounded plane, like they're just crash and burn.
Every team has their run. I do believe watching them last year and having a few of their members on my fantasy team, it's starting to run thin.
I've not played fantasy football in probably 10 years.
Well, you better get it together this year.
Oh, no, I
we're
can't.
Doing it.
No, I can't
Lloyd?
do it.
I'll think about it.
See, fantasy football to me,
Nate, mandate it.
I have learned to enjoy the game of football so much more since I've gotten out of fantasy football because now I can just sit back and just enjoy football instead of being like, throw to him. I'm down by 4 points. What's wrong with you?
Oh, my gosh. I didn't start him because I forgot that he was on a bye. So I didn't start him the next week.
And I was always getting into people like leagues with people that would like heckle me because like you're the sports guy and you finish. I'm like, we're all just guessing here. Come on,
it's true. You don't want to take it that serious, and it would. You're so competitive. I know how that would. You would take it out on me on the show.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up in about 20 minutes from right now, the mayor, Greg Ostertag, will join us at 12:05. We'll also get a chance to chat with Brian Santiago, athletic director at BYU, at 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, it's time for you to try Beehive Meals because so many people, including Coach, including myself, have gotten hooked on these meals because there's the big three out there. Is it cost effective? Yes, it is very affordable. They're not competing with other meal prep services. They're competing with the grocery store. That's how cheap this is. Convenience. These are slow cooked meals that you just throw in the slow cooker. You cut off the top, put them in the crock pot. You're good to go. And then number 3, the taste. The taste is incredible, Coach. You cannot go wrong with any of these meals at Beehive Meals.
Yeah, and don't take our word for it. I love looking at reviews. I love to look at what other people are saying. And over 4,100 reviews at a 4.9. And reviews like the main menu was fantastic. We even shared it with our kids when they came over unexpectedly. Love these meals. We've had a few meals so far, and everything has been easy and delicious. We are loving our meals prepared by Beehive.
All you have to do is go to beehivemeals.com. Now, we talk about the slow cooker meals. Remember, for a limited time this summer, they have the flat top meals. So if you want the experience of actually throwing some food on a skillet or even a griddle or even the flat top, you can get all of that at Beehive Meals. Now, everything's going to be pre-done, pre-packaged. Everything's going to be portioned, cut up, all that stuff. So all that boring work is done. You get the fun stuff of actually throwing it on the flat top. So check out the flat top menu, beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I mean, they can't all be bangers.
I want you to know. Who is that?
I thought this was your song.
No.
Lloyd, this is you?
Oh, yeah, I felt like a little KC and the Sunshine Band.
Oh, KC and the Sun. Okay, that had Lloyd written all over it. Thank you for clarifying. I was looking at you with a dirty look.
No, either one of you. Just putting in some music.
Don't go away.
Hey, don't mind. I don't mind it. It's great. It's good for a Summer of Us day.
Yes, Summer of Us will also include Summer of Greg Ostertag. He'll join us coming up at 12:05. Brian Santiago at 1:05, which will give us a detailed play-by-play of everything everybody said in that Big 12 conference call yesterday. Probably won't. But I'm sure he's got some opinions. I know he's got to be careful, be a little tepid with his comments. But Brian Santiago, who, yes, the Big 12, they are all reeling about how they're going to handle this Brandon Sorsby situation, will join us coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes from right now. But should be fun.
Oh, I'm going to have a blast. It'll be both conversations I'm looking forward to.
Greg's with us. We are live here at RGS Exteriors. Greg, when you look at a home and you're driving through neighborhoods, you'd be like, okay, this subdivision was built, that was late 80s. This is about 95, 96, a lot of this pink stucco. And then you go down the list, like you can identify neighborhoods and eras pretty quickly, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it's funny because they populate in like little clusters.
Yeah.
So and you can definitely pull into, this is an 80s neighborhood for sure. Half round windows with grids in it and stucco pop-outs. Yep. We know when it was built.
And then, but everything evolves and everything comes around. And, we give Tim a lot of grief for being in all these conferences and being on beaches everywhere. But ultimately, you guys want to make sure that when a trend hits, you're ready for it, because things go in cycles.
Yeah, that's part of who we are. We're members of a national contracting network. So we go back and we actually talk to people in Florida and Boston, Colorado, California, what's happening there, what they're seeing in their markets, what new materials are coming out, so that we can stay up and appraised on it. So when somebody can, hey, have you heard of this? Yeah, absolutely. Got 5 pictures of it of some friends of ours that did it. So we like to make sure that we're up to date, that we know what is current, and that we can guide homeowners through. Hey, I'd like to put this on. You will, if you really want to, you can, but this is not going to be popular anymore. It's already gone away. We can help guide you through those decisions if you don't know what you're looking for.
All right, you're up, man. My question for you now: give us an idea, like of a situation like that, where it was a house that was dated, and I know you've done a ton of them, but just one that stands out, or one that's been recent that y'all have worked on.
Well, actually, both. It stands out because it is recent, but we did. I did a couple shoots at the house myself. It was one of the houses that we've talked about where they didn't have flashing on the side of the wall, and it was where the roof hit a chimney. We were tearing down. We had to take the chimney completely off the side of the house, resheet the back of the house, new insulation, new framing. The whole front of the house, we gutted all the materials on the front. We changed it from an old stucco brown rock to a now modern board and batten with a light gray rock. We stained their timbers. They put in a 12-foot front entry door to make it fit the rest of the house. We took all the arches, squared them all off, modernized the house. It is now a showpiece house. You can see we've actually got a couple commercials on social media. Like their son came over to visit, drove past the house. They didn't even recognize it. They completely missed it because the house looks so different. And it's really fun to take a house like that and flip it and get it to where it's the talk of the neighborhood. Everybody loves it, and it's not a new house. It's just refinished and new for everybody else.
Yeah, and so people look at it, they're like, "Oh, that's a new house," and they're like, "No, wait a minute, no, that's the Johnson's house. What did they do?" And the thing is, you guys are efficient too. Like you don't want to be tearing a house apart for months on end. You want to get in and out of there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, well, depending on what you're doing, sometimes you can't. You have to get them in order, the trades, to get in there in time. But yeah, we get in and out as quick as we possibly can. Like I was saying earlier, that this is the perfect weather. I mean, we got long days, beautiful weather. We can really get in and get stuff done. We would like to send as many guys to a crew. If we can get a big crew on there, we can get it done even quicker so that we can knock the jobs out. And the less you're inconvenienced, the happier you're going to be.
Let's touch on financing real quick. I know that's something, obviously, with the interest rates where they are, y'all are making an offer on certain projects to be able to help in that regard.
Yeah, so we have a few different financing companies that we work with. So there's different programs, different terms. We can kind of tailor-made them to what you're looking for. If you want like a 12-month same as cash, we can do that. If you're looking for a longer longer terms, 5-year, 10-year, we can work around all those things. If you're looking for the month, the cost of your payment or the length of how long you want to pay that back, we can adjust whatever terms you're looking for. We have some pretty aggressive financing options that are available to fill all those different types of situations.
I love the fact that you and Tim go out of your way to make sure, hey, let's remove as many barriers as possible so that you can be in the home that you love to be in.
Yeah.
Let's just make it happen.
Yeah. I'm in the part-time house that's my forever house. I'm never going anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm actually building a deck right now myself. I'm
it.
taking all those things and making it, beautiful.
Let's go, folks. It's right there, courtesy of RGS and RGS Exteriors. They've been with the station for so long. We love being partners because they're going to treat you right. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors right here on the Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
It's been a tough Saturday on the lake. I ordered swim trunks in this orange cream color, but it's actually more orange auburn. Oh, and it's swimwear. I probably can't even return these.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
Joining us now, Dan Walken, Yahoo Sports, kind enough to hang out with us.
Based on what I'm seeing on social media from Cody Campbell, and we know that he's the one who really calls the shots, he seems to be pretty invested in this outcome at this point. Look, if I were Texas Tech, if I were the chancellor, the president, anyone in charge on the board, I would be furious right now, and I'd say, let's take a step back here and think about the greater good for the university. But you know how egos are, and certainly the way this has played out has been a big challenge to Texas Tech's supremacy, to their ego, to everything they've tried to build down there on top of Cody Campbell's billions of dollars. So we'll see.
This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yes, I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. Leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe, as we kick off hour number 3 of the show. And coming up here in just a couple minutes, we will catch up with former Jazzman and the mayor of Mount Vernon, Texas, Greg Ostertag. Let's go.
Let's go. This is a great little stretch of the show coming up, and a little moon shadow brought in there.
Yeah, I don't
nice,
hate
Lloyd.
That. I don't hate that at all. So yeah, you're a big fan of Mount Vernon, Texas.
Oh man, I'm telling you,
population 2,491.
So my parents got this place years and years ago, but it was in the middle of when I was coaching, and summers are not conducive to much when you're coaching because you've got visits, you've got camp, you've got going out and recruiting. So your calendar's chock full. And so my parents begged me for years to come down, and we just couldn't make it down. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, how great can it be anyway? It's in Texas, Salt Lake, whatever. So we went down there, and it's like being transformed in a different place. Like it's big trees, cypress trees.
Got a little Mayberry feel to it.
Yeah, big time Mayberry feel. But then the country is just so beautiful, and Tag's involved in a lot of good things going on down there.
Well, fired up to chat with him, get his thoughts on what's going on. All right, I'm going to ask you before we get Tag on the line. We'll ask him how much of the NBA playoffs he's watching, and what do you guess his answer will be? Because he'll tell you the truth. If he's not watching it, he'll say it. He's not going to fake it.
I'll bet he's watched some, but is not destination TV. I mean, I bet he catches what he can catch, right?
Yeah.
And, maybe in the restaurant they've got games on in there, so maybe he sees them. But I wouldn't bet he's a guy that is like fighting to watch games.
No, I would agree with that. And honestly, that I don't blame a guy one bit. I've talked to coaches that in their spare time will just eat up as much football and basketball as they can possibly watch. And then other guys like, you know what? When I'm home, I'm out. I'm not watching anything. When I'm on the clock, I'll be breaking down film, but I'm not using my own time to watch stuff that I'm involved in every day.
Well, he's the mayor. He owns 2 restaurants, and I know he's involved in a bunch of real estate there. So I can just imagine he's torn pretty thin for a retired guy.
Yeah. And that's cool too, because I know a lot of guys when they ride off in the sunset, they have a hard time feeling that or scratching that itch of what they want to do and what they want to accomplish, and to have it dialed in and know exactly what you want to do and what you're doing. I mean, I think that's great. I think it's awesome for him. So
no, he I'll tell you this much. I did not know Greg. I watched him play, and it was complete happenstance, that I ended up I was at my parents, and they said, there's a restaurant in downtown that he's a former basketball player. I can't remember who he is. And I'm like, yeah, he played for the Jazz. What are you talking about? They started describing him, and I'm like, Ostertag? So we, of course, went in to eat there, and in our time there, that's when I met him. But I will say this, seems so happy.
Yeah. Well, we talked to him a couple of years ago. There was a sports convention here in Salt Lake City that he was at, and we had him and B. Russ and Ron McBride on the air at the same time. And, that was entertaining, to say the least. All those guys going down memory lane together. I think John Absey was with us with the old Bear, and we had some stories. That was we had to hit the dump button a few times, but it was entertaining. Oh,
I can imagine. But when former guys get together and the stories start coming out, man, anything can be slipped out. But I think his his journey's pretty interesting. It'll be interesting to get his take on some of that, and obviously catch up with him what he's doing now. I know he's got exotic animals on his ranch. We got to ask him about them. They're not ostrich. I think they're emu.
Oh yeah, okay. And I'm curious to know what somebody harvests an emu for. You make boots out of those things?
Maybe so. Eggs and boots. I don't know.
There you go. Got drafted the 28th pick overall. Started the 95 season. People forget this game that he had. Everybody remembers Stockton in the shot, but played maybe his best game in a Jazz uniform in that Western Conference Finals game, in which the Jazz won and went on to the NBA Finals. It's hard to believe, though, that was 30 years ago. That was 30 years ago. 29 years ago that he hit the shot. I mean, it's just amazing how far time goes. What is that animal?
I'm telling you, is
that an emu?
I don't know.
He sure likes. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe, and former Jazz legend and the mayor of Mount Vernon, Texas. It is Greg Ostertag, kind enough to join us. Greg, how are you?
Hey, fellas, how are you doing?
Oh, we're doing good. How's life in Mount Vernon for you?
Hot. It's hot as hell. It's hot down here. I got to keep it clean. I forgot I was in Utah, so it's hot.
Yeah.
Hey, good pull. Hey, Greg, I had an opportunity to be in your establishment a couple of years ago. My parents have a lake house there. We met. You gave me a little picture to give back to David Locke, which I did. I told everybody at that point, it seemed to me you're living your best life, and now you're the mayor. I mean, goodness gracious, you got a lot going on, man.
Yeah, so I went from living my best life to what the hell am I doing?
Exactly. So you're pretty busy for a retired dude.
Well, I don't know. It's not really. I do some real estate. I sell real estate. I have a sports bar, which I'm sitting in now, and then I have and then I decided, let's spice things up and run for a volunteer position as mayor. So,
when did the idea of politics get in your brain, though?
I don't know. I tell everybody I hate politicians. They're almost as bad as NBA referees. But, I'll take that back. NBA referees are really good guys compared to Paul. But I don't know, man. I live in this little bitty town. In the town, there's 2,500 people. You not believe this, but I'm well known around here. I stick out like a sore thumb, and I've just become known around the town. I've substituted here. I've coached kids around here for softball and basketball, and like I said, I substitute at the high school when they need me, and people just started coming up to me and asking me, "Would you run for mayor?" Because it sounded like a lot of them weren't very happy with the previous administration. So I thought I'd ask my wife about it. She said, "Absolutely not." And then I said, "All right." And then they kept asking me and asking me and asking me. I said, "Look," "what do you think about doing this?" I said, "Let's try to." She said, "All right, if you're going to do this, you're basically going to a hornet's nest," and she's been really good. She's helped me out a lot. She helped me with the campaign. We put signs all over. We put signs up, and it just happened. It was 455 votes, and I had 244 of them. 245 of the votes. So here I am as the mayor.
Hey, how did you, you grew up in Kansas, you played basketball in Salt Lake City. How did you end up in?
I did not. If you got to get your facts straight. Texas kid.
Duncanville, baby.
Oh, that's right.
This interview's over. We'll start again.
You know what? Hey, fair enough. That's my bad.
We'll start again.
Hey, welcome to the show, Greg Ostertag, Texas native, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports.
From Duncanville, Texas. Yeah, let's start over.
Yeah.
So going with your question that you started off really bad. Let's start over.
I know. It's all good.
Man, the mayor he's got some juice now.
Oh, you know what? There was times like 20 years ago when I'd get sideways, or one of our hosts would get sideways on the radio, and Greg would just call in like, "Hey, you're full of bleep, and do better. You're bad at your job. Do better." Those were good times,
Well,
and they were well. And
I've said
frankly,
that-
Greg, they were well deserved, as this one was right now.
I've said that a few times to officials too. So
Yeah.
you know what you're saying, I think, is you're from Kansas, which is wrong, and then you went to Utah, blah blah. But you know, I don't know. I grew up in Duncanville, which is almost 40,000 people. Obviously, went off to school to go play at KU, and got drafted by the Jazz. I heard you guys before I got on. At least one guy got it right, 28th pick, and and then you said it was 29. Was it 29 years ago? Just now, recently, that we hit that John hit the shot. And then I retired and lived in Arizona for 10 years, and I wanted to go back to Texas. But I moved down there with my ex-wife and my kids, and met this new lady, this new woman that sometimes call my wife, sometimes call pain in the ass, and sometimes just frustrate the hell out of me. But I told her when I met her, I said, I'm coming back to Texas. I'm going to live on, I want land. I said farm, but I want land, and I got my little place out here with some land and got some animals and hunt and fish, and this is just me. You know, I had my first city council meeting the other day and wore a pair of basketball shorts and a black shirt. That's just me. I don't wear suits. So here I am.
I love that. Hey, I was trying to tell these guys about the lake because that blew my mind. My parents have a place, and they begged me to come. In the back of my mind, I'm like, how great can a lake be in Texas? And we went out to Cypress Springs, and it blew my mind for a few days. It's just beautiful country you live in.
It's pretty. East Texas is pretty. It's green for 8 months out of the year. I say that. For 6 months out of the year, it's pretty green. You know, the wintertime it's ugly and dry, and the summertime it's just hot. But yeah, you've got a lot of big tall trees around that lake over there. That's of the two lakes that are right there. That's the play lake. That's the one most people are going to be skiing on and stuff like that. And we'll call that lake the High Rent District. And but it's a good lake. I fished it multiple times. I fished the one next door to it, Bob Sandlin. So, you know, if I get bored or I need to get away from everybody for a little bit, I hook the boat up and go fishing. It takes me 15 minutes to get there. So I can't complain. And then.
What led you into the sports bar, the restaurant side of things? Because we were just looking online. Now you have 2 locations, right?
No, well, we did. So what led us into it is we bought this building. It's an old building. It's 100, now it's 110 years old. It used to be a hardware store mortuary. And we moved, when I first moved out here, moved outside of town, about 4.5 miles out of town. And I had 80 acres out there, and I was fine. I was perfectly fine out there with my 80 acres and my animals. And then my wife decided she wanted to buy the town. So we ended up buying this old building, and we gutted it. And we know the family we bought it from really well. We gutted it. And it was originally a bistro retail store. And I started asking all the old cowboys around town. I said, if I had a sports bar, would you come in? He said, a lot of them, yeah, but come in and have a drink. Not to be confused with a drink. A drink. And so we gutted it, I think, around COVID. And, you know, you saw it. It put in what it is. It's just a sports bar. We've got a lot of good customers and repeat customers. And we get busy on a Friday and Saturday night. And I don't know, just something to do. It needed it. The town needed it. When we first moved here, the town was I'll say it was tires, and we started putting a little paint on. A couple of other families joined in, started putting the paint on the town, and it's growing. It's a really pretty town, hopping town compared to what it was 10 years ago when we moved here. So, and I tell people, my wife and I are not taking credit for it. It was a community effort to really bring the town back to life. And on a Friday and Saturday, you can be hard pressed to find a parking spot.
Do you have a say in the menu at all, or do you let the smart people that know the restaurant stuff handle that stuff?
Yeah, I'll let my wife handle it. That's right.
That's the right answer.
I'm the face. I walk around and I give people a hard time. I put out fires on tables when they need to be put out. I give people a hard time. I walk up to little kids that are eating fries and ask them how the fries are. And they say good. I'll take one, and I'll say, yep.
Hey, Greg, sorry. Are you how locked into the NBA playoffs are you? Are you watching much of that?
I watch them now just to see what's going on. I tell people I don't hardly watch the NBA much anymore. I'm not a fan of it. It's a different game than when we played. And it's just my opinion. It's just not fun for me to watch. It's because of the way I grew up playing basketball. It's more of an up-tempo, fast-paced, points on the board. Guys pulling up from a step inside half court, not a step outside the three-point line, step inside a half court, dunks and all that, which is great. I get it. It's just not what I grew up playing and watching, and it's just different. If you're scoring 110 points in a game and losing by 20, the game's broken. But that's my opinion. So I watch a little bit. I do keep up with the Jazz because I told Bowler Jack one day at a Mavs game, Mavs game, maybe last year before last. I'll be a Jazz man till the day I die. That's who drafted me. I spent my whole career here, 1 year, except for 1 year. So I will, I'd love to see the Cowboys win another Super Bowl before I die, but that's not going to happen until Jerry Jones vanishes. I finally got to see the Rangers win a championship. I would love to see the Jazz win a championship before I die. I think it'd be fantastic. And I'll be like the bandwagon guys, Starks and those guys. When they make the finals, I'll come.
Love it. Hey, I know you just keep if it's on in the bar, you probably watch a little bit, but what do you think of Victor, man? It just seems like he does look like an alien. He's doing things that nobody should be doing at that position in the league.
Well, the crazy thing about Victor is, and I have watched him a little bit, is you don't see a guy that size that's usually that skilled. I mean, the last guy that was like that wouldn't even know that size is Dirk. I mean, he could take the ball and put it on the floor. He can take that to the three-point line. He can back it out, and he's so long. He's just unreasonably long. What he says, an 8-foot wingspan. Is that right?
Yep. Yes. Yep. Yes.
And nobody's really ever gotten his height right. I've heard 7'5" up to 7'3" up to 7'5". So, if he ever got strong, he would really be cause a problem where he could really dominate the inside. Not that he does now, but he's so long. He's like a damn spider monkey. His arms are so long, he's just everywhere. But he's actually fun to watch, and he's so skilled for a guy that size. It changes the game.
How would have you came into the league in probably one of the more physical times? How would the league have dealt with a guy back then? I would imagine it'd been on the floor every single night with the physicality that the NBA was then.
I think he'd have been on the floor, but he's so long, he would have probably been okay. But I think the way we played would have caused him a little trouble because yes, we were way more physical then. But it's hard to tell, I say today, Shaq in today's league would average 40 with no problem because there's nobody in the league that could physically handle him in the league right now. Nobody. I don't care who you are. And what he gave up defensively because of the way the game's played now, he would overcompensate for obviously offensively because he would foul everybody out. So, you listen to these guys now. Those guys couldn't play with us, and the guys that I play with, those guys couldn't play with us, and it's just that's how I say it's a different game. I would probably struggle in today's game because it's so fast paced. I could not have been drafted by a better team for the way that I played basketball. Half court, run an offense, set screen, box out, physical contact kind of stuff, which I loved anyway. So, I don't know. A lot of people disagree with me. Some may agree with me. It's just a different game. So,
do you take a moment? Does it feel like it's almost 30 years ago, or does it feel like it was yesterday? Like some guys feel like, yeah, it does feel like a lifetime ago, and others feel like it was just a few moments ago. Where are you at on that?
Well, sometimes it's crazy to me that I was drafted 30 years ago, 31 years ago. But also, I retired 20 years ago this year, which that seems wild to me. That it's been already 20 years since I retired. So, I still remember a lot of stuff. I remember the good times. I feel people ask me what was my best game. You know, who were some of the guys that talked the most trash, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. Did you and Shaq have a fight, whatever. But when I left, I was pretty happy when I left. I say that. Let me just say that. When I left, at the time I left, I was done. I missed it after, a few years when I tried to come back. I told Kathy Aiken a couple years ago, I regret retiring now when I did. I still had more in the tank at the time. I was just tired. I was tired to travel. Tired of the hotels. Everybody thinks it's glamour, glitz and glamour flying on a plane. And when you get to a hotel, when you've been to 5 different hotels in 7 days, you don't believe this, but all the hotels look the same on the inside. The only big difference is one costs a little more than the other one. They all have 4 walls and a bathroom. So,
yeah, I did that. I did that life in college basketball, and I tell people all the time, you get in the rhythm so much that you're at the wrong room because that's the room number you're at the night before. You're trying to get in the wrong door. I mean, it just becomes a maze. You had a really unique and complex relationship with Jerry Sloan through the years. But what was kind of the biggest thing you took from playing for Coach Sloan?
Well, as far as our relationship, I would look at our relationship like a father-son. He scolded me when I needed it. He patted me on the back when I deserved it. His relationship with the players, you kind of knew what you got with him. He was hard-nosed. He wanted you he could take you losing as long as you were playing hard. When you weren't playing hard, losing, that's when it killed him. Losing is part of the game, but if you're losing and you're playing hard, that's one thing. He wanted it. He demanded in a roundabout way that we go out there and play hard every night, no matter what. And that's probably something I learned from him. Is just he did care about his players. I know some people didn't get along with him, not get along with, but didn't see eye to eye with him sometime, and I was probably his main one. But I told, who was it? I don't know, maybe Gordon Monson, a couple other guys a couple years ago, right around the 20-year mark of the trip to the finals. I did a phone interview with those guys, and I said, I'm older and wiser now, and it turns out I was the a-hole and all that. So, and all that fighting back and forth that we did. If you came to play with Jerry didn't. Obviously, he wanted to win, but it didn't bother him as bad if he lost, I think. The game we came back when we were 30 down at half or 34 down at half and actually 36 down. The one time he didn't yell at us. I mean, it blew your mind when we were down to Denver at half. And he came in and we just knew, everybody knew he was just going to chew our butts. And he came in and he said, well, they're not missing shots, are they? Because I think they shot 75% from the line, from the field. And that was the three-point line and the twos. And they just couldn't miss, man. I mean, you could have had 4 guys with a hand in the guy's face, and they just didn't miss. He said, but I'll tell you what, and I'm cleaning it up for you, but I'll tell you what, if you come out and you execute and you play the way we know we're capable of playing, you'll have a chance to win this game. And everybody kind of looked around like, hit the same game we're at.
Did you see the scoreboard right?
Already? Yeah. And, like I said, they scored the first bucket of the second half, so now we're down 36. And, Mark Jackson had that stupid shimmy shake thing what he did, and he was doing that the whole first half, and they were laughing and hooting and hollering. And like I said, they couldn't miss, and we couldn't throw it in the ocean. And to watch us come back and do that, and to watch the wind go out of their sails, and to watch Mark Jackson not doing that stupid shimmy and chest bumps and all that stuff, and to see the panic on their faces when we did start to come back and we started to get close and chipped away, and then took the lead. To end up winning that game was just incredible. So, and that's one of those. I played the whole second. Me and Carl, and I think Brian Russell may have played the whole second half of that game. And John went out his usual 4-minute mark in the first quarter, and it was just probably one of the fun. It was probably the second funnest game I've ever been a part of.
That's awesome. Greg Ostertag with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What do you miss the most? Is it the locker room? Is it just the competition? I know it's not the travel and the hotels and the training camp and all that other stuff, but what do you miss the most?
Actually, I probably miss it all. The coming into training camp, you've been seeing the guys for about a month up to that point, if you're playing pickup and stuff like that. But I do miss the training camp, even though it sucked. I think you miss the camaraderie with the guys. The joke, because we had a pretty tight team, I think, for the most part, especially during our runs, because it takes that. You kind of all got to get along. You can't have a divided locker room, and we didn't, I don't think. So I miss that. I am very competitive, although some nights people might question it if I was, but I am very competitive. I talked to somebody the other day, a current player now, and I asked him what he thought about the what do they call that rest night, whatever they take off, and I said load management. Is that what it is? Load management.
Yeah.
I said, what do you think about that? And he's like, and the guy's like, well, he said, we don't prepare the same. We don't practice this, that, and the other. It's more intense. And I was like, look, I think you guys are a bunch of, I'm going to clean it up for you, sisters.
Yeah.
I said, because I hated not playing. I hated being hurt. I hated being in the doghouse and not playing. I hated being in foul trouble. I wanted to be on the court. Now, I'll be the first to admit that I was never in great enough shape to play 30 minutes a game, and that's one of the big regrets in my life. But I hated not playing. I hated losing. I hated missing shots. I hated getting dunked on, because that happened a lot. But I just hated not being on the court. And I hate that these guys take off because they're a little tired sometimes. And I think that they owe it to the fans. These guys, you got these blue collar dads who work all year because little Johnny wants to go see somebody play, and so takes the night off because he's a little tired. No, I don't think that's right at all. So.
Do you stay in touch with guys from your run here in Utah, other players, and like how often?
I talk to them a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. I text Carl now and then, check in, just say hi, blah, blah, blah. I probably talk with Brian more than I do anybody. And that's not even a lot. Usually if we're coming back to town for something, we'll start texting and poking fun at each other and talking trash to each other. And that's really about it. I think outside of a few guys, and I'm not talking about just stuff in general, most guys just kind of go their own way and do their separate things. Like I said, I live in the country. I've got just shy of 50 acres. I've got 4 horses, 2 camels, a zebra, peacocks, turkeys, emus, hogs, and chickens. And I love it. I can go up to my place on an afternoon, feed my animals, sit in my truck, and just watch them. And that's what I love doing.
How do you get a camel into Texas? Like, is there some issues you got to do to try to get them in, or like how does that happen?
No, we go to the camel store. We got a camel store in town.
Yeah, okay, all right.
You ride over there.
I mean, it is Texas. I know they're pretty lax on stuff, but wow.
Yeah, they are. Well, actually, camels are recognized as domesticated animals. They're just like having a cow. You can have a herd of camels, just like you have a herd of camels.
And you said you have emu?
I have 2 emus, 4 peacocks, 4 turkeys that just will not die, 4 chickens, 2 big livestock guardian dogs, 4 horses, and a zebra. But Texas does have a lot of lax laws when it comes to stuff like that. So we had a vet over here in town that passed away a year and a half ago. That was a regular vet, dog, cat, everything vet, but she also bred and sold camels and zebras and kangaroos and wallabies and rays and stuff like that, some exotic deer. So I got them from her.
If you could add one animal to the farm, what would it be?
A giraffe.
There you go.
Matter of fact, she was joking. She kept joking me. She says, "Hey, I know where you can get a giraffe." I said, "You can go kiss my left toe," and because it's just what I need is more mouths to feed. But the more I thought about it, I said, I think it would actually be cool to get a giraffe. pet. All mine are just yard art. Even my horses, they're just yard art. Even when I had cows, they were just yard art. I had a bull and I bred them and I had babies and I sold them, but it was just they called me what they called me was a gentleman's farmer. It was not to make $1 million. It was just for fun.
Yeah. Well, you certainly deserve
I
it.
get eggs for my chickens and all that stuff. So.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations on the mayoral appointee and the winning of the vote, and we look forward to maybe catching up with you down the line. Appreciate your time as always, Greg.
Yeah, come on, if the Utah people are around here, come on, Mount Vernon, Texas, can't miss
That's
it.
the place. I'm telling you, get down there. I've had the food. I swear by it.
Yeah, the owner's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, she is. He's kind of a bully.
He even happened to not even on purpose. Well, Utah get that shirt today. I don't even know why. But
Yeah,
I just grabbed it. So.
Well, get out here and see us, man. We love you out here. Everybody does, and appreciate all you did for us out here, man.
All right, we'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you.
There you go. There he is, Greg Ostertag, the mayor, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Make him the president.
I'm down for that. I think that would be great.
I mean, you can run a farm like that with all those animals. You can certainly run this country.
I love the fact that he just owns it, but it's yard art. It's yard art.
A gentleman's farmer.
They're not really doing anything. They're just for me to sit in my truck and watch. And you know what? I respect the heck out of that.
So that's an outlet. He goes and looks at his animals, and then he can also 15 minutes pull the boat up the lake there. I'm telling you, man, we got to go sometime. You would dig it.
This is as perfect of a retirement as I could possibly think of.
Oh, dude,
you know, the guy obviously was very smart with his money, so money will never be an issue. He's like, you know what? I like this building downtown. Let's renovate it. Okay, anybody want a sport? All right, let's make it a sports bar, and let my wife run it. Create the menu. I'm gonna go sit in my truck, watch some animals. You know what? You're selling a zebra? Okay, I'll go buy that. You got some camels? I'll go buy those.
In that building, you've seen cheap remodels of a sports bar.
Yeah.
They did not cut. Like if there was an RGS down there, they would have gone to that detail and quality. That's how it looks inside their place.
You believe this guy's only been doing this for a month? How about that for a transition?
That
Greg?
was a great rollover. Yeah,
that was well done.
No, but
by
I'm
you.
serious.
Yeah.
You go in there and they're like they kept aspects of the historical piece of the building. The ceiling tiles and everything are old, neat. But then, where they needed to blow out and do bathrooms, big bathrooms for the place, fill out. Yeah, it's just, it works. And, yeah, they definitely hired someone competent and detailed like you guys.
I love it. And if you need RGS to come out to your home, whether it's renovating a sports bar you want in the middle of nowhere, Texas, or if you just want to make your home shine in the neighborhood, RGS has got you covered.
Yeah, just give us a call. We can come out, give you a free estimate, walk you through what you want to get done, and move forward on your project.
So big, small, we've talked about today. We've talked about, if you're worried about having to have a bunch of money out of pocket, you've got financing options. What other things you want our listeners to know in terms of the ability to work with y'all? What makes it easiest if I've prepared?
Well, if they've got it prepared or not prepared, we have a showroom here, so customers can actually come in, feel and touch the materials they're thinking of putting on a house, so you can actually see what it is you want. We, like I said, we'll do the 3 renderings so that you can see what it's going to look like on your house, and then we try and walk you through the process from very start, from when the estimator comes out to walk through your project. Then you'll be assigned a project manager. The office is always in communication, letting you know what our time frame is, where we're going to be. And then once we're out on the job, we have our foreman running the crews out on the job site that you can talk with, and then our project managers stop by and make sure everything's going smoothly. So we like to keep you involved, informed from the very beginning all the way to the very end. So there's no surprises. We're never going to be that company that goes, oh, by the way, we found this, you need to pay us more. We walk you through the process. We open up a wall, see something, we're going to call you out, show it to you right then and there, and walk through the process to take care there. So that's our biggest thing, is we really like to communicate and just walk through the process all the way through the job.
And you take bids seriously. If you give somebody a bid, and I know a lot of people treat bids as just kind of a moving target. When you put your name and say, like, hey, this is what we anticipate this is going to be, you try to stick to that.
Yeah, we're very upfront about that. There's a lot of contractors that will bury costs in.
Yeah.
If you find this, if you find that, we'll actually put all the price, all that in there. This is our worst case, what we're thinking we're going to find. we shouldn't have anything else. Now, we don't have a crystal ball, but we're giving you all of it up front. We're not trying to hide anything. So we're very upfront about all of that so that there's no hem-hawing later on or trying to hide stuff. You know what you're getting right from the very beginning.
801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors right here on the Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
John Kurtz joins us. You can find his podcast, Open for Business, the Big 12 podcast, talking about the Sorsby trial. I don't think anybody expected him to be available to play next year, and now that looks exactly to be the case.
Texas Tech already had a lot of attention on them, but that has ratcheted up about tenfold now. And, I mean, you talk about being the villain. From a Big 12 perspective, Tech thumped everybody minus Arizona State last year, so you're tired of losing to them. So you've got fans in the conference with a ton of built-up animosity. And now you throw on top of that this situation with Brendan Sorsby. If they're going to have him playing quarterback, Texas Tech might as well line up. They should just dress as Darth Vader when they come out there. Forget the helmets, man. Get the Darth Vader mask and just wear those out on the field. Like, they are going to get more heat than any college football team that I can remember this year. People are going to be rooting very hard against them.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Big thanks to Greg Ostertag, who joined us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it is Wednesday, which means we're going to give away some tickets. That's right. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a pair of tickets. See Rod Stewart at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming up on Tuesday. June 19th. Great seats available, livenation.com. And if you are calling number 12, you can get them right now. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Again, big thanks to Greg Ostertag. If you missed that conversation, it'll be available for you up on our podcasting feed. Wherever you get your podcasts, search Scotty and Coach. You can also get it at KSLSports.com. But not only appreciate Greg hopping on with us, but hopping on the video stream so you can see Greg up close and in person at his restaurant, too. And one thing that there was nothing that he said that was surprising. The least surprising thing that I did hear was that he's not a fan of load management. I pretty much felt pretty confident that he would not be a fan of that.
Yeah, and I like that he was admittedly, in my era, guys would struggle with the physicality, and he would struggle with the speed.
Yeah,
with which the game's played. You have to react way quicker. Ball screens, everything's just gotten faster, and there's been more wrinkles added to the game since then. So it's pretty complex for big guys. But man, when he was here, he did a great job at anchoring things. And if it weren't for that creepy MJ.
Yeah, that one guy, that number 23 dude, he caused some problems. But, and the thing is, he's pretty reflective where he says, like, look, it's a regret that I'll always have that I didn't keep myself in better shape. And you look at him now, he looks like he's in the best shape of his life. And but honestly, he's like, you know what? Yeah, I wish I could go back and be in better shape. Everybody knows that I could have been a better player had I been in better shape, but he's still a hell of a player.
Oh, man, he was great and is loved here. I remember the Flintstone tattoo.
Yes.
He had, and probably still has.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I found it interesting, how he reflected about Sloan and how he was, he described it as a father-son type relationship where, when things were, when he felt like he gave everything, he was appreciative, win or lose. And I think that's who Jerry Sloan was. He just wanted, just like he gave, he wanted those guys to earn what they were given. This was well before the entitlement era.
Oh yeah,
he didn't have to deal with much of that.
No, I it would be really interesting to see. I would love nothing more than to take, Russell Westbrook or somebody and take him and put him in 1993 Knicks Bowl series or something like that. A Detroit series against Chicago in 1989. It's just, it'd be interesting. Obviously, high-level scorer, he'd get his buckets, but boy, it would not be fun for some of these guys to go back in time.
No, it wouldn't be, but I also think, it'd be kind of fun. I wish you could do that.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we'll get to the point with technology where we can time travel like that and assemble different teams.
You go like AI, or, you tell ChatGPT, give me the game film of the 2025 Oklahoma City Thunder against the 1988 Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, create the game.
Yeah.
Because you can pull up all the stats already. It can already simulate those games. There's sites that do that and programs, but to be able to actually
want the video. Yeah.
Then use holograms and all that stuff to create an actual game you can then see how Wilt Chamberlain would look in this era.
You got Dick Bavette out there missing calls, just screwing a game up, falling down. Yeah, be perfect.
Racing Chuck. That's what I think.
Oh, yeah.
Every time Bavette, I think Chuck and he running.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, folks, Brian Santiago, athletic director at BYU, will join us coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's time to get those carpets clean. You've heard me talk about it for a long time. But I think we need to look. It's a great price. Make no mistake. $129 for 3 rooms and a hallway thrown in there for free. That's an incredible savings you're going to get with our guys at Zero Res. But let's focus in on the quality of Zero Res. And I think that's the most important thing, because when you have somebody come into your home, that's your domain, and you're trusting them to treat your home with respect and do the job the way it needs to be done, Zero Res is going to knock it out of the park for you. A patented water technology. And what that does is that it forces that water through the carpets, brings it back up. It carries all of that nasty residue, all of the gunk that your kids and pets have been bringing in through the winter, and it keeps those carpets clean. What it does not use are those nasty chemicals, the harsh detergents, the soaps, all that other nasty stuff that's going to get stuck in your carpet and will actually make your carpets get dirtier quicker. They use that water technology. It's going to dry faster. You won't have the crunchy carpets, and it's going to be great for your kids and your pets to be back on those carpets knowing that it's safe, it's clean, and it's going to stay cleaner longer. Trust me on this. Zero Res is going to get you taken care of. They've been out to my house numerous times. I trust them. You should trust them as well. And the price, you can't beat it. $129 for 3 rooms and a hallway. Come on, folks. That's where you need to be. ZeroRes.com, spelled the same front or backwards. It's the right way to clean. That's ZeroRes.com, or call them at 866-ZeroRes.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There is a universe that can't be seen. Just a feeling, if you know what I mean. A delectable dimension undetectable by sight. It'll fill up your heart in the dead of the night. Some say that it's an astral plane. It can't be described, can't be explained. World exploding in love all around me.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach. Tim LaCombe. Brian Santiago, athletic director at BYU, is going to join us coming up here in just a moment. We got Stanley Cup. It's all even at 2 apiece. Tonight, Coach, will we be even on the NBA Finals when this thing wraps up tonight?
I'm going to take the Knicks tonight.
Are you?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to go Spurs.
Don't you beat me again. Sit over there and act coy.
I'm not. No, no coy. I still owe you some Diet Cokes. I will pay up on that tomorrow, regardless. But I will go ahead and I'll take San Antonio, and we'll be square at 2 apiece.
I'll gladly pay you for a Diet Coke today if I can get it by Friday.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Just bring me my Cokes next time.
I got you. Where's my money, man? Where's my Diet Cokes?
Yeah, man, you got to be into that. We got Greg back with us. We go Greg Ostertag.
Yep.
To our man Greg here at RGS. Do you like my hat today?
I do. I love it.
I saw the room too.
Yep.
You didn't lie. There are a lot of cool hats in there.
Yep. We just got them in.
But you got the Mammoth, you got the Jazz on there. We got to talk about it. The partnership is big because having you guys associated with those brands. I know that means a lot to you, and it means a lot to them as well.
Yeah, we're actually doing a promotion right now. It's a Mammoth Makeover. You've probably seen it online, where we're taking nominations for a house that we're going to end up doing a remodel on somebody's house. So, in partnership with the Mammoth. So it's fun. We've got a couple commercials had, Tusky out and Bear out, and we've had some fun.
Tim's got his ladder stolen.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. The bear.
Yep.
That crazy bear.
Yep. It's been fun. It's been real fun being involved with these guys. I wasn't big into hockey, and I love it.
Same.
It's so much fun now. Yeah.
Same.
This seems to be a real dovetailing of your legacy in this community over time. The Jazz certainly have been the same. Have really made a huge impact in the community. But one thing I see this common between y'all is the care for and the community and making sure things are done the right way.
Yeah, I say it's Utah in general around here. All the sports. I mean, I've been going to the Jazz since I can. 50-something years.
The old palace, man.
And I love it. And the community around here has always been take care of everybody else. And that's how our company kind of got built. It was built on a legacy of referrals of you do a job for somebody and they like you, so they tell somebody else. That's how we kind of establish ourselves. Referral, but from friends and family. And that's how we built it. We're now into our 5th generation. It's continually building on that help the community be responsible, do a good job, and be proud of the work that you do. Then that's who we are. That's what we've established over the years.
Well, that's the thing ultimately you want when you invite somebody out to your home. You welcome them into your domain. You do serious construction to your home. You want somebody you can trust. And if you've been around for 5 generations, you can trust somebody. And, Tim always says this, and I respect the heck out of him for doing it. It's like, look, no project goes perfect. Like, there's going to be mistakes. It's how you handle those mistakes, how you treat people, and you acknowledge, that was a screw up, and we're going to fix it, and we'll take care of it. A lot of people, they understand there's going to be some issues here and there, but how do you handle it? And that's something you guys take a lot of pride in.
Yeah, we do. And unfortunately, there are things that happen. Sometimes it's suppliers, sometimes it's installers, miscommunication stuff happens, but we're here to make sure we take care of it. We really try to. If there's something happened, we are going to take care of it. Where other contractors, it's the taillight warranty, man. As soon as they drive down the street, you're not going to see or hear from them ever again. That's not us. We take pride in what we do. We've had customers call us 5-6 years later, a little caulking failed. We send our service guy over, take care of it. Whatever it is, we're here to make sure that you have that peace of mind, because it is really nerve-wracking to invite somebody into your house, and it's probably one of the biggest decisions you're going to make, short of actually buying the house, is to remodel it. And we realize that, and we're grateful for the opportunity to be able to be called out and be able to help people do that work.
It's really simple. It starts with a phone call. I just want somebody to call and have a representative come out and say, okay, here are your options. And I know that you're great. Like, look, this is my budget. And you're like, okay, well, let's mix and match and find a way to make that budget work. If we need to take something away from here or add to it here, we can do whatever we can to make sure we hit your budget and get you taken care of. It's good, open, honest conversation, and at least what you're looking at.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people anticipating, I'm going to be looking at a $300,000 project when it's probably going to be considerably less than that. But they don't have any idea. At least you get some knowledge about what you're working with.
Yeah, we really recommend the more you know, the more comfortable you're going to be, and it's never going to get cheaper. It's just commodities are going to continue to increase. We have an increase coming in another month. And it's always going to go that way. So whatever you can get done now is just saving yourself money in the future. And we really try and stress that. So that's what the financing can really help you carry you over to get you where you need to be, get your project taken care of, and save you some money in the long run.
801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for 1,000 finance with zero down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cause you can, and you don't stop. Cause you can, and you don't stop. Oh, when you can, and you don't stop. Might be coming out for sure, shot. I got the brand new dude, the guaranteed like you. I'm on like that's a job, yeah, bitches too. So I'm a newlywed, I got a D4C and everything.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Brian Santiago is going to join us coming up in about 5 minutes from right now. By the way, the Texas Tech is ready to fire back on its cohorts in the Big 12. Ross Dellinger reporting, as Big 12 presidents consider sanctions, Texas Tech reps notified the league that any penalty will be met immediately with legal action. Tech is exploring legal avenues with noted attorney Jeffrey Kessler. Of course, Jeff Kessler's got his mitts on this thing, including seeking a second injunction. So they're like, hey, you know what? You want to come after us? Well, get ready, because we're going to sue you, which has got to make things really comfortable around league meetings.
Oh, man. I can't imagine how awkward that was. You know, when there's a problem at work and you're kind of privy to it and you know there's going to be a showdown in the...
Yep.
I always hated those days. I hated when I had to be the guy creating the showdown. I hated to be showdown upon or just a witness to it.
Yeah.
It's just not fun.
And so, yeah, this thing's going to get uglier. And so, this is where Brett Yormark makes his money, because he's got to navigate this. Mom and dad are upset, and Brett's got to find a way to bring mom and dad back together again, and find a way to navigate these ugly, ugly waters, because this is going to get uglier before it gets better.
And it's just not as simplistic as, hey, nobody's going to play you, or, because, again, I was in. That was my reaction, is cut them out, cut them away, but there's all this legal stuff, and this is the perfect example. You try to do something, we are going to jump into the middle of it, and we're going to push back. So instead of doing what Dan, suggested in an article and what we talked about, Texas Tech, somebody there doing the right thing, it looks like they're digging the heels in the ground with their guns up.
I know. And, I just like when you start threatening to sue members of your own conference and the conference itself, and just like, all right, if you guys want to do this, buckle up, because we're ready to go. And Jeffrey Kessler, this dude is making a lot of money off of the landscape of college athletics.
No question.
And he finds his way to get his grubby paws on everything. And so that guy's not bluffing, because he's seeing billable hours racking up. And so he's like, hey, yeah, let's go, folks. Come on.
And I was listening, Jake, Scott, and Ben talked about it yesterday. I love listening to those guys right after us. But they were talking, and Jake's wife's an attorney, and so he kind of bounces things off. But just getting into, like, how deep this is into everything we do, the amateurism aspect of it, which people have been fighting that for so long. So, yeah, we are at a point where I think we've got enough in the right side and one in the wrong side that hopefully we get some change.
Yeah, and this is the more Texas Tech digs in, the more they become, the pseudo-villain of college athletics. And I know that's maybe a harsh thing, but it does feel like it's the sporting world versus Texas Tech right now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to read many quotes from around the country, and it doesn't matter, who you're affiliated with. Like, this is the one thing that everybody's like, that, wrong is wrong. We finally gotten to the point where wrong is wrong.
And there's a line, and finally somebody just blew right past it, and everybody's calling them out on it. And again, I would not be surprised if there were some people within that Texas Tech organization that were like, oh boy, you mean the judge actually gave us the injunction? Like, they got it? Oh boy, what are we going to do? Well, we got to back our guy. We got to get him on the field. So here we go. PR world is not going to be happy with us, but
that would be a hard. Right now, working in sports information at Texas Tech.
Imagine
just getting slaughtered.
Imagine being Brett Pine or Paul Kirk right now. They're at Texas
blasted.
Tech.
Oh,
yeah.
You don't mind it when it's for good.
Oh, I know.
When you've got a player that's really doing great. Jimmer Mania. It was Kyle Chilton that kind of managed our stuff back then, and
that dude got no sleep.
He was running. I'm telling you, because he had stuff. People wanted to talk to him all over the world. So sometimes they'd have interviews way early in the morning. But Kyle was right there next to Jimmer the whole way.
Yeah. So Brian Santiago, athletic director at BYU, expected to join us coming up here in just a moment. We will. Look, I know he's going to have to be very careful with his comments. As Brett Yormark said in a statement yesterday, those conversations will remain inside our conference. So I know that Brian will be very he'll play the good soldier as far as that goes. But still, there's a lot of discord in a conference that has been so fixed. When Texas and Oklahoma left, the one thing about the Big 12 was it was a very especially when it first started that first year, there was a lot of kumbaya, like all for one for all. Let's go. We're all in this together. Texas and Oklahoma are gone. So this is the first time I think there's actually a little bit of internal, wait a minute. Whoa, no, this isn't okay. So this is kind of the first time there's been a little bit of discord within the conference, and how do they handle that?
Yeah, and as you said, the commissioner, we think sometimes the commissioner would be the easiest job in the world, but this is where they really earn their money. Certainly the promotion, and I think Yormark's been great at that. But this is now a storm. It's raining over the top of the league, and we'll see how it gets fixed.
All right, joining us now, he is the athletic director at Brigham Young University, Brian Santiago, kind enough to hang out with us. Brian, how are you?
Great. Always happy to hang out with friends. Let's go.
Never a dull moment in your world, and I know you got to be very, very, very careful about how you address the situation. But I got to imagine in a situation like this, communication is probably the best thing. Everybody just talking through and seeing if you can come to some type of resolution. Correct?
Yeah, certainly, guys. This is a super, super complicated issue that has kind of come into the forefront, and emotions are running high. Certainly everybody has a very strong opinion, and the reality of it is, and when I jumped on, you guys were having a super educated conversation about it. Brett Yormark and the commissioner, the board of trustees, which are our presidents, the ADs, we're all communicating, and I'm confident the right thing will play out here.
Were you surprised that there was educated conversation when you knew I was a part of it?
No, I knew exactly what it would be like. One thing I do know about you, Tim, is you don't miss much. You're paying attention to what's going on out there, and I do know that in this, with this topic, that there's going to have to be an insertion of some logic here. I mean, there's way too much at stake. The word integrity keeps coming up over and over and over again. And that's why at the end of the day, I mean, I think the right thing will play out.
There's, as far as I know, you can't pick up a book at Barnes & Noble called "Being an Athletic Director for Dummies." There's not a textbook on how to handle certain situations, because it feels like over the last 5 or 6 years, near the end of Tom's era and into yours, there's something new every day that you guys have to deal with. That's pretty unprecedented.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a year now, and listen, right off the bat, it didn't take long before, 2-3 days into it, I was like, I'm looking around. Tom's not here. I guess everybody's calling me. I guess it's my time. And luckily I've been, Tom's one of the best ever, and was an unbelievable mentor and confidant, and still is for me. And he has helped prepare me for some of these things that would come. Some of the things there's no preparation for. You just realize you're going to have to, in every situation, guys, we just step back and say, what's the right thing? We have to stand for something, especially at a place like BYU. We have to be totally aligned with the mission of the school and the church. And so in every situation that arises, we just step back and say, what's the right thing? And I'm super fortunate to be surrounded by great people and great coaches, right? I don't have to sit in a room and have discussions with Kalani Sitake about whether or not we're going to make sure we do the right thing. He's always going to want to do the right thing. Kevin Young's always going to want to do the right thing. I can go down the list. I'm surrounded by great people. So we together make decisions and get through these situations together. And as long as you're looking at it from a holistic approach and not making emotional decisions, usually we're able to get to a really good place.
So we understand that there's kind of been, hey, we're going to keep what was said in the room and all that. Is there anything in terms of tone? I was talking about, knowing when you're going into a situation, in management in the corporate world where somebody's going to get boomed in a meeting, and it's always awkward. But is there anything you can share around the things that you're protecting?
Yeah, hold on just a second. Losing signal a little bit. I don't know what's going on. It's bouncing around. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you all right.
I got you.
Yep.
Did you hear the question, or you want me to re-ask it?
So just say that question again. I lost it. I lost you for a minute.
No problem. Just in terms of the meeting itself, I know that you want to keep things close to the vest in the room. We read the statement by Commissioner Yormark. At the same time, is there anything about the tenor of the meeting or how the meeting felt? Anything you can share about it?
No, just everybody is looking to the commissioner and the board of trustees to make decisions that are going to be in the best interest of the conference and the individual schools. It's obvious, guys. Each of us as athletic directors are having daily conversations with our presidents and making sure that the right thing plays out. The tenor of the meeting is you got some of the best ADs in the country in that have been in this business for a long time, that are very respectful. Certainly there's a lot of respect in the room for Kirby Hocutt at Tech. And this is a super dynamic, complicated situation. And so everybody shared thoughts, and it was clear that the commissioner was super interested in what everyone had to say, and that he's going to take a leadership role in this with the presidents, and we'll get to a good spot. That's the way we left it. I left it feeling confident in Brett Yormark and confident in the ADs and president of this conference that the right thing will play out.
Athletic director at BYU, Brian Santiago, joining us. Brian, with a year under your belt, does it still feel like you're drinking from a fire hose, or have things kind of settled in? I mean, obviously this is a crazy world right now, but as far as the day-to-day operations, do you feel like you're getting into a groove and running things at BYU?
Yeah, it's been a year of challenges and an unbelievable year of momentum that we've been able to keep going. We have something at BYU that I think is super unique. I don't think there's ever been a time where Cougar Nation has been more interested and engaged and all in for this place like they are right now. And I say it again, it's really a tribute to our programs, our coaches, our student athletes. We just had a year where, I mean, you got 4 freshmen that came in here that have maybe the best in the country at their sports. When you start talking about Kihei Akina, Jane Hendegren might be the best runner in the world, a girl from Timpview High School in Provo, Utah, which is just phenomenal. AJ DeBonce obviously had a big year. And then just right next door to me right here is Bear Bachmeyer, who came in 2 months before a season and captivates college football. Like, what are the likelihood? You can't write that script, and leads our team with all expectations off the board, leads our team to the conference championship game and right on the verge of being in the CFP, a big win in a bowl game. We've had tremendous success, but we've also had a lot of challenges. We've had some turbulence. We've had some things that have come at us that you can't really prepare for. But and Tim knows this, we were together for a long time when he was here on the basketball staff and had some of the greatest runs and times ever that are just amazing. But there's also a human element to this, guys. At BYU, we're never just it's just not all about winning. We think it's super important, and we're going to chase dreams and chase relevance and all those things. But there's a human element of sport, especially at BYU, where we got to walk the path with these young people. They're going through a time of life when they're trying to figure it out. And sometimes things happen, that choices are made. There has to be a human element. I'm super grateful for Jake Retzloff. That was a situation that was super, super tough. But you got a head coach in Kalani that wraps his arms around him. You got an administration that wraps their arms around him. He goes to Tulane, has a monster year. Every time they put a microphone in front of him, he talks about how much he loves BYU. I mean, come on. Like, there's a human element of this. And then all of a sudden he finishes a great year and says, hey, can I come back and do my pro day at BYU? It took 10 seconds for all of us to go, absolutely, let's go.
Yeah.
Like, you're part of us. You're part of the franchise. There's a human element in it. And our responsibility is to walk the path with these young men and women and help them chase their dreams and help them figure out life. We just had a banquet, a graduation banquet, and 5 of our best athletes at BYU get up in front of a lot of people, and not very many of them spoke much about the wins and losses. They talked about their experience. They talked about their relationship with the Savior. They talked about the people that helped them through their turbulence and through their tough times. They talked about their coaches. They talked about their teammates. They talked about professors. You just realize that it's way bigger than sport. And so we're going to keep on chasing it.
One aspect that you work with so many talented people, you said it, but one guy in particular I think is relevant in this day and age is David Almadova. David and I started in 2007 at BYU. We went through the same orientation, and he had come from Duke to BYU and was going to tackle game experience. And, you think, but this was back in 2007. BYU was on the front end of that. B, how did that all come about? And just speak about, the evolution of the game experience at BYU, because I'm telling you, you can go a lot of places. It's second to none.
Agreed.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better. And Tim, to your point, it ties right back into the people. David Almadova came here from Duke, brought outside experience. We've got an incredible executive team. Tyson Hutchins is another guy that works closely on all of our kind of external social media. But David Almadova and his team, Anna, and I could go down the list. They're the best in the business when it comes to game experience. When it comes to people coming to our stadium, coming to the Marriott Center, you have people from all over the country that come in here with their teams just going, what in the world is going on here? I mean, our players have to get out of the way. You got fire dancers dancing around and throwing fire. And it's pretty remarkable. And you see it, you hear it from other people. People are coming to our stadium and leaving, coming to the Marriott Center and leaving, saying that's one of the great experiences in all of college football and basketball. And the game day crew here is just second to none. They don't miss. They deserve all the credit. And so does Cougar Nation. It doesn't happen if we don't have a fan base that is passionate about being in the stadium and supporting our teams. And I don't know if the experience is the same if we're not good. I think it all ties together. I mean, we're great. Our teams are great. And that's just not something we take for granted. I knock on wood because you have to get a lot of breaks, but our teams are great, but you're also coming to be entertained. And I don't think it gets any better than LaVell Edwards Stadium and the Marriott Center with our game day experience. It's second to none. I couldn't agree with you more.
Well, and I just have to share a quick story. Our friend, a friend of the show, who's now assistant coach at Utah State, Barrett Peary, when David rolled out the sheet drop for the first time, B, you'll remember this, it was against Utah, and we wore uniforms that had pink in them. We had pink shoes, and Barrett's like, I saw warm-ups. The pink thing is thinking, man, they're going to be soft tonight. When teams wear pink, we can get them. And he said, but man, when the sheets dropped, he's like, I was ready to go home. I knew it was over. So, just a shout out to a guy who's behind the scenes, but B, that's what makes it happen, man. All those people.
And we're all pulling in the same direction. That's critical. And I'm grateful that you call those guys out, especially David. I mean, it's one of the best in the business, and it's super important that we have the right people in the right seats so that we can continue the momentum that we've all created together. It's nice, that's why I love the movie F1. That celebration when they win, not necessarily on the tracks and then down in the trenches, but the celebration in the back room, the celebration with all the people that have given everything to try to help win, like feeling a part of it. That's what we're trying for. We want everybody to feel like they have a huge role in the success of any of our teams, all the way down to the people that nobody knows their name. They matter to us.
AJ DeBonsa comes in, and we all know the the resume that he brought and what a big get it was for BYU. But did that exceed your expectations, not just on the court, but how he embraced the community and the community embraced him, with him saying, you know what, look, this isn't just going to be a 7-month stay for me. This is a place where I want to be a part of the community, embrace the school, embrace the student body, embrace the community, everything that involved. It seems like you couldn't have scripted that any better with that young man, and how he'll always be a part of that BYU community.
Yeah. Listen, AJ's remarkable, and I've said this a bunch. The idea that he chose BYU, you can't script that either. No connectivity to our university, no connectivity whatsoever to anybody in the program. And, all of a sudden, Coach Young kept telling me, he's going to come to BYU. And Coach Young obviously was a huge factor in it and the reason that he came our way. But they came to our campus 3 times and visited our campus and never mentioned one thing about money. And KY kept saying, he's going to come to BYU. And I just kept saying, hey, I love the idea. I just, it's amazing. So he makes that choice, comes to BYU from day one, all in for BYU. Showed up all the time for all of us. Showed up for Cougar Nation. Was at every event. We had a big student. I had just taken over as the AD, and I was like, I want all the student athletes to come to a fall kickoff, come up the canyon. We had this cool venue. You know how those things go. You figure you're just going to get a small percentage of some of the Olympic sport teams. People start showing up. All of a sudden, this big sprinter van shows up. The entire basketball team gets out of the sprinter van. All of a sudden, these big vans and stuff start showing up. The football team starts showing up. And the first guy out of the van was AJ. He showed up at everything. Came to every activity, every event that we did. Showed up for the fans, showed up for everyone. And we're super blessed that he chose BYU. Certainly brought a lot of positive attention and notoriety to the program, a program that's already has a ton of history. And to think that he possibly could be the #1 pick in the draft, and every time somebody mentions his name, they talk about BYU, and he talks about BYU. He's always repping a Y wherever he's at in the world. We're just super grateful that he embraced BYU and the culture. And one thing that we did not expect in any way, shape, or form was for him to tell the world that his favorite class was the Book of Mormon.
Yeah. I thought that was a Santiago plant right there, but man, it was true.
No, man, I'm telling you, you can't script that. And then he told somebody else, a big group that he was speaking at with me, that he said, I love going to mission prep. He goes, I go to mission prep, and all the other students, they practice on me. It's fantastic. So listen, you look at that situation. Certainly, he and his family, they embrace BYU wholeheartedly, and we embrace them. Cougar Nation embraced them, and we're super excited for his future and hope everything goes fantastic for him in the draft.
Well, I know you're probably a little bit torn because it would be awesome for BYU to have the #1 overall pick. But from a selfish standpoint, it probably wouldn't break your heart if you went #2 overall, too.
Yeah, listen, this is the one thing about this draft that's super. I hope in the worst way he goes #1, because I know that's his dream. I know that he's put in so much to put himself in a position to be the #1 pick in the draft. But man, what a draft class.
Yeah.
This thing is deep. There are a lot of big time players. And one thing that I do have a lot of confidence in, and you guys know he's one of my close friends and confidants and mentors, and Danny Ainge. He's the best in the business. So is Austin. They got it they'll figure it out, and they'll do what's right for that franchise. It's going to be super interesting to see how it works out. And I'm one that's pulling hard for him to be the number one pick, even though sure we'd all love if he ended up in Utah. But I just hope that it plays out the right way for everyone.
B, if I were going to tell a story, should I tell the carrot cake story in Omaha, or the drive after Dayton when no cars were available? So we basically got a golf cart, and Terry, you, myself went the advanced team to get to Louisville to get ready to play there. Which one should I tell?
You can tell that story, the advanced story. Everybody knows I love food and I love dessert, but that story to me, I don't think three guys have ever been more excited about advancing in the NCAA tournament. It wouldn't have mattered if we were on moped trying to get to Louisville. We were so excited, but you can tell that story.
All right, cool. So we were driving. We won the game against Iona in historic fashion, and we won't talk about the next year because we lost it in historic fashion. So we'll stay with this year. But, as part of that, you get assigned, hey, you got to play, and we're in Louisville. And, Brian had the ability to get out there. We get all the rooms ready before the team got there. So we decided to get a car, and we were going to get out there early. So we went to the rental place, and because it's the first four and there's so many people in town, they had like a Toyota Tercel. It was a current model, but it was tight. Let's just put it that way. And so we started off on the ride, and I'm telling you, we had the music as loud as it'd go, and we're singing and just yelling.
Trying to stay awake. We'd been up all night.
All night watching film, yeah. So, and B stayed in with us watching film. Like, he's not one of these ADs. Like, B was there with us, man, which awesome. I always loved about him. But anyway, we're on the drive. We're exhausted, and, I'm in the front seat. Terry wants to get up front. So we basically, while Brian's driving, perform this maneuver. There wasn't much room, but we did it, kind of a thing, and we're laughing and screaming and crying. But it's just like Brian said, you remember those things as opposed to the dull of a dagger. I mean, it hurts still, but those are the things that stay with you.
Yeah, it's all about the people and the experiences. We've talked a lot about it. We've had some incredible moments at BYU. It's really remarkable to see the paths that we've all been down, the experiences that we've had, some of the highest of highs, the daggers that come. But in the end, you look back and go, man, what a ride. Doing it with people you love, doing it with people you trust, experiencing things that sometimes you can never write a script about. And it's a joy, and people ask me all the time, why have you stayed at BYU for so long? I've chosen to stay here. I choose BYU because of what it represents. And for me, I've literally, for 29, almost 30 years now, been around the best people in sport. And I've had the most incredible experiences. And I'm super humbled after this much time that I have the opportunity to lead this athletic department. But I see it as me walking the path with all these coaches and athletes. It's just who I am. I'll be in the background. I just want all these kids and all these coaches to fly. That's all I care about. If we give them an opportunity to fly and to bring positive light to this place, we all win. So thanks for going down memory lane, Tim.
Hey, there were some great ones, boy.
Some days. I
told you the story about the runway in Wyoming the other day when we barely got out of town.
Oh gosh.
Hey, I've been there on that.
I don't think our risk management people want to hear.
Hey, that's statute of limitations, brother. It's been well past.
Oh my goodness gracious! 3 planes, a runway that was closed,
and a guy with a John Deere.
And a guy with a John Deere, and they had to turn the lights on in the airport, and somehow we got it in and out of there. But those are the memories, and the best part about it is we won that game. So let's go.
Well, Brian, I'm trying to figure out a way to end this. Good luck. Godspeed. Things are going to get fun for you here in the next few weeks. So good luck. Buckle up. I know BYU's in good hands, but there's sometimes I'm envious of your job. I'm not sure if I'm envious of you right now, but good luck with all the drama coming up here for sure.
Hey guys, I always say this: keep believing, keep going, find a way, never let up. We're going to be all right. Super grateful to be part of this.
There you go.
Thanks for letting me come on with you.
Hey, we're gonna make this a thing from time to time when you got time. Love you, B.
Really appreciate it, Brian.
All right,
Thank
love
you.
you guys. See you. Take care. Bye-bye.
There he is, Brian Santiago, athletic director at Brigham Young University, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So I was telling a story of the athletic director at Utah State, Cam Walker. We were at the NCAA tournament, and there was an assistant coach, and I and Cam Walker in the elevator, and you get in there like, oh, what floor are you on? And I said, well, I'm on 3. And this assistant coach goes, yeah, I'm at 5. And then we go, Cam, where are you at? And he's like, I'm at 9, and which is the highest floor. And so we're giving him some grief, like, you're up on the top floor. And he looks at us, he's like, yeah, that's true. He goes, but trust me, there's a lot of sleepless nights on the top floor. And I think that hit home with Brian Santiago. Like, it's good to be the AD, and then sometimes it's like, I wouldn't mind if Tom wanted to come back for another year and handle this.
Anybody else here that can manage this one?
Because I don't know if I really want to get in the weeds on this bad boy.
He's been dealt a lot of stuff out of the gate, but they've had success. And I think if we all just kind of ruled with what's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Which brings us all the way back to Texas Tech and everything we've been talking about. But interesting description of the room, respectful, and all good. So that was enlightening.
Yeah.
Spend some time with Brian.
That was. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're live here at RGS Exterior. So many great things here at RGS. Look, small job, massive job, anything in between. Rain gutters, you got to get them taken care of. I know there's a lot of people that got into March and April like, okay, I got through it. I flirted with things a little bit. It wasn't a bad winter, but I need to get those rain gutters. And then you think, okay, I'm gonna call in April. And then you're like, I'm going to call in June. And now June's here. You're like, I'll call in August. No, get them taken care of. Winter's going to be here before you know it. You need to protect your home. You need to protect those walls. You can't have that water coming into your home. Call right now and get set up an appointment with RGS, 801-280-3110. And remember, if you need to, the outside of your home, you're looking for windows, you're looking for whatever, a color change, a complete remodel, they're here for you. 801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stopped?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating, so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the man, Tim Lacombe. Hey, you know, it's interesting when, we were going to talk to Jay Stevens here. And Jay did his best to get on, but unfortunately, we went a little long with Brian Santiago, so we're going to move Jay Stevens to tomorrow. Now, you will get, if you go back and watch the video stream, you do get a glimpse of Jay Stevens, who was patiently waiting for his opportunity to hop on the radio. But, Jay Stevens got in on the video stream. And Brian Santiago is looking at him like, hey, so who's our guy over here?
We have a correspondent from Lubbock. Would like to ask a question.
Rocking that mustache, he's like, "Oh boy, is this somebody coming in from Lubbock here?"
That's either hockey or Lubbock.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, Sports Roulette. Let's dial it up, Lloyd. Spin that wheel.
NBA Finals tonight.
Game number 4 tonight in Madison Square Garden. You're taking the Knicks to go up 3-1. I'm going to go Spurs, even in this thing up at 2-2, but either way, we should. And look, if the first 3 games are any indication, we're going to have some drama in the fourth quarter in this thing.
Shoot us your picks. Tweet them to us because I want to see what it's looking like out there in Scotty G and Coach World, what y'all are thinking. But I do think the Knicks, after losing, that was a really, really hyper crazy environment, and I think everything will kind of get settled down a little bit. They'll lean more into the experience. They'll have some counters for the Castle matchup, and I think they'll answer the bell.
I've heard coaches say it's not about the first action; it's about the next action. And the Spurs are going to do everything you can to at least they did in that first game to take you out of that first action. So how do you respond? And then overall, look, in terms of not just plays, but the emphasis of the game, all right, so San Antonio showed their hand on what they want to do. Do they keep that in game 4? Do they alter something else to try to anticipate what you're going to alter to that? I mean, that's the chess match, which is so much fun in basketball.
Yeah, when we talk scheme, especially on the radio, I like to keep it simple. But in general, the 2 matchups I'm looking forward tonight is that Towns Castle and what they're going to do to try to free up Towns in that regard, and also utilize him maybe down in the post more to counter him being guarded by a small. The problem with that is Wemby's lurking, and that's the reason they're sticking him there, is Wemby can then play off and lurk behind. So that's one thing I want to watch. On the other side, it's Karl Anthony Towns. Defensively, it's, what does he do now tonight? Because Wemby's got to be feeling himself a little bit. He was walking barefoot in the Garden. Yeah. He was drawing statues in Central Park. So he's the least bit concerned. And I think, tonight's a night where the Knicks have to answer the call of physicality the Spurs brought to the game the other night and maybe get a flagrant of their own or a near flagrant of their own tonight to start the game. I do have a feeling, though, that start's going to be important. You feel like feel like the Spurs or the Knicks, you feel like the Knicks get off to a good start tonight?
I think the Knicks are going to jump out. It wouldn't surprise me if they're up by 8 after the first quarter. Now, I don't think the game's going to continue that way, but I could see the Knicks being like, all right, time to right the ship here. We got a little embarrassed on our home ice, on our home court.
We're already hockey guys.
I know, right? I'm just eat, drink, and breathe in hockey right now. But I do think that they'll be like, okay, let's go. We're going to go right out of the gate. It's been a storyline throughout the series that the Knicks are starting slow. So let's right the ship. Let's be off to a better start. Let's channel that energy from the home crowd. I think the Knicks are going to start out just in fuego. Now, the Spurs will reel them back in and we'll have a game. But I do think you're going to see a huge onslaught right out of the gate from New York.
Do you feel
which means the Spurs will be up by 10 after the first quarter?
Well, no. That's not – dude, you've been right the last couple nights.
Yeah, we've had a couple of good ones.
These Diet Cokes you owe me go back 2 weeks ago where you were wrong. Right?
Yeah. But who's counting?
I'm not. Certainly not. I'm just thirsty.
Yes.
But I like we are in this. This is a playoff series you've got to watch.
Mm-hmm.
If you love basketball, there have been some that, just don't waste your time. They're not that interesting, but these are fun. So the kind of the dialogue between games, you get a feel for where teams are going to go, and then you get to see it out there tonight. So Game 4 tonight, or Game 5 tonight. Is it Game 4 tonight?
Game 4 tonight.
Game 4 tonight, and I'm saying 3-1, and you're saying it's going back to San Antonio 2-2.
All right, Lloyd, spin it.
If you are the GOAT.
So look who's the headline's a little rough. When you read the stuff, it actually makes sense. But LeBron James weighing in on who's better, him or Michael, and he's saying me.
Well, I choose me, is what he said, basically, which is no surprise.
Yeah, but then he also said, but, Michael would say the same thing. But, of course, the headline is that LeBron on GOAT debate, taking nobody over me. Well, you know what? I hope everybody has the same kind of confidence about their job. Like, all right, who's the best at doing your job? Well, it's me. I'm the best. You want to have that same kind of – so as much fun as it is to take shots at LeBron, I'm actually going to let him pass on this one.
Okay, I'm going to actually counter that with just one thing. I think it's okay to think it. But I don't know if I've heard Michael Jordan ever say, I'm the greatest player to ever play this game. I think he lets others say that.
Yeah.
The only other GOAT I knew that proclaimed they were a GOAT was Goat Boy from Saturday Night Live.
Goat Boy.
And he was half man, half goat. So you had, damn, Goat Boy. That's kind of how I feel like LeBron. He has to tell you he's Goat Boy.
I
just don't like it.
All right. Okay, so let me ask you this. Let's pretend we're in this interview. You're LeBron, and I'm like, hey, LeBron, a lot of conversation out there as to who's the best, the greatest of all time. It always comes down to you or Michael. How would you respond to that? What's your answer to that?
I don't think it matters what I think. I think the greatest of all time is decided by somebody else. And, if my legacy's big enough, they'll latch on to it. So let's do the other. He said it more respectfully.
Yeah.
But just let that run off.
By the way,
the Dave Rose theory of media, less is more.
Did they give you media training? That was well done by you.
No, that was the only thing he told me when I first got the job. He said, when dealing with the media, remember, less is more.
They're like, and those guys are going to be out to get you. There's some gotcha radio hosts out there, that one guy that has the initials P and K that are coming for you.
GM.
Yeah, GM. Oh,
he'll get you good.
GM's always out to get you. I got to call him.
I love GM.
He called me the other day. I haven't had a chance to get back to him.
I love that man.
I love him like a father.
And
that's not an age thing. That's just a mentor thing.
Like Godfather of the business. You learned
absolutely.
a ton.
Yeah.
And we're speaking of the great Gordon Monson, of course. I got to just meet him in the periphery of beginning. You gave me the opportunity to start doing jazz stuff. So I'd come on the heels. We'd always come on the heels of their show and jump on. And it was awesome. I got to know him, and he was way less stuffy and grouchy than I expected.
I know.
He was very good to me.
He, there's that stereotype of him, but Gordon is actually, and I think he'll be upset with me saying this because I don't think he wants it out there. Gordon is actually one of the best human beings on the planet, bar none.
Especially one with an Alfa Romeo.
Yes, that's true.
Because that eliminates a lot of people.
That does eliminate. All right, let's sneak in one more, Lloyd.
Beginner's luck. Actually, this kid is good.
So I know baseball is kind of the sport that's being played right now that, nobody's that into it unless you're into it. I love baseball.
Yeah.
And I talked about prospect Braden Montgomery. He's a guy you want to get his trading cards. You want to get his Bowman first.
Investment in this guy. Invest in this guy right now.
And you may say it's crazy, but that is a heck of a – I mean, I have so many young Bowman prospects that have become guys, and there's real money in it. So it's a cool, kind of fun way to track it. But this is a guy who all the time they're saying, hey, this is going to be a great one. And he made his MLB debut last night. There are 12 new players that have come up through the ranks. They're kind of in a redo. I guess they're always in a redo with the White Sox. But Montgomery came up last night and was the first major league player since 1900 to hit a walk-off home run in his MLB debut.
How about that? A walk-off home run in his first at-bat.
6'5". Not first at-bat, in his MLB debut.
Oh, I thought you meant in his, okay.
Right,
Sorry.
he played, yesterday started, and he basically won him the game.
I thought, all right.
So, yes, he's young, and he's been talked about a ton, but in game one, he delivered.
Walk-off
So go
home
get
run.
his card.
Go get that card. Do you have one?
I have several.
Attaboy. My guy.
The one dude I tracked a couple years ago, I found an article. There's a kid in the Red Sox
system, yeah.
And I just kind of liked what I read and started reading. Like, people are saying he could be a Derek Jeter type guy for the Red Sox. So I went in on him.
Yeah.
And he was just named the third best prospect in all of baseball. That's a good move for that series of cards.
Yes. Nice. All right. We'll wrap this thing up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, when you're banged up, you're dealing with some injuries, it's keeping you off the golf course, it's keeping you off the basketball court, and you're just thinking, well, I'm old now. That's just the way it is. No, you can get it checked out, and you can get back on the court. You can get back on the course with the same doctors that are doing the same for the Utah Mammoth, RSL, for the University of Utah teams, and the Utah Jazz. It's University of Utah Health, here to help you when you need them most. And there's multiple ways in which you can get that health care you deserve. You can get telehealth options. They offer that. They've got a wide variety of clinics up and down the Wasatch Front, and they've got the granddaddy of them all, University of Utah Hospital, named the #1 hospital in the state of Utah 11 years in a row, courtesy of U.S. News and World Report. Time to get you back to your playing condition that you want to be at so you can have a great quality of life, and University of Utah Health can help. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee, and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Greg's hanging out with us. RGS Exteriors. Hey, look, we think you need to be calling RGS because, well, frankly, it's the right thing to do, and nobody does a better job. But you're not above bribery, Greg.
We're not. We like to add a little extra if you want to get us out there.
And what better way to enjoy the outside of your home than to look at it while you're firing off your smash burgers on your Blackstone grill?
Yep. Or your pizza oven. It depends on which one you like.
Oh, okay. Pizza ovens too. Huh?
Yep. So with qualifying purchases, we still have some Blackstones. So that promotion's still running right now until we run out.
I love it. So all you have to do is call RGS. And again, information's power. You just want to have an insight with somebody who knows how to address your home, what it's going to take, what the process is going to look like, what roughly budget-wise you need to be at, and then you can do whatever you want with that information, but let's get it.
Yeah, it's just have us come out there, it's a free estimate.
Yeah.
It's not like we don't charge you. We come out there, we'll appraise. If you don't know your siding's bad, let us come tell you whether it is or isn't, or your gutters if they need replaced. We will do that for you. It's not a problem. We want to help you, give you information. Like I said, the more you're informed, the happier you're going to be.
And then I think peace of mind, the thing that I always associate with y'all is the generations that y'all have been here. It's family owned, and there's a pride factor involved. So when people get involved with you, the job is going to get done right.
Yeah, it is. We take pride in that, and that's how we've been around for 5 generations, is the fact that we do stand behind our work. We do it the way it's supposed to, as our motto says, old school craftsmanship with a modern touch.
Yeah, no doubt. And you guys have been around for 5 generations because you treat people right. You know what? All you have to do is go look at the reviews, and you'll find out pretty quickly that people love RGS.
Yeah, yep. We love what we do, and we love to help you fix your house.
Rain gutters, whether it's the outside of your home, complete overhaul. You got that old 90s stucco. Your wife's been saying, we got to get rid of this. You're like, I know, but I'm not ready yet, or whatever. You've just been putting it off. Don't put it off anymore. There's no time like the present.
Get that deck, and your family can stay outside when it's nice and cool, and hang out outside.
Let's go. Enjoy it. Hey, Greg, thanks so much, man. We appreciate it.
Oh, I love having you guys here. Appreciate
Thanks so
you guys.
much.
RGS Exteriors, give them a call right now, and let's get you squared away. It is 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stop?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
First, at Shriners Children's, the world's most advanced scoliosis procedures are born here. In fact, we deliver access to the world's best doctors for nearly every pediatric orthopedic condition. Where delivering care without compromise is our promise. And kids can just be kids. Because being first always starts with empowering the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildren's.org.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us part of your day, no matter how you may be listening. The old-fashioned way on the radio, streaming, KSLSports.com, watching us on either KSLSports.com or the YouTube, or shout out to our friends from the future who may be, I hate this,
absorbing us
via podcast.
Allow us to be absorbed. Please.
Weird. So weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Big time.
So weird. Yeah, Ben, how you doing over there? You doing well?
Good.
Man, scary. We were just talking about scary fire on what would that be? The west side of
Ensign Peak,
Ensign Mountain, or whatever mountain leads to Ensign Peak.
Yeah.
Because not on the peak. It looks like it could be affecting some homes up there.
Yeah. You know, hoping for the best for everybody.
Scary stuff.
Just evacuations and no property damage, and then, of course, certainly no danger to humans.
But I know we've had a couple of fires in the Saratoga Springs area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there one in the Orem area already? And it seems a little early to be starting this mess. I hope it's not a sign of things to come.
Agreed.
As somebody who doesn't live that far from
right.
canyons or
right.
the side of a mountain.
Yep.
But, scary stuff. Quite something to drive into work to.
Sending our best.
Yeah, certainly
to
that.
everybody over there.
And to our fantastic first responders and all that, heroes. I saw them screaming down 3rd West, headed out that way as I was coming in. People who drive toward it as opposed to run away. True bravery. Anyway, thanks to all those good folks, and hope the best happens out there. I was kind of trying to look for news of it, Ben, and it's new enough. There's not a ton out there yet. So.
Yeah, there's a story that just went up at KSL.com.
Is there?
Yeah.
Wow. Sending good vibes and best wishes to anybody affected by that. And that's so close to the city.
Yeah.
I remember in my youth when Mount Olympus caught on fire, and it didn't even get that close, and it was quite the uproar.
In fact, KSL right now has live video from Chopper 5.
Do they?
Which doesn't always go up. But, yeah, you can see they're circling around the mountain. So,
dude, pays to have a chopper at your disposal. Thank you very much. Delivering news you can't get anywhere else.
Put some water bottles in there. Drop them over the fire.
When are we going to get Christian up in that thing to do live traffic reports?
Hopefully soon.
When can we get that to happen?
As soon as possible.
When there's not an emergency to be covered by Chopper 5, of course. When can we get Christian up there?
Chopper Christian? He won't do car crash Christian.
I don't know. Chopper Christian does.
Okay.
I don't know.
We can change his name then. Chopper Charlie. Chopper Charlie.
See, that would be better.
That sounds like a Vietnam thing.
It does. You might be the enemy. Chopper Charles, maybe. We go with the
Chuck.
Chopper Chuck. Okay. Chet. Or Chopper Chester.
Chopper Chester.
Yeah, there we go.
We figured it
out.
out.
I'm so...
Because he looks a little bit like Chet. You look like a much handsomer Chet. You look like Chet not trying to squish his face through a doorway.
That's such an insult. I don't think you look anything like that guy. Can we all take a beat and just say how happy we all are that we don't have to watch that bozo play basketball anymore? That's the only redeeming part of the finals. I don't have to watch Chester lay down out there like the softest player to ever come around that they're going to max out.
No Chester not playing. Yeah, he's already been maxed out. That contract starts in like 21 days.
Good luck with that, softy.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got some decisions to make.
Man, he was bad.
He was.
Do you think they're having buyer's remorse? Trade Chester now before the rest of the league figures out how bad he is.
Certainly one of the hard conversations to have of just like, we're really close to winning a championship. We've won a championship. How do we keep the window alive? It's like not even a fun conversation to have if you're the Thunder. You don't get to enjoy it long.
No, I mean, examples around here. The Jazz really had to figure out a way to trade Ennis Cantor before the rest of the league figured out how bad he was.
Yeah.
Speaking of Sam Presti, one of his finer moves, giving Ennis a max extension. Not only trading for Ennis.
Yeah, gave up a first.
And then maxed him out.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah.
Genius. No, Presti is really good, but he has some
He has
stinkers.
misses, absolutely.
But he's been doing the job for 100 years, so I guess who doesn't? But yeah, trading for Cantor in the first place, then maxing him out.
Yep.
Max this guy out immediately. No, but we've seen that. That was the conversation around Dante Exum for a while, right? God, I got to move off him before the rest of the league figures out.
Yep. And they did.
He can't play. They probably waited too long on that. I know you love Jordan Clarkson, and he was a difference maker. If they traded him 2 seasons earlier, I bet they would have gotten a lot more.
Yeah, he's just always hurt.
But that was
hard
the thing.
To trade a hurt player.
It was the promise of what would be, right? I mean, actually, Joel Embiid, maybe the biggest impact he's had on the league or will have on the league in the long term, is he will forever be the example of what if this player actually gets healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Like how many chronically injured players will not only be drafted, but retained for an excruciating amount of time because you'd be like, well, Joel Embiid turned into the MVP.
And he's unique even amongst the Grant Hills and the Brandon Roys and the oft-injured players of the world that whenever he is healthy, he seemingly rebounds right back to being MVP form right away. Like really quickly he gets there and he can help you win a series over the Boston Celtics and then literally not be able to play the next series.
Grant Hill was a funny one because he was one significant injury.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of water under the bridge before he had that significant injury that everybody seems to forget about.
He was truly one of the best players of the 90s.
And he was so good for Detroit. And then remember, he left the Pistons and signed with the Magic, which was super controversial, and then got hurt almost immediately and was never the same player ever again.
Yeah.
Which is more freakish, I would say. But, yeah, I mean, like what I guess Russell Wilson or Rusty Wilson or maybe even Drew Brees did for short quarterbacks for a while in the NFL. How many crappy short quarterbacks were taken because everybody's like, well, look at Rusty. Let Rusty cook. He's like 5'8".
Grant Hill signed with the Magic, played 4 of the first 6 games, and missed the rest of the season, and then was basically never right again. That was his first year in Orlando.
Yeah, it was like right away.
Yeah, one of the worst signing luck we've ever seen. Some of the worst.
Still got voted to start on the All-Star team.
Yes, he did. Despite playing 4 games.
Oh, he was so popular.
Yeah, and great, worthwhile. I mean, truly one of the great players in the league.
Although had to split Rookie of the Year, if you'll remember.
Jason Kidd?
Yeah.
Well, Jason Kidd was also a very good player.
I thought Grant Hill was robbed.
Yeah, not to get lost in Grant Hill, but his first, 6 seasons in the NBA, he made an all-star team all but one of the years. The year he didn't make it, he still finished all-NBA second team and was top 10 in MVP voting. He was top 10 in MVP voting from his second year to his 6th year every single season. He was absurdly good.
He was awesome.
Yep.
Everybody thinks about Christian Laettner when they think about those Duke teams, but Grant Hill was by far the best player on those teams, and he was a great NBA player. And then, one injury totally threw off what should have been.
Then didn't he get an infection in the hospital and all kinds of scary stuff?
It was,
almost Alex Smith-esque.
And just culminated in him playing again, but barely.
Yeah, not to that level.
I got a chance to interview him, Ben, at the very beginning of my career, and I'm trying to remember what team he was on. I think it was Phoenix.
Probably Phoenix.
And I remember it so vividly because I was a legit Grant Hill fan. And I remember I had Grant Hill Feelers. I told you that was like my first pair of expensive basketball shoes was Grant Hill's Feelers. but he was kicked up on the training table. It was the times when you actually went into the visitor locker room. He didn't need to really talk. Certainly, he was getting treatment, right?
Sure.
I mean, he wasn't even, and he called us over.
Oh, wow, very cool.
Called us over and answered every single question. And I peppered him with like 2 or 3 because I was pretty stoked because it was Grant Hill. And maybe it's my lens of looking through it. But coolest dude ever.
Yeah, very cool.
And again, maybe it's one of those things where he could have been the biggest jerk in the world, and I would be like, whoa, coolest guy ever.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
That's never been his reputation. I've never heard anyone call Grant Hill a jerk.
But I thought it was cool that he called us over.
Yeah.
Because usually, and with good right, when they're getting treatment or stuff, they don't want to be bothered by media.
For a lot of guys, sitting on the table means not talking.
But he could tell that everybody was kind of hanging around and being like, okay, I want to talk to Grant Hill. Come on over.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it was cool. Shout out to Grant Hill, who I think is a decent broadcaster, too.
Yeah, solid. Not perfect, but solid.
Should not be put on Duke games. I know today's not Tuesday, but can we do a Hot Take Tuesday? Former players of the team should not be allowed to broadcast those teams' games.
Does that include NBA?
Yes.
Well,
you don't like CJ Miles, huh?
No, I'm not talking about the home broadcast per se.
Yeah, national broadcast.
I'm talking about national broadcast. NBA may be a little different because they're such mercenaries. I mean,
there's so much player movement.
There's so much player movement now. Who's really loyal to a franchise or whatever? But like having Jalen Rose on a Michigan game is obnoxious. Or Grant Hill on a come on, you find somebody else for this game.
You can always find somebody else.
You can always find somebody else that didn't go to the school. Or my favorite. So here's one for the NBA. Do you remember Mark Jackson doing Golden State games?
Right after?
Right after?
Yeah.
Oh, the bitterness that would seethe through
he had it.
into his broadcast was quite remarkable. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll need to massage that one a little bit.
I think RG3 does a good job wherever he's talking. Whether he's talking Baylor, he's always interesting to listen to, in my opinion.
Robert Griffin?
Yeah.
I like him because he has something to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if what he says is all that insightful all the time, but I do get frustrated with former athletes and coaches who are scared to say anything.
Yeah.
I find that obnoxious, and that is not him.
Correct.
Why did he got canned from ESPN for some reason? Why was that?
I honestly don't know. I don't know if they were doing cuts, but he was on the way up, certainly.
And now, he got fired from Fox too, right?
Is he out?
He must be, I don't know. I'll have to double check that. Don't
Might be expensive.
He might be difficult behind the scenes,
he might be.
Ben. He might be like you, who's just, I mean, you think Ben's hard to deal with on the air. My Atlanta, you should see him off the air.
Off.
Prima Donna doesn't do it justice.
At all.
All right. Ben, should we jump in? Really, the big story of the day continues to be the gambling thing, which I find annoying because I was who was I listening to? I was listening to Brian Santiago B on with Tim and Scotty. And by the way, it was really good. You should go back and give it a listen, and we'll play some cuts from it today because he did talk about what's going on. But he said how Tim asked him to talk about the vibe of the meeting because he can't really talk about it, and he kind of repeated himself a couple of times saying, "Oh, it's so complicated, and it's such a complicated thing." And I was so screaming through my radio, "No, it's not complicated.
It's not that complicated.
Gambling has never been complicated. The situation is not complicated at all." In fact, and by the way, I'm not coming at Brian Santiago because I'm sure behind the scenes with the courts and all that stuff, it could seem complicated. I guess what I'm saying is it should not be all that complicated. And Ben, we can get to the Kirby whole cut comment here in a moment, and I think you should read it because I always get stuck reading these mile-long garbage excuse statements, and you're a better reader than me.
I'll try.
And this one happened. Now, this is practical, okay? Because you have shamed me into not wearing my glasses because of this horrible drop that we constantly play.
He's not going to play the right
Like that?
Wrong.
No, wrong.
Wrong. Fail. Glasses.
No, we don't. No, you don't get to play it if you didn't hear it. That shouldn't be a rule because you should play like that every single time. But that particular drop, if he misses it, he missed out.
Where is his
I even set it up.
without his glasses.
Correct.
I even set it up for the YouTube people. You could see me doing this.
And we
like,
both
go
stared at
ahead and play
Christian
it.
waiting.
And if you missed that, you can't play that. Like that. Lame.
Like that?
But this statement is so long.
It is. The text is quite small.
The print is so small. I really struggled reading it.
Do you want me to read it now?
If you would.
I've watched the reaction to, again, this is the athletic director from Texas Tech. I've watched the reaction to Monday's court ruling with great respect for my colleagues across college athletics. Many of them are people I admire, but I also owe it to Texas Tech and, frankly, to the truth to offer a few facts that seem to be getting lost in the noise. Brendan Sorsby has not played a single down of football as a Red Raider. He will miss the first 2 games of the 2026 season. Under the terms of the court's ruling, what happens after that will depend in no small part on how his recovery continues to progress. We're taking it one day at a time. As is he, we'll evaluate the recovery, compliance, and readiness as we go. We are watching closely. We are deeply committed to his progress and well-being. We are not operating on blind faith. We are operating on a comprehensive clinical and compliance structure that we committed to before the court ruled in Brandon's lawsuit against the NCAA, and that Brandon committed to a condition as a condition of his return to our football program.
Hold on.
Okay.
Take a deep breath.
Yep.
You got a long way to go.
I know,
So
this
you
isn't
need
even
to.
close.
We got a long way to go. All right, keep going.
Texas Tech is not party to Brendan's lawsuit. We did not file it. We did not fund it. A young man in treatment for a clinically diagnosed addiction exercised his legal right to seek a remedy in court, and a judge agreed with him. Our role has been to support him in this conflict.
In his recovery.
Sorry, I looked at the wrong paragraph. Not to engineer his eligibility. I've heard the word integrity used a great deal.
You need some water?
In the last 48 hours, as someone who has dedicated his career to college sports, I too believe integrity is central to our industry's success. I also think integrity applies on more than one front. The integrity of the sport matters. So does the integrity of how we treat a 22-year-old who sought help, entered residential treatment, and is working every day towards recovery. Those two things don't have to be in conflict.
All right, we're about halfway there.
I have 2 sons, including one who recently graduated from Texas Tech and played football throughout this process. I keep asking myself, how would I approach this situation if it were my own son? Let me be clear about what Texas Tech position actually is. We're glad Brandon is still part of our community because that's where we can extend him the best possible support in his ongoing recovery, clinical care, device monitoring, financial oversight, outpatient therapy. That infrastructure exists because we take our responsibility to this young man seriously. We spent Monday after the judge's ruling getting those systems stood up for him, not thinking about X's and O's. Pulling him out might be a cleaner headline, but it wouldn't be the right one, and it wouldn't be true to our institutional values that guide us every day.
One more paragraph.
To my colleagues, I understand the frustration. The situation is hard. It is new, and there's no perfect answer. The system we're operating within is binary, but the situation is not. We are open to ongoing conversations about how to best handle these issues as an industry going forward. We will continue to be transparent in our decision-making. Most importantly, we will keep doing what we always have done, put our students first. Kirby Hocutt.
Yeah, sure you do. All right, Ben, how you doing over there? You okay? How's the jaw? Is it a little?
Yeah, I've got a weird headache now.
Yeah, a little sore. I've said for a long time because I've read, as have you, so many of these statements. And listen, the longer it is, the less you should take it seriously.
Yeah, the less truthful
because with PR stuff with simple explanations, you can knock it out of the park in a paragraph. Boom, end of story. If you want to fluff it up a little bit and make it too, okay. But this is longer than some of the papers I wrote in college,
right?
which is hilarious. But now that you've recovered, I want to give you first bite at the apple because I have many thoughts, but you did just put all that effort into it.
Well, my first thought is what they did say and what they did not say.
Okay.
And where my eyes go to immediately is Texas Tech is not party to Brandon's lawsuit. We did not file it. We did not fund it. Sure, Texas Tech, the school, didn't fund it. But did Cody Campbell fund it? Did your donors fund it? Yeah, not everything has to funnel through the school. Mm-hmm. Your NIL can pay for whatever it wants to pay for.
So money is fungible, you're saying?
Money is fungible.
Yeah,
exactly. You. We hear Ryan Smith didn't give any money to BYU to get AJ DeBonsa there. But did he fund the suites that now somebody else didn't have to pay for, which allowed you to go get AJ DeBonsa or anything along those lines? It doesn't just have to be Ryan. That's just an example of, we know Ryan donates to BYU, and we know BYU has money to get other players or has used other NIL money to get different players. It's fungible. It all gets moved around.
It's like when my Nana gets me money for my birthday.
Yes.
And I tell her, I'm going to buy a new set of headphones.
Mm-hmm.
The money goes into the bank account.
Correct. Different money.
And when I remember or not to use that, like, hey, I've got Nana money.
Yeah.
Maybe that happens, maybe it doesn't. Maybe that money goes to keep the electric bills on back when I was a much poorer person. But when I talked to my Nana, I said, thank you for the new undershirt or whatever. But anyway, stupid example.
That's the first thing that jumped out to me.
Okay, but he said what they didn't.
And then the second thing to me simply is that there's just absolutely zero way they are not planning on putting him on the field. Overall, reading it, pulling back to 30,000 feet, they said he's not taken a snap yet as a Red Raider. In fact, he's going to sit out 2 games, which means he's going to be playing in Game 3 when conference play opens for them. I mean, that's what I pull from it most.
Okay, yeah, I see eye to eye, certainly with those conclusions. To back up what you're talking about, minutes after this was released, and you can go see half a dozen college football reporters who reported this, they said that Texas Tech will fight any action against them from any conference and any team, not included in the statement, but leaked to the press.
Right.
Which is absolutely strategic to do, because you release this garbage and then you say your true intentions sneakily, privately, and then leak it out that way to ward off the blowback from the entire, NCAA, the rest of the NCAA. So it's really curious. But can I tell you a couple things that drive me nuts about this statement? The things you pointed out, certainly. Second of all, quit rubbing this kid's recovery in my face.
Yeah.
That actually has nothing to do with anything. All that has to do with is you trying to soften everything by pretending you have somebody's best interest at heart. Second thing that really bugs me is you, Kirby Holcutt, you, Raider Nation, you, Texas Tech University, are not this person's parent. It is not your responsibility to get him treatment. It is not your responsibility to hold his hand in an accountability process. That is not your role in life. That does not soften anything. That does not make anything okay. The actions require accountability. And you can take the Tiger Woods cheats on his wife approach and go to sex counseling. And it doesn't make a difference. You still have to be accountable for your actions.
Correct.
So don't tell me that you're looking out for the best interest of the kid, because you're not. And he's not a kid, by the way.
That's a big
absolutely
part of
an
it.
adult.
I'm totally with you.
100% an adult. But don't pretend like you're looking out for this person, because you're not. You want your quarterback to play Game 3, period, end of story. And you feel like you got away with one because you absolutely did, and now you're trying to fend off the blowback because I don't think they thought that the ruling was going to go in their favor.
Agreed.
I think they thought that they'd be let off the hook by the judicial system, because that's probably what should have happened. But it didn't. And now they can have a chance to get their quarterback, as you so point out. But they also can't. They have to shovel a bunch of S to try and push it through. And we'll see if it works. But it is eye-opening that they would release this. Well, we don't know what we're going to do, and we're actually just hoping for the best outcome for this young person, because we are so good and so just and just want to help our students. Sure you do. Sure you do. And then leak later, you're going to absolutely go after anybody that tries to cancel any sort of anything or not play you, any conference or any team, and that comes out right after. Please. The Raiders should do the right thing here, and they're not going to.
This is from Joseph Duarte. Joseph Duarte covers the University of Houston and the Big 12 for the Houston Chronicle. Joey McGuire, the head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders football team, was asked if anything could still happen to prevent Brendan Sorsby from playing the season. He says week 3 against Houston is, quote, still a stretch. He's recovering from an addiction. Okay. I've sat down with this young man, and what he's going through is serious. Now, it did allow him to go and play at Cincinnati all of last year and start his career at Indiana. So while he was battling all of this, his thumbs were just torched from being on FanDuel all weekend.
But don't worry, we've got his passwords.
We got his passwords.
We got his
monitoring
passwords. We're making sure that he's only playing solitaire on that thing. I assure you, we've got it all covered.
This
That's
is
such
so gross.
It's so gross.
It's so gross what Texas Tech is doing. By the way, our friend Moe Jaguar, who told you to, whatever he told you to do, locked up his account. He went private.
Did he really?
Yeah, I just looked him up.
Stop it.
Yeah, he locked up his account. Not Joey Maguire.
Hey, after
Moe
that,
Jaguar, who went after Jake.
After that, Bozo got me steamrolled by all those Raider Nation.
Well, no, that was the BYU guy who also listens to Texas, who's also a Texas Tech fan, who listens to our show. Moe Jaguar was just the harshest of all the fans coming at you.
True. He's the one who said good morning to everybody except for Jake Scott, F that guy or something like that.
Yeah. No, he's locked up his account.
You know what I
hiding.
You know what I didn't do? I didn't lock up anything.
He didn't go into hiding.
I didn't lock up anything. I just laughed and then held it against Texas Tech from there on out, which I still do. I'm actually happy that guy's suffering some personal pain.
Yeah, he's embarrassed, clearly.
Good, he should be.
Yeah, you know what? If you're a Texas Tech fan,
you should be embarrassed.
Not because of anything you did.
Oh, yeah.
But your coach is saying this, your athletic director is saying this, your leading donor is saying this, who runs your entire program. It is pathetic, and you should be embarrassed for your team.
No, they should be personally embarrassed. They're bad people. They support a bad university. Hey, I'm on Team Mike Leach. Those bozos deserve whatever's coming.
It's such a mess. Oh, it's so stupid.
It's so stupid. Just tell them you don't want to play. Hey,
yeah,
you're not playing. You can't play here anymore.
Yeah, right. We've kicked you off the team. Kids get kicked off for
all the time.
Way less.
Way less.
You're not good enough. You can't play here. Way less.
You
Sorry, we got to eat
meeting.
the money. You got $7 million. Fine. Whatever it costs to get you here, $4 million. I don't care. Our fault. We shouldn't have invested in you. That was our problem.
Some former walk-on listening to the show right now is like, I got cut for falling asleep at meetings.
By the way, kids get kicked off of teams for drinking without an addiction, for partying without an addiction, for doing any type of drug, even marijuana, even if it's not an addiction. But if you're good enough, maybe you don't.
That's all gone. We busted you trafficking cocaine. Got an addiction. You can't fight. You can't cut me. Sorry.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? We're trying to do right for this kid.
It is gross. That's the right word. It is totally gross. And you know what? Here's what you always have to add because they rub it in your face. I hope this person gets right. That goes without saying that I hope this person betters their life, and gambling is 1,000% an addiction. But it does not mean you get to escape accountability for breaking rules, specifically regarding your addiction.
Jake, when somebody has a sex addiction, you don't take them to the bunny ranch and say, prove it that you don't have it anymore. Brendan Sorsby is betting on sports, and their rehab is going to be put him on the field?
Take him to the bunny ranch. That is the most funny, apt comparison I think we could come up with.
They're putting him on the field?
Do people like
to do the thing he just failed?
Do people like Christian understand, like I'm talking about in pure as the driven snow, like our friend Christian Esparza, do they know what the bunny ranch is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was a TV show, right?
That sounds like you know a little too much about it.
I've seen TikToks.
Yeah, there's a TV show. There was a TV show, which is the only way I know about it.
Well, the guy got elected to office and died, right?
This is in Nevada.
The owner got elected. No, the owner died before the election and still got elected.
Yeah, well, it's a Nevada hero.
I guess. Isn't that where Lamar Odom almost met his end?
Yes.
No,
that's another way.
Yeah, it's taking Tiger to the bunny ranch. That's exactly what it is. And they'd be like, don't worry, Elon. We're monitoring his every move.
His phone. I know his passwords.
That's really funny. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Shehan Jayaraja, CBS, joins us. We're all shocked. I know everybody's shocked. The only people that seem to be happy about this is Brandon Sorsby and Texas Tech coaches and fans. How shocked are you that this went down the way it did?
I thought that the case that the NCAA laid out was pretty reasonable. In sports in general, right, there is a bright red line around one thing, and it's that you do not gamble on sports and that you do not gamble on your own games. This is something that impacts impacts the perceived integrity of the sport. The idea that there are people on the playing surface who could be manipulating the game for whatever reason, right? And so that to me remains, in my eyes, a bright red line. This is really one of the first instances in sports, period, professional, college, any level, that we've seen it impacted like this.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright, energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials, J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, NBA Finals, Game 4 in New York. Can the Spurs tie it up?
I feel like I'm leaning towards New York here. I was feeling like I was leaning a little bit towards the Spurs in the last game. I suspect the Knicks are going to play, I think the way you described it on Tuesday yesterday was just kind of more their recent approach, not what we saw in Game 3, but kind of the more holistic approach as a team where everybody's getting involved. Cat just has to be a lot more aggressive. He took, 10 shots in this game and probably should have been up around 15.
Yeah, I think part of that is up to Jalen Brunson, obviously. Honestly, he needs to initiate and kind of run things more through Cat, which was so effective. And again, I can't believe I'm saying how important he has been to the Knicks' run, but he has been the key. And getting more out of Mikal Bridges has been a big deal, and that went away in Game 3. Do you think the Knicks will come out cheap-shotting Wemby, who did not get a flagrant after the NBA laughably said, "Oh, well, look at it"?
I can't believe they didn't retroactively give him a flagrant because that's twice now. They didn't suspend him, and then there's nothing on that video of him grabbing Jalen Brunson by the back of his neck and throwing him down that's a common foul. It's not a basketball move. It has nothing to do with basketball. It's clearly a flagrant foul. So their decision not to do it is bizarre to me. If anyone's going to do it, I guess it would be Jose Alvarado, who has fought bigger players throughout his career. He's just so little. But, yeah, is he just going to run through Wemby's back, and try and put him on the ground? Wemby is huge. I mean, you've talked about how much bigger he is than Chet Holmgren, Mr. Chester himself. I don't know, unless you're going to bring in some random person, Ariel Huck Party, to come in and take a cheap shot on Wemby. It's not like you can give Cat an extra foul. Like, Cat's always in foul trouble. That's the problem. Like, I don't know who you're asking to come out there and cheap shot him.
No, it's because all that talk is fake tough guy stuff, which is my complaint about Wemby too. The one who honestly is key is Karl Anthony Towns needs to play him tough, play him physical. Yeah. Because if you do come out and slide under Wemby and he goes out of the series, I mean, you're going to be if you're Jose Alvarado and you put Wemby out of the series with a dirty play, I mean, honestly, you're going to be persona non grata sooner rather than later. I mean, what happened to Zaza was out of the league in a year after he slid under Kawhi Leonard. I mean,
is there a chance we see Wemby in foul trouble over the first half of the game as a reflection of the referees saying we are wrong? Now, the referees don't like to admit they're wrong, but they will, throw Rudy Gobert out of a game after Rudy criticizes the coaching. Will they try and make it right by giving Wemby 2 fouls in the first 3 minutes of the quarter and then, a third foul early in the second quarter to make sure he's not on the floor?
Well, do they have money on San Antonio? Are they betting the over?
Right.
If they're betting the over, then yeah. If they're betting San Antonio, probably no.
On the flip side, Mike Brown did rail against the refs after the game for about 5 minutes, talking about what a bad job they did because I think San Antonio shot 10 more free throws in Game 3.
Well, let me ask you this. Who does the league want to win?
Well, they certainly want a long series.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they like having Wemby on the floor, clearly.
Send in Scott Foster, bro.
Keep it alive, the extender.
I didn't even pay attention because I was watching it on the plane for the most part. Who was it?
I think it was Tony Brothers.
Oh, yes, it was. It was definitely Tony Brothers.
I think he was the lead.
If Scott Foster's going tonight, Spurs win.
Okay. Let me see. I think I've got the officials here. Not for tonight's game, but for the last game. Anyways, neither here nor there. It was, jeez Louise, just show me who the officials are. Mark Davis, John Goebel, Curtis Blair. It was
not Tony Brothers.
Tony Brothers, I think, did Game 2.
Okay. And Coach Chiesa,
Mark Davis is terrible.
Coach Chiesa said something once that I found interesting, and he didn't say this in like a nefarious way like I do, that refs have money on it. But he could tell you, he could predict the outcome of the game based on the officiating crew.
Yeah.
And their tendencies and their relationship with players and all those things that unfortunately go into NBA refereeing.
Should not, but do, obviously.
I can't stand Chris Paul, but there's a reason he can't win a playoff game when Scott Foster referees. That's too much of a coincidence.
Right.
Who used to hose Tim Duncan all the time? Was it Pavetta?
No, it was Crawford.
Joey Crawford.
Joey Crawford.
It was Joey Crawford. Yeah.
Threw him out while he was sitting on the bench one time.
Hated Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
The only person on the planet that could possibly hate Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
There are people like me who didn't love Tim Duncan because they thought he was boring. But there's not a person on the planet that was like, I can't stand
Tim the bad person.
Yeah.
No one ever felt Tim the bad person.
Never was like, show you up guy. Was nicknamed the big fundamental. I mean, there was no reason to dislike the guy unless you're Joey Crawford. That's because you have to make it about you. And Joey Crawford did that a lot. But again, you see Scott Foster come into the gym. It's going San Antonio's way.
2-2. All right. What's next?
Number 2, Texas Tech threatening legal action if schools decide not to play them.
I don't know how they would enforce this other than teams that are already on the schedule. And then you say, well, then you have to pay the buyout for not playing us. Teams do have the right to not play you.
No, I mean, the threat in and of itself of going to court is a threat. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Like, don't even bother because it's going to cost you $1 million just to fight us on it.
And we have a guy who can pay it.
And we're perfectly willing to pay it. Yeah. So you might as well not do it. If the Big 12 banded together and told Texas Tech, hey, you this guy plays and you're out, I mean, they'd have to do it. But I don't know. I doubt the Big 12 has the stones. I thought, and we can play this later, I mean, Brian Santiago's answer when talking about, things he could talk about coming from that meeting, and he said that he has total confidence in Bert Yormark that the right course of direction will be drawn.
This turn from Cody Campbell, which isn't a turn, it's just he's actually pulling the mask off now. This is on with Dan Dakich, which don't get me started there either. All right, maybe we'll play it later. He was on for like 30 minutes. I'm not sure. Are you talking about the antitrust one? Okay. Well, no, you're not talking about the antitrust one.
Just read the quote.
I love when the Big Ten and K-State AD comes out and says, we have all gotten together and we've talked about how we're not going to play Tech. But guess what? That's collusion, Campbell said on Don't At Me with Dan Dakich. That's an antitrust violation. So have fun with that one, guys. You can't do that. I'm going to tell my dad on you. Cody Campbell. All right, Cody. This is embarrassing. You've gone from being everybody's favorite donor to everyone's least favorite donor in the country overnight.
Yeah, it's not a good one. Why are we even talking about this guy? You know what's so annoying about it is that we have to talk about boosters. Boosters have always been the enemy, which they should be.
Who was the guy at Oklahoma State forever?
T-Boone
Pickens.
Rest his soul. In fact, I don't think Oklahoma State has been the same in any sport since his passing.
Correct. They really matter. But I'm with you. Unfortunately, and Cody Campbell is a huge part of it. These guys are a huge part of it, and Cody Campbell's decided to make himself the face of it, but he's got all the money so he can do it. They've just so taken the sport off the field for me. They've taken it off the football field. They've taken it off the basketball courts to where most of the game now happens outside of it. Maybe that's always been the case, but we didn't have to know who every donor was. We didn't have to know who everybody was. Now Cody Campbell's just going to put himself in front of cameras and go on Dan Dakich when he wants to. It's obnoxious. And that's where the sport is being played now, is Cody Campbell on Dan Dakich's show, and no wonder it's awful. No wonder the sport stinks now. Congratulations. But we all know who Cody is.
I don't know if it's all his fault, but
it's not all his fault, but he's the face and representation of it today.
At the moment. All right.
Number 3, Carolina and Vegas tied 2-2.
Just a crazy series. I mean, you can't tell period to period what's going to happen because the regularity with which I've been, getting home, looking at my ESPN app and seeing it's 3-0 in favor of one team, only to recognize, oh no, that goal got called back, and now it's tied 3-3 going into the third period, throwing it up on the TV and watching the final period or whatever it is, it's so back and forth. There's no real ability by anybody to hold on to momentum, which, again, if we go back, that was a criticism of the Mammoth. Might just be the nature of A, Vegas, and B, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Well, the Hurricanes are obviously going to win.
You think?
They've got home court advantage now, right? They have home ice advantage.
Got home ice advantage now.
It's over. I mean, I know yesterday's game was in Vegas, but that was the first road victory of the playoffs, right?
these two have each won on each other's ice now.
Oh, one of those flukish things like the NBA bubble. If you're, are the Mammoth fans sitting at home watching this series going, how did this Hart guy forget how to
be a goaltender?
Yeah. He stinks.
Well,
he stinks out loud.
He's not been great in this
He
series,
was
for
awesome
sure.
against the Mammoth.
He was.
Goes to show that hot goaltender thing that they keep telling us about is a thing. And old Carter Hart has cooled off mightily.
Yeah, he has, big time.
You can't stop a thing anymore.
Yeah, three of the last 4 games he's been, or 2 of the last 3 games he's certainly been torched. So.
Get Christian out there. He'd do a better job.
Oh, Carolina won with their backup goaltender. So that was impressive as well. He hadn't played in a very long time. I think this is his first start of these playoffs, and they got the victory. So very impressive.
Outplayed old Carter Hart, huh?
Yep, he did.
Rough. But the Mammoths were so close. It's got to be frustrating for Mammoth fans, right?
I think a little bit. I think, by the end of that series, it certainly felt like Vegas was the better team. And what did they close it out? 5-1, something along those lines.
But they were up in every game.
But they were up in all the games before that, and certainly seems like they would have won the series in 5 had they just been able to hold on to those third period leads. So I'm sure there's some frustration. I think there's probably some optimism that there's a sense that they are maybe even closer than people thought.
Well, it's too bad the series is over. Carolina's going to win it.
I'll be curious. I'll be curious to see how Vegas responds now.
It's funny. Like I heard Scotty and the coach talking earlier about how the series now goes back to Carolina. Do you think most people know the city that they play in?
No, I don't know the city they play in.
Christian?
No.
Not Charlotte. They play in Raleigh.
Okay.
Which is the capital of North Carolina. But it is funny that do people, and there was a cut about this, right, where somebody to AJ DeBonsa called the city of Utah.
It was Gilbert Arenas.
We played that, last week.
Do you think most people know that the Jazz play in Salt Lake City?
Maybe more so because of the Olympics than people who know that the Carolina Hurricanes play in Raleigh. I don't know how many people know that they play in North Carolina.
That's just opposed to one of those Carolinas. Well, they play in Raleigh.
They play in Raleigh.
Yeah. Home of NC State.
So I think more people know. Here's the thing. I think more people know that the Jazz play in Salt Lake. I bet you fewer people know that AJ did not play high school basketball anywhere near Salt Lake City.
Or Provo,
for that matter. Or that Provo, while close to Salt Lake City, as far as a drive goes compared to a lot of major cities, 40 minutes, though, from Raleigh, you can get to Washington, D.C., I think, in 40 minutes.
Well, that is not even close to correct, but I get your point about the East Coast.
The East Coast, you could drive through a state in 90 minutes in certain cases. So, yeah, if you think Provo and Salt Lake are, right in the back door of one another or right in the backyard, that's not really the case either.
Raleigh is like right in the middle of the state and shockingly far from everything.
Okay. You can fly in there, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a big city. I mean, it has an NHL team.
500,000 people.
And that's just, but Chapel Hill, Durham, and Raleigh are all the same city.
I mean, that's twice the population of Salt Lake. So, yeah, big city.
Stay tuned. We will have more Jake and Ben for you coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Lots of companies do risk assessments to see how their supply chains are disrupted. Just like empires used to build navies to protect themselves from pirates, most businesses, large and small, have individuals or whole teams working to protect themselves from cyber threats. In polls, cybersecurity has ranked as the top concern for senior leaders in the last 5 years. When cybersecurity met artificial intelligence this year, a monster rose out of the sea and threatened to eat Tokyo. Sorry for the Godzilla reference. A new generation of disruptive pirates is using AI to attack your company. Globalization has created reliable supply chain that provide low-cost goods. It's not geopolitical conflict that will break the chain, but AI-driven cybersecurity. Learn more about the forces shaping businesses with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Utah weather doesn't play defense, but your deck can. DuraDeck creates a 100% waterproof barrier for decks and rooftops, blocking snow, rain, and ice, while protecting the space below and extending your deck's life. Installed by certified pros and backed by a 15-year warranty. This is protection you can count on. Or are you interested in becoming a trained DuraDeck installer? Learn more at DuraDeckUtah.com. DuraDeck, built to outlast Utah.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the small things, true care, truth brings. I'll take
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest, and listen every Thursday to the Jake and Ben Show for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Ben, this is breaking news like about a half an hour ago. Your guy, Schefter, on the mouse. Breaking the news, the Chiefs are adding 2 years to Patrick Mahomes' contract, tying him to to Kansas City through the 2033 season at a value of $504.75 million, making it the first NFL deal valued at over $500 million. Yeah, his agent and the GM of the team are excited.
I bet.
Well, remember, it's the NFL, so that the contract we'll never see the end of that.
Yeah.
It's just not how it works. And the guaranteed money is what matters. But there you go. Patrick Mahomes going to be making plenty of money. And probably will be the reason the Chiefs will never win again, because he's taking up all of their cap room.
Yeah, I mean, I get that he's the greatest player in franchise history, and he's won you some titles, but that's enough money to make it really difficult to compete. Let's see. It takes him through 2033, $500 million. What is that? 7 years. So he's around $80 million a year. Something around that number.
Well, I bet to get the 2-year extension, I bet they're doing some math to make more room, certainly in the short term. But yeah, it's the NFL. If you have a legendary quarterback, you got to lock that up.
Apparently.
Well, do you think they should trade Patrick Mahomes?
2033 Patrick Mahomes? Do you have to be locked into $80 million for a quarterback 8 years from now? I don't think you have to be.
How old is he going to be? Because Tom Brady was pretty good at that age.
He was. I am very skeptical and hesitant to compare anyone to Tom Brady. I mean, physically, they're completely different players. But
yeah,
LeBron saying, and I'm not blaming you for this, but like if you're a front office member and you're like, guys, LeBron's averaging 26-5 and he's 41 years old. Let's start betting on that. Like, that's insane. That's an insane $64 million a year. 500 over 9 years, I guess. I shaved a year off. Let's see. How old is Mahomes today? He's 30 years old. So we're 7 years from now. He'll be 37.
Yeah, fat guys can play forever, Ben.
You're in on him.
Look at Bartolo Colon. That dude played till he was like 50.
That dude's also the best.
You see a stupid logo on Texas Tech's statement?
No.
Yeah, that statement you were reading from the AD earlier. Everything that they're putting out, it's got the Texas Tech logo,
got Mahomes logo,
and then the stupid Patrick Mahomes logo.
Good times.
Good week for Texas Tech.
Let's see here. The new money. Did you read this part, Ben? The new money on his deal is worth $239 million.
So essentially, I mean, not truthfully, but essentially they're giving him a $100 million contract in those years.
Yeah? Well, the cap should be significantly higher.
It will be. That's what's crazy. Yeah, we are not far away from $100 million contracts per year across so many different sports. Basketball is going to get there really quick.
Football won't be the first one to hit it. Basketball won't either.
You think baseball is going to get there? I mean, it's already happening in soccer, I'd imagine, internationally.
Well, Ronaldo got that to play for the Saudis, right?
Yeah.
Is it $100 million a year?
Is that where he is playing?
Cristiano Ronaldo? Yeah.
So, American athletes.
Lloyd is excited to see Cristiano Ronaldo on the Portuguese national team coming up here. Salazar is very interested. He's bought in.
Yeah, baseball could probably get there. Shohei
might have already gotten there if he didn't give him that back-end deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'd have to work out what the total, if you did the total math and divided it per year, what it would actually be.
Now,
I still can't believe they're getting away with that contract.
They're facing a potential lockout, and we will see. It'll change some of these rules, so you can't continue to do what they did with Shohei. But,
guess what? The players are going to win.
Yeah, they will find a way to still make their money. I think we will find a cap of some sort.
Honestly, you know why? And part of the reason why the Baseball Players Union is as strong as it is? Because the gate in baseball still matters big time.
Yeah.
And in these other sports, you rewind back to the last NBA lockout, where they still basically got paid by the TV networks. Mm-hmm. That was their insurance for the owners, that they could hold out for as long as they wanted to, because they still had cash on hand thanks to their media rights deal, which was wisely bargained by David Stern, seeing that the lockout was coming and knew that would be their leverage. If they stop playing baseball games, they can't. I mean, the Dodgers will be fine, but
the White Sox will not be.
All those teams can't afford to do it. They can't afford to go to full stop. So the players always have the advantage in baseball because of the revenue stream and where it comes from.
Yeah.
They still have to sell tickets. The NBA couldn't sell another ticket ever again, and they wouldn't care.
Yeah, they'll still be okay.
The NFL, they don't care. That's all gravy.
Right.
In fact, speaking of Cody Campbell, that's what he wants to do with college sports. He wants to make it so they all pool their rights together and that everybody gets a piece of the pie, and they don't have to worry about conference splits and all that stuff anymore, or the gate for that matter.
Right.
All right. Stay tuned. We're going to talk some NBA. We're going to talk some NBA finals coming up next with Sean Powell. He covers the league for NBA.com. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And Wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can gift to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit ReplenishCompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They're playing basketball. We love that basketball. They're playing basketball. We love that basketball.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The NBA Finals continue on Game 4 in New York tonight. Let's talk about it with our next guest. He makes the magic happen for NBA.com. He's Sean Powell with us here on the Jacob Ben Show. Hello, Sean. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Sean, I want to talk about the Knicks and kind of the reputation they have. I think a lot of people, the narrative around them has been, well, they were up 2-1 in this series, or they were up 2-0 in this series because San Antonio just had to play a really rough series against Oklahoma City, and they're beat up. I'm sure that's part of it, but is that discrediting, you think, how good this Knicks team might actually be?
Well, I mean, it's a reasonable assumption that San Antonio did go through the fire there in a Game 7 with the defending champions. Meanwhile, the Knicks basically have taken a stroll in the park ever since they lost those 2 games to the Atlanta Hawks in the first round. But I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, the Spurs, again, they're battle-tested. They didn't have much rest. They had to endure a very tough physical series. And at the same time, the Knicks are good. So 2 things can be true. I don't think you win, 12, 13 straight games, whatever it was, by accident. And I think the Knicks got hot at the right time. Now, where they go from here, obviously, is the million-dollar question, and whether or not they can maintain what they started I guess late in the first round, all the way through the conference finals, and in the first 2 games in the NBA finals, whether they can regain that here in the next couple games.
What do you think was the difference in Game 3 for the Spurs?
I think the shots fell. First of all, Victor Wembanyama, his first two and a half quarters of the NBA Finals were pretty bad. And then he sort of got comfortable in his own skin. And he's played well in the last 6 or so quarters. And I get it. I know he missed that jump shot at the end of Game 2. But, it's a make-or-miss league. He probably makes that 7 out of 10 times. And I know he had that errant pass. But those things just happen. Unfortunately, it happened for them at the absolute wrong time. And by the way, people harp on that pass, but the Spurs still had a chance to win that game. And that shot goes down, that pass doesn't mean anything. So he's played well. And I think their defense on Jalen Brunson has been pretty good. Now, look, Brunson has made 2 shots in this series that won games, and people tend to forget that. They harp on his bad shooting percentage. But yeah, Brunson's got to play better. But when you've got Stephon Castle, you've got Victor Wembanyama, Vassell's played well defensively, and Dylan Harper, my goodness, a rookie, he's played very physical defensively. On Jalen Brunson, made him work, made him uncomfortable. I think that's really been the difference, in the last game and a half.
I think one of the dangerous things the Knicks might be facing is this Spurs team seems to be getting better as series get deeper. Obviously, they win those last 2 against Oklahoma City with their backs against the wall to close it out, but they didn't start particularly well. It was 1-1 against Portland. I know Wemby got hurt early in that second game, but they were clearly the dominant team by the end of the series. They closed out back-to-back wins over Minnesota in strong fashion, very dominant fashion there. If this series goes on longer, do you think it favors either the Spurs or the Knicks?
Probably the Spurs, if only because they really get their confidence. And I like how you put that they're sort of growing up. See, the fear around the NBA is you better get a championship now before the Spurs mature. And I would say the same thing about the Knicks in this series. You better start winning some games now while the Spurs are still trying to figure out, and they're starting to figure it out. And by the way, let's go back to those first 2 games that the Spurs lost. Yeah, they were at home and everything, but the Spurs had a chance to win those 2 games. Again, Victor Wembanyama makes that shot. They win Game 2. And in Game 1, they had a big lead. They just blew it. So the Spurs have been technically in every game. They just haven't finished well. Well, in Game 3, they finally figured out how to finish. And again, that's the big fear of the Knicks in this series. You can prey on their inexperience and the fact that they can be a little jittery and things like that early on. But eventually, a big fear in New York is the Spurs will start figuring it out.
Jalen Brunson gets a lot of headlines, and I deservedly so. But for me, and this may be my hot take, but I think Karl Anthony Towns has totally been the key to their success and his ability to play the big. The knock on him had always been he's a little bit soft to play the 5, and that hasn't been the case. should we be giving Karl Anthony Towns more credit?
I think he probably has received the credit he deserves. The guy has not scored in the fourth quarter in the NBA Finals. So that's very strange. And, he's played well. He's had his moments against Wemby, particularly early on in the series. Right now, I do like a finals MVP ladder. I have him number one. I can't give him greater respect than that.
Yeah.
If the series ends today, I would give him the MVP. So I don't know how much more praise I can put on him, although I don't think anybody in this series has been a hero. I don't think anybody in this series has been flawless. They've all had moments where they've looked kind of ordinary, and you can go to the stars. Wembanyama, Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper missing all those three-point shots. Jalen Brunson can't make shots. And Karl Anthony Towns hasn't scored in the fourth quarter. So I don't think there's been you can go back in the finals history and you saw how Kawhi Leonard played well, consistently, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, all those guys. I don't think this series has one of those players yet.
Sean, going back a year ago, it felt like Oklahoma City was opening this dynastic run that was going to be hard to topple, the same way people are talking about the Spurs now. And like you said, you better get your championship now before they really get going. And now Oklahoma City feels like they've got to make some major decisions, at the very least, kind of on the fringes of their starting lineup, if not with their 3 stars. But knowing Oklahoma City, what do you think they do this summer? Do you think they panic? Do you think they approach it pretty calmly? What do you expect?
Well, I think we have to define panic. Does panic mean get rid of their big 3, Jalen Williams? Well, Shea's not in the conversation, obviously, but, Chet Holmgren. I don't know. I mean, I do think it would be very naive of Oklahoma City to ignore the Spurs. I mean, that would be silly. And I get it. They weren't really healthy all season long, and they did take San Antonio to 7 games. And J-Dub only played, 1.5 games, if that, whatever it was. But again, don't sleep on San Antonio. And so the Spurs, again, they have a higher ceiling. Wemby is only going to get better. Castle's only going to get better. Those guys are – and with Dylan Harper, he's only going to get better. So I think it would be very naive of Oklahoma City to say, we just weren't healthy. We took them to 7 games. It's no big deal. We're not going to concentrate just on them. I think you need to concentrate just on them. This is not the Spurs are not a team filled with 35-year-olds just on their last leg. No. You better concentrate on them. Of course, you have to concentrate on the other teams around the NBA. Of course, no problem. But every move that Oklahoma City makes needs to have the Spurs in mind.
Sean, any thoughts on the Jazz after they made a big move at the trade deadline? They've got the number 2 pick in the upcoming draft. Their potential now that, fans around here are at least looking forward to them turning the corner.
Well, I mean, again, we're still talking about a young team. I don't know. I don't think there's any kind of sense of urgency. They've got a very, very good core, Markkanen, obviously, Kessler, what they do with him, I'm not so sure. I guess his contract, whatever. Ace Bailey coming off a decent rookie season. Keontae George, my goodness, better than I thought he was. So they've got a good young core. I think it all comes down to what their timetable is. Do they want to spend, maybe another year or two just developing their players, adding on, not making that home run free agent signing or big-time trade yet? Do they want to keep growing organically, or do they want to put their foot on the gas pedal? I'm not so sure that they know yet. I think a lot of clues will be unlocked about what decision they make, with their number 1 pick this year. And also this summer, if they – do they make a trade? Do they try to add a free agent? Whatever they do, that'll unlock some clues. If they keep going with youth, I think that's a good decision. And if they try to add a missing pick, I think that's probably a good decision too. I just think they're in a good place right now. But again, they have to keep making that, making the gradual improvement. You've got to keep seeing development in those young players. Maybe one day, 2-3 years from now, maybe the Spurs, Oklahoma City and Utah. I'm not going to put Utah in that situation, but maybe Utah's the third best team in the West, maybe the fourth best team or whatever. It depends on how they see their team and their timetable.
Do you think along those lines, you say 2 or 3 years and you start talking about timetables and, we obviously cover a team in the West, so we saw everyone bide their time, hoping at some point Golden State's run would expire and then everyone wanted to buy and, go and really, shoot for a championship. Do you think San Antonio's youth and Oklahoma City's relative youth is going to maybe encourage some teams to take a couple of years to slowly build their rosters, knowing that those two probably project to be the top of the West for the next couple of seasons?
That's a great question because, I look at some of those teams in the West and I say, hey, man, San Antonio's about to start a big run, 6-7 years, and Oklahoma City is not going anywhere. Like, how do you build your team knowing that more likely than not, you're not going to be able to compete with those two teams? I know that's sort of like a defeatist attitude. You really can't have that. But I think as far as building organically, yes and no. I've seen some teams try to build organically, and guess what? They're still trying to build organically. And I think that largely depends on the young player you get. San Antonio gets Castle, Harper, and Wembanyama pretty much boom, boom, boom in the draft. They're ready to go. They don't have to keep adding, young pieces. And look at a team like the Washington Wizards. I mean, that team's been stuck trying to build and rebuild for years. At some point, if you see something out there that's going to get you over the hump, a trade or free agent signing, you got to make that move. You got to try to win because a lot of things can happen in this league. We've seen it time and time again. And maybe, you have an opening. And maybe you have a chance to win.
Where's LeBron playing next year?
He's staying in L.A. I mean, well, first of all,
the Clippers, really?
Yeah, I like that. Well, first of all, he's not moving his family. His daughter's still in high school, junior high, whatever it is. He's not moving his family and going anywhere. Like something, if you're going to play. I know it makes sort of sense for him to go back to Cleveland, but I just don't see that happening. I think he's built a home in L.A. He's got businesses that are attached there, and I think he still probably feels he has a chance to win with the Lakers. I think if this was a hopeless situation, then maybe he would probably entertain that. I know it's a romantic idea of him going back to Cleveland and finishing out his career. But I don't see it. I would be very surprised if that were to happen.
Well, hey, Sean, we certainly appreciate you jumping on with us today and give us a little insight, not only on the finals, but on the league as a whole. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the finals.
Anytime. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean. That's Sean Powell. He covers the NBA for NBA.com. Very high on the Spurs, is Sean.
I would not hesitate to build a roster based on either Oklahoma City or San Antonio. The way I do think people were waiting to go all in on a team until it felt like there were going to be some cracks in Golden State's system. It's just a totally new CBA now. The financial rules are totally different. Teams come and go very quickly. We talked about this a lot on the show last week, Jake, when you were out. De'Aaron Fox's contract kicks in this summer at $60 million. It's $58 million. Mm-hmm. It's just like, Oklahoma City is over the tax apron now because they're going to have to figure out whether to get rid of Lou Dort or Hartenstein or both. Like a $60 million point guard who is the fourth best player on your team.
Maybe is not all that easy to trade because most teams don't just have $60 million in space. So, that means you have to take some money back as well. It's just like... And the Wizards already took Trae Young, so they're off the table. Right, they're off the table. Wemby is not getting your rookie max. He's getting your super max or your super rookie max because he's going to qualify for that $300 million extension as opposed to just the $240 he already has. So he's going to sign that the day after the finals end. And Castle's going to be up next year, and they're going to max him out. And it seems like Harper's headed in that direction. You just can't build for the future the way you once were able to. Well, okay, I kind of agree with that. I think, here's my hot take for you. Oklahoma City is headed the same way as Denver for the same reason. Mm-hmm. because Denver decided to pay Michael Porter Jr. He was the wrong person to pay, and they made that wrong move cost them, God, I hate this cliche, but a championship window, whatever that is. That wrong move set them back because they couldn't afford to do anything else, and he wasn't good enough to pay that much money. The same thing is happening to Oklahoma City. They paid the wrong guy. Chester is not worth a max contract, not as presently constituted. They're going to have to cut the rest of the team. Hartenstein was the difference in them winning a title. Lou Dort has been key for them throughout this, I guess, brief run so far. They're going to have to say goodbye to him, and Lord knows who else. And Chester is not going to be good enough to get it done. So if you're asking me, can you do it? 100%. You just have to pay the right players, and you have to pay them the right amount. And that means...
That's really hard to do.
Yeah, but you pay for your bad decisions. And that's been true for really since the mid-'90s when they truly put in a hard... And they still don't have a hard cap, but an actual salary cap. It's been true. The reason that the Boozer D. Will era did not produce a title for the Utah Jazz is because of Andre Karolinko.
And before that, with all due respect to friend of the station, Greg Ostertag, Greg got overpaid. And it made it difficult for the Jazz to get everybody they needed around him. I mean, they paid the wrong guy.
So if you make a mistake on that front, it will cost you. Now, maybe it's more punitive than it used to be. I could listen to that argument, but it really has always been true. It's just especially true now. And so who does San Antonio pay? You can say it's going to be hard to get off the Aaron Fox. They should do it yesterday. They can't afford to pay him
No, they've
contract.
already paid the wrong guy. They've got to find somebody to take the old maid.
Yep.
They do.
And they'll have to figure out, they'll have to probably part with some sort of asset to do it.
Yeah, and
they'll have to take salary
Right.
back. But it'll have to be short-term salary because you have to make room to pay those other guys if those are your three dudes. But Denver identified the wrong three guys. It wasn't Jokic, Murray, and Porter. That wasn't the right combo that you have to pay all your money to. Miami paid all of their money to LeBron and Wade and Bosh. And they were good enough to get it done.
Yeah.
The rest of those teams, go back and look at it, all vet minimum rookie players. And Carlos Arroyo. But those were the types of players that they had, but those big three were good enough to get them over the hump time after time. The Warriors, similar fashion with Draymond and Clay and Steph.
And also just had a weird wrinkle in the salary cap that
Right.
allowed them to go get KD.
Which was fortunate for them.
Yeah.
And made them from the best team in the league to unbeatable there for a couple of years, which is not going to happen again. But Oklahoma City, you could even make an argument they paid Jalen, brother of Cody Williams, too much. I don't know if he
At the very
is
least too early.
A true max guy. Yeah, and at the very least too early. And so now are those three, Chester, J-Dub, and Shea, good enough to get you over the top again? Maybe, but I wouldn't bet on Chester.
He didn't give you a lot of confidence.
None. No confidence whatsoever. And if Hartenstein isn't there, then they're especially screwed.
Yeah.
So it depends on, you still have to make the right decisions. The Jazz have two complicated decisions on their plate right now. Walker Kessler and Keontae George. I don't think that you can overpay either of those guys if you can help it. But there's already rumblings in the press about Walker Kessler being, and I want to be careful here because I don't want to misrepresent, but really being not unhappy, but wanting more than what's being laid out there. Because of course he does.
Yeah.
But if you pay Walker Kessler too much, you're already paying Lowry too much, and you're already paying Jaren Jackson Jr. too much.
Right.
So unless you want to say goodbye to Ace Bailey or Keontae George or something like that, you really have to thread the needle and make the right decisions.
Like that?
It's really difficult to do.
They should never have given Chester that deal.
And the Spurs probably shouldn't have paid De'Aaron Fox either.
Oh, no, sir. They should
4
never
years,
have even...
$238 million is a tough pill to swallow.
That never even made sense why they traded for him in the first
I'm
place,
with you.
let alone extended him. That was ludicrous. And now I hope they have trouble getting off him.
They're going to, yeah.
You should have to pay for those bad decisions. And you know what? It's really easy just to re-up your guys because it's popular with your fan base. Your fan base is already bought into the players and think that they're better than they are. And that's when a good general manager really pays off because they can step in and say, you know what? That's just not worth paying. The hairdo, Myers in Golden State, probably didn't want to say goodbye to Harry Barnes
right
after the first title. But Dallas paid him a ludicrous amount of money, and you've got to say, thanks for your service, Harry. Have a good one.
Yeah, right.
They did the same thing to Andrew Bogut. I mean, I don't think Andrew Bogut was lined up for that kind of payday, but they drafted Kevon Looney, and they said, we love you, Andrew, but
can't afford you.
The brilliance of Bill Belichick with the Patriots had nothing really to do with his X's and O's, not to undersell it. He was a cold-blooded guy who cut his most popular players.
Well, the Jazz have one of those guys right now.
Well, in theory, yeah.
Danny is notorious for being a little bit cutthroat on that front. We'll see if Austin feels the same.
He would have traded Larry Bird.
Yeah. And he did trade Isaiah Thomas. He made some of those difficult cuts, difficult moves.
I sacrificed my hip for this franchise. Yeah.
Thanks.
Enjoy Cleveland.
Well, thank you for doing that.
I've got to trade you before the rest of the league figures that out.
Don't say that too loud. Thank you.
Got to get Kyrie Irving. Yeah. Which didn't end up working out. And ironically enough, he should have traded Kyrie Irving because he lost him for nothing.
Correct.
Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. We've got what you got Wednesday. We're doing that at 4:30. We've got to think of. I think we've got both of ours.
Yeah, we do.
I don't know about the sports one.
Well, I think we'll figure it out. There's lots.
I'm not confident. Well, maybe we'll see. I thought of one earlier.
Okay,
but we got to get to 10.
Sure. There's a lot of different angles. It doesn't have to just be players.
All right. Stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is slowing down, going by the 2300 North Beck Street area if you're coming out of downtown Salt Lake City. Additional reduced speeds on northbound 15 behind that from 2100 South up to the 1300 South area. Hey, at UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, and we move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
And Mike, the other thing is it makes it look fantastic, and you've actually had people come in and tell you, my neighbor's done it and I want to do it too.
Yeah, we do. We get that quite a bit where people do come in and say, hey, my neighbor picked this up and I want the same thing. I want it to look like theirs.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember Replenish. It's good stuff.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage. I got my helmet strapped on tight, I've got my bike, and my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5.
Watch this.
The KSL Sports Zone. Yeah, I'm not sad I missed that story. That's good. Ben, did you see that? And I shouldn't bring this up without knowing the whole story, but I just read a little bit about it. That your guy, Jimmy Dolan, the owner of your team, the owner of the Knicks, has just decided that they're not going to do a fan watch party outside of MSG.
Okay.
He announced that today on a radio interview, saying that the mayor and the police commissioner have made it too difficult. So they're not even putting up the screens.
Okay.
He said, quote, "Our hope was that the mayor and the commissioner would change their minds, and we put the screens up. They clearly haven't changed their minds. It's almost 5 o'clock, so the screens are not going up." And apparently it stems back to the mayor took credit or something for the previous watch party that was several blocks away because of the president's attendance in the game.
Okay.
And then it kind of got out of hand, and some cops got involved, and then the cops got injured.
Okay.
And I don't know, it's been this whole purse fight. But I find the, well, we're just not going to do it
Yeah.
approach obnoxious.
I'm totally with you. Yeah, figure it out.
Whoever's fault it is.
Yeah, cops, Mamdani, Dolan, figure it out.
My bet would be on Dolan being in the wrong, but I don't know.
Or just find a way to cooperate. Everyone's probably in the wrong.
And listen, I'm no fan of New York. Certainly no fan of the Knicks. And I think their fans are just awful. But it would seem that the city is somewhat enthused about the championship run. That lots of people are excited about it and want to participate.
Seems like a layup.
It seems like you should figure out a way to, you know what I mean? Like
Absolutely.
That's a political win for
Make
everybody.
this easy to watch.
Make it easy for everybody.
Yes, because James Dolan also could use a little sports washing for his identity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nobody likes that guy.
Right. Make it easy for everybody to be able to watch your games.
That doesn't seem so hard.
Right. And this is a win for Mamdani. The Knicks are in the finals 6 months after you take office. Everybody's excited. Be a part of it. Find a way to get a community together. By the way, Jazz have announced they are doing their draft party out at the malls at Southtown, because obviously the Delta Center is under construction.
Don't show up there.
So you can't go and watch it there. And Summer League's going to be played up at the Huntsman Center. But you can go out to the shops at Southtown where they have the hockey facility and soon-to-be basketball facility and watch the draft party out there.
I think I say this every time it comes up, but I love what they're doing out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan of the Southtown Mall. I liked it even back when I was a kid. It needed some love. It needed some TLC and some more stuff out there, some investment in the infrastructure and to put the facility out there and to really utilize the space. That's perfect for a draft party. Go get yourself some margs at Chili's and then hit the draft party.
Okay. Or, get a hot dog on a stick and walk out there and There'll probably be food at this party. But yeah, whatever you want. Go get
Christian strikes me as the guy
who worked at Hot Dog on a Stick?
No, goes to Chili's, and he gets the marg, but he gets the marg with the Corona bottle sticking out of it. Have you seen that?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No, that's not. I get those margs. What are you talking about?
He didn't say that because your last name is Esparza.
I did not.
Sounded like it to me.
I said that because the marg with the Corona is delicious, and I am the type of person that would buy it just for the novelty.
Sure.
They
which is what it is.
advertise
Yeah,
that
yeah.
just for
Yeah,
me.
Like putting a rubber duck in a drink.
Like, it comes out to another table, and I'm the type of guy who's like, did you see the Corona bottle in the marg?
I heard the fajitas sizzle when they bring them to your table.
Did I tell you about the time I went to... So, Lagoon has a beer garden now. I don't know if you knew this.
Over by the old roller coaster.
Yeah. And it's great. It's German theme, and you can get food and all that stuff there. So, don't fall for this out there, people, because I did. And I said, I'll have one draft beer, please. And she looks at me and she goes, do you want the big one? And, of course... I get the marg with the Corona,
You've already
right?
spent
I was
$130 getting in the door.
I want the big one.
Sure.
So she hands it out to me. It's like a 60-ounce beer.
On a hot summer day.
I still have the glass, but
hasn't eaten since breakfast.
The problem, here's the problem with it. You can't take it out of the area.
Right.
So, listen, I'm not in college anymore. Do you know how long it takes me to drink a beer of that size?
Right.
I was stuck there for like half the day.
The girls are in line. Like, Dad, you're like, I'm going to sneak away real quick. I'll be right back.
I got like half of this thing to go.
60 ounces.
Seriously, I was stuck there. I had to pee 3 times.
I bet.
I think I poured some of it out because I was just out of this. And the lady totally swindled me. She saw me coming from a mile away. She's like, do you want the big one?
Me? Yes, ma'am.
Me? And I think it was my birthday at the time.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Making bad decisions, sure.
Mistake. Real time waster.
So, skip the huge margarita at Chili's before the jazz party.
The marg with the Corona sticking out.
Okay.
I was just saying that Christian strikes me as the person who would be distracted by the novelty as well.
Okay.
Is that not correct?
You have
I'd try it.
See? That's all I'm saying.
Do you have a go-to Chili's meal? You know what you order at Chili's?
Oh, dude, the 3 for me.
Okay, you do know.
Yeah.
All you had to say was yes.
Or the triple dipper.
Okay.
Everybody likes Chili's.
I haven't been in a long time, but
I've been like 3 times this last month. My kids love Chili's. I'm sure they're part of their marketing plan. And the fact that they have TVs there so I can watch sports while they eat their overpriced mac and cheese.
Chili's is the kids' movie of restaurants.
Okay.
You know, you're going to go see Toy Story 5, and because you can't just send your kids by themselves, the parents have to go as well. Kids are probably the ones who want to eat at Chili's the most.
1,000%.
But you've got to go with them.
And
kids aren't going and ordering the 3 for me at Chili's by themselves.
And listen, we're not here to do an ad for Chili's, but the food is good enough. You know, I get one of those, the old timer burger or whatever. I haven't come away ever thinking like, oh, I wish I got something else. It's always tasty.
I can't remember the last time I ate at Chili's, which is not a knock on Chili's. It's just not been a part of my routine recently because I used to eat there quite a bit more. But there must be a thing about them outlasting TGI Fridays and Fuddruckers and all of those
that were so popular.
mid-tier, fast casual restaurants or whatever sit-down dining opportunities. The reason Chili's survived must be a reason. And it probably does come down to their food was just a little bit better.
Yeah, I could buy into that. Or the ambiance or whatever, because
No, I go to Chili's for the ambiance.
No, listen, they are all laid out in the same way for a reason.
It's not really the food; it's the class of the joint.
No,
it's the reason
no.
I go to Chili's.
Bear with me here. They all have the bar in the middle, right? They all have like the sports.
That reminds me of the last time I did go to Chili's. Now I do know.
They all have the sports bar in the middle that is always a little bit more lively, and it always has the TVs going. And then the surrounding areas, like the family-ish areas, right? Which is where most of their business comes from. But I feel like adults can be like, I'm going to the sports bar to watch the game. I get the sports bar ambience with the family food and service.
I didn't realize the Chili's on 4 South closed.
No, stop it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, so many memories close with it.
Right.
That's crazy.
That's the Chili's I know, but I believe it's closed now. As of
Sad
May 4th,
day.
yeah. So it's been closed for over a month.
Well, I got to tell you, I've had 2 recent good service things with Chili's too, which is the easiest way to keep me coming back to places.
Sure.
They
I'm
didn't-
surprised that one closed.
They didn't rush us when Post Malone was waiting for our
Right,
table,
which is great.
which is amazing.
Uh-huh.
And then they threw in a little extra dessert for my last daughter's birthday.
They put an extra Corona in the margarita. for
Not
you.
not for Maggie, although she would be the type to be distracted by the novelty. She'd be like, "Oh, did you see the?
There's a
Hey, Dad!
sparkler in that
Hey,
one."
Dad! Did you see the Corona coming out of that margarita? You should get that.
Make it a double.
Let me know how it goes."
Well, shout out to our good friends at Chili's. This was not an ad for Chili's, but it might as well have been.
You don't strike me as somebody who's distracted by the novelty.
No, I was really, really poor for a long time, so I trained myself well to not spend any extra money I don't have to. Shortcut is I'm just very cheap.
I just got a text from my buddy Brandon who says, "How about the fishbowl in Nashville?" Yeah, that happened.
Okay.
We were there during the day, and I read on their fishbowl of some drink,
Uh-huh.
and it came out, and it was a giant fishbowl full of
Okay.
something. But since it was the day, and I was with the whole group, so I was like, "Hey, we could all share this." No, it was definitely Brandon and I who had to carry the freight. It made me very tired. It was such a bad idea.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it was the novelty. I read fishbowl.
Sure,
It's
it
like,
sounds
yeah.
fun. Yeah, like getting
Yes.
the rubber ducky in the drink.
Right.
Yeah.
They see me coming from a mile away. It's just terrible. My wife gets so mad because she is not that person.
Upsell. This is an easy upsell.
She's not that person at all. Why'd you get that big one? She said, "Do you want the big one?" I said, "Yes."
Said I had to.
How much did that cost? Like $30? I don't know.
Came with a novelty Stein or whatever.
I still have it, I tell
Yeah,
you.
I bet you do.
It's huge. All right. Very productive segment. I needed that. All right, we'll have more coming up next. Shout out to Jim Dolan for canceling the party.
Yeah.
Taking his ball and going home.
Should have had more novelty items at the party.
Everyone
would have been happy.
Easy.
Easy win.
Put a little Nick's stir in
Yeah.
there and charge $50 for it. All right, more next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Lots of companies do risk assessments to see how their supply chains are disrupted. Just like empires used to build navies to protect themselves from pirates, most businesses, large and small, have individuals or whole teams working to protect themselves from cyber threats. In polls, cybersecurity has ranked as the top concern for senior leaders in the last 5 years. When cybersecurity met artificial intelligence this year, a monster rose out of the sea and threatened to eat Tokyo. Sorry for the Godzilla reference. A new generation of disruptive pirates is using AI to attack your company. Globalization has created reliable supply chain that provide low-cost goods. It's not geopolitical conflict that will break the chain, but AI-driven cybersecurity. Learn more about the forces shaping businesses with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is Wednesday, Ben. That means it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to go see Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming up on June 19th, right around the corner. So be caller 12 right now, and you're going to go see Rod Stewart, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE. What's the most memorable concert you've seen at that arena or that amphitheater?
The first one I saw was Ted Nugent, ZZ Top, and it was memorable because Ted Nugent was saying all this racist stuff. That was bad.
I meant memorable good, Ben. Why does that have to...
You just said memorable. You didn't say memorable good.
You have to go off to that.
I saw
negative thing ever.
Hosier, who's my wife's. I think she'd leave me for him if she could. I know she would. I saw Hosier there. He was very good. He's a good singer.
All right. If we're going memorable in your sense, I did watch Vince Neil forget all of the words to all of the Motley Crue songs because he was heavily intoxicated.
Okay. But he didn't replace all the words for horrible things about people in the Middle East?
No.
Okay.
It was just, oh, yeah. Kickstart my... oh, yeah.
Pretty tough.
Yeah, it was...
All right. I might take yours over mine personally, but ZZ Top put on a good show.
I saw what's their name? Oh man, the rap duo. They opened for 311, but my guy Falcone got us I don't know, box seats, whatever those are, hooked my buddies and I up. What were they of the Insane in the Membrane?
Oh yeah. No, that's Cypress Hill.
We saw Cypress Hill open for 311, cool. And that combo right there was pretty amazing.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of great shows though at that amphitheater. It's a great place to see a concert, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. No, so I really enjoy it. No,
caller 12 right now.
I'm totally with you.
All right.
If you're going to see Ted Nugent go on a rant, no place better.
The draft is coming up, Ben. A lot of people have the Jazz with Darren Peterson at number 2, so everybody is following his. Every move, who he is, what he's all about, his peculiar cramping at Kansas. This is Darren Peterson making some comments, talking about a previous comment about him being an antisocial loner.
Right now, AJ DiBonsa is doing the tour, right? He's gone on Gil's Arena. He's gone on Up in Smoke or whatever, not Up in Smoke, whatever, All the Smoke, the podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. We've played a lot of those clips. May have another one. He's doing the sideline reporting for the NBA Tonight. He was talking to Victor Wembanyama before a press conference yesterday. A lot of those clips are coming around. And Darren is pretty quiet.
Uh-huh.
And he was asked why, and he said, I'm an antisocial loner, which is a weird answer.
Antisocial means something different, doesn't it? If you're antisocial, isn't that a diagnosis of like a mental illness?
Could be.
Anyway.
Sure. He tried to clarify it, though, and I think he's clearly been coached up a little bit.
All right.
Throughout the year, as different people had different opinions, you stayed quiet. You really weren't worried about it, and you called yourself an antisocial loner.
Yeah.
But the streets are telling me you're actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
So what's the truth?
I think I used the wrong words when I said
Okay.
that. I should have said I'm more to myself when things get hard. Like I don't really like lean on anyone. Growing up, my dad told me, "You the oldest in the house. You're gonna have to be a man one day. So handle it. However you gotta handle it." So I used the wrong words when I said that.
So to that point, how much did your dad's support system help you throughout those moments?
A lot. My dad's been a leader of my household, of myself. I spent a lot of time around him growing up. He trained me and coached me up until now. So a lot. Can't even explain all of it, but a lot.
It's from the, it's called Film Don't Lie, I think, podcast or YouTube series or whatever he does. I do think the personalities that are revealed in interviews are probably a really interesting part of the pre-draft process. Because even that, clearly, Darren is just not the most dynamic person.
I think the only thing I would care about is their care factor.
Yeah.
There's a lot of strange personality types that are in professional sports. We talk about it all the time. A profession that attracts or is evaluated based on physical components, not personality types, tends to attract a lot of different personality types. Introvert, extrovert, even good guy, bad guy, I don't even care that much.
Mm-hmm.
What I care about is, do they care about basketball and trying to win? And even if they don't, honestly, you could still, again, Serena Williams doesn't even like tennis.
Yeah.
She doesn't. She's admitted it. She doesn't even like tennis. The greatest to ever do it by a mile. In fact, she was back on the court like yesterday, wasn't she? And she had a 123 mile an hour serve or something wild. Like, she's amazing.
Yeah.
Doesn't even like tennis. But when it comes to basketball, are they going to do what it takes to win on a team? That is what I would care about. Are they going to put in the work? You can take the most talented player ever, number one. If they don't work, they're not going to make it because the NBA is that much better than any other level. So you can be the best player in college basketball, but you come into the NBA, if you're not willing to put in the work, you are not going to reach your potential. Even if you reach a great height. Michael Vick talked about how he never watched game film, he never practiced, never did any of that. His career was capped out because of it. He did not win a Super Bowl. He was not the best quarterback in the NFL because he ultimately wasn't willing to do what it took to get the most out of himself. And I'm a Michael Vick guy, but that is true. And he did admit that later on. He said, I didn't watch film. I didn't do what it took to get the most out of myself. That's what I'd want to know. I don't care if you're an introvert or an extrovert. I think learning lessons from your father is very nice. If he's more, maybe the word he was looking for was stoic. If he's more of a stoic personality, that's great. I want to know if you're going to fit in and you're going to pull in the right direction with everybody else. Period. End of story.
Yeah, actually what would concern me the most, and again, I'm not pretending I'm concerned about this the same way I'm not concerned about A.J. DeBonsa saying he's got to get number 3 from Trae Young. It's like, these are just casual conversations of young people. I'm not actually reading too much into this, but I don't turn to anyone when I'm having a bad time, which is what Darren said. I'm more worried about addressing that aspect of it than saying like, hey, I need you to be better in press conferences. Like, I actually do need you to rely on your teammates a little bit when things aren't going right. I actually don't want that to be kind of your constant decision-making process is when things go wrong, you turn inwards. Again, that doesn't mean you have to be best friends with Ben Anderson in the Utah media if you get drafted by the Jazz. It'd be great for me, but that's not what the Jazz need. They do need him to be open to the people around him, to be, responsive to the people around him. Which, by the way, I do think that was a big turn for Keontae George, where I think Keontae, in his first couple of years when things went wrong, he went inward, he went rogue, and not just on the court, in the locker room, being loud, singing weird times, just like being a little awkward, a little bizarre, to last year, like it felt like he connected to everybody. It felt like there was not just a support system for him, but he was a support system for everybody. He seemed to like kind of unite all of it together, and by including himself, which was beneficial. That would honestly worry me more about Darren Peterson if you thought that was a trait.
Except for, does he even know that about himself? Like Keontae didn't even know that about himself.
Correct.
If the Jazz would have passed on Keontae because he was an introvert and didn't do those things, they would have made a huge mistake.
Right.
Because he figured that out.
He did.
About himself. He figured, which we all do. My Atlanta, how old is Darren Peterson? 19?
Yeah, 19, yeah.
Dude, he's going to be a different person in 2 years.
Right.
3 years.
Right.
That's why I don't know how much stock you can put into any of this stuff.
Totally
I just
agree.
want to know, is he not going to be a complete disruption in the locker room? And is he going to listen to the coach? And even then, I might ignore it all, because everybody deserves the right to grow up at 19. Even if he did say he was antisocial or whatever, even if he were, well, let's get you in here and help you grow.
Right. But to your point, what matters most is, are you trying? Do you want to win? Do you care about winning? Are you going out there to perform basketball? Because some guys do that and you still get paid the same way. You can score a bunch of points and just be like, well, that's what I do. Pay me my money. I'm the old maid, but this is what I do. I score points, so give me as much money as I can get. Or are you actually trying to win? Do you actually care about winning? And that's what you've got to figure out, whether it's AJ, whether it's Darren Peterson, whether it's Cam Boozer.
Everybody said, remember when Jabari Parker had that quote, like, I don't get paid to play defense or whatever it was. If he weren't with Chicago, would he have outgrown that opinion?
Yeah.
Or was he with a terrible franchise with a bad coach that wasn't going to
hold him accountable,
provide the right things?
Yeah.
You know? So I'm curious, how much evaluation do you take from it? Do you care at all? Because you hope with your coach and personnel and team and structure, you can get people pulling in the right direction. It's why teams sometimes, to their own detriment, think, well, why don't we just get this guy under our umbrella? And we'll get him with our methods, and it will work for us, even though it hasn't worked somewhere else.
Yeah.
Which often fails, but sometimes doesn't.
Sometimes doesn't.
I mean, look at Chicago with Phil Jackson. When they traded for Dennis Rodman, everybody's like, are you crazy?
Yeah.
This guy is a wingnut. San Antonio couldn't move off him fast enough. He's showing up in locker rooms with Madonna, and his hair is all wacky. And Phil Jackson was like, well, let's see how he does with my philosophy. I bet it'll be pretty good.
Along these lines, the Jazz absolutely bet that we don't maybe know everything about Ace Bailey, the person, because we haven't gotten a chance to really talk to him, but I bet we can figure it out, and they did.
And the most important thing about Ace Bailey is he did not come in and kick in the door entitled. Everybody says what a good guy he's been and how he's fit, and everybody loves being around him, which I have no doubt is true. I actually don't care about that. I care about I don't care about whatever, but I would care about him not coming in with an entitled attitude, because that screams team. He's got a team mindset.
Yeah.
And then he's going to do what he has to do for the team, including improving in the offseason. We'll see how that goes.
Yep.
So, I don't know. If Darren Peterson could tell me he doesn't talk to anybody, I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to a teammate in the locker room once. Fine. We'll draft you. We'll get you a puppy or something. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Which, by the way, it's what they did with Keontae.
You ever think about, okay, I've never seen this movie, but I know the famous line, but what's the Kevin Costner stupid Browns GM movie?
Draft Day.
Where he was like, nobody showed up to his birthday.
Uh-huh.
Right? The reason he didn't take the rookie quarterback is because his teammates didn't go to his birthday party.
Uh-huh.
If you're a GM and that's your evaluation on who you're making a pick for, then you should be fired immediately.
I would imagine that's not the
immediately.
That can't be the end all be all.
If I said
that can't be the ace up your sleeve.
If I were an owner and I was like, hey, why didn't you take the stud quarterback that looks like he can't miss? Oh, no one showed up to his birthday party. You are fired. You are fired immediately. Pack your stuff and get out.
Along those lines, it doesn't sound like there's any fear about any of these players that the Jazz are looking at number 1, 2, or 3. You know, AJ obviously fully bought into BYU, and teammates seem to really like him. Again, as you hear in this video clip or this audio clip, seems like Darren Peterson got along just fine with everybody. He just isn't the most outward when it comes to the media.
I don't know. I don't believe any of that.
Yeah,
frankly.
sure.
But what I'm saying is I don't care.
And then the Cam Boozer thing, everyone loves Cam. So
yeah, again, whatever. But I certainly don't believe. I don't believe the pre-draft process, them sitting down with a podcaster and being honest about any sort of relationship with anybody.
Podcast should not be anything you're trying to get information
What
out of.
if every one of his Kansas teammates hated his guts? You expect him to sit down in front of a podcaster
Right.
and go, "Are you kidding? These guys hate me."
This is the most unlikable person we've ever been around.
Nobody's going to say that.
totally
so
agree.
I don't know. I don't believe in any of that, but I don't care either. Or I don't think the Jazz should.
Not about the podcast. You should care about their own intel.
To a certain extent.
Yeah.
They should care about his ability on the floor.
Yeah.
That's what they should care about. And think like, okay, we can help a 19-year-old mature into a productive person.
Yeah.
You would hope. But that's why they signed Kevin Love last year. Or I guess traded for him.
Yeah.
And put his locker next to Keontae George.
Not an accident.
We're going to help this guy mature.
Yep.
And so far, it looks like a great success story, and good for him. But Keontae was not the same person when the Jazz drafted him.
Correct.
That's his arc. He had to figure it out. All right, stay tuned. Brian Santiago, B, was on the station earlier today, and we've got some clips. He said some relevant stuff.
You're friends with him now.
No.
You close?
But no.
You guys
but-
must be really close if you're calling him B.
But Tim is, and I didn't know that was his nickname until I listened to the interview. B. But no, I'm probably.
That's not what I'm going to call him.
I'm not close enough to use that terminology. Nor do I think that's why Scotty didn't use it.
Oh, Scotty should have just jumped right on.
Should have
Immediately
jumped on board.
It's like, I heard we're calling him B now.
Okay.
The way you have all day.
But anyway, it's great that he came on the station. Honestly, extraordinarily relevant at the moment. And he had some good stuff to say. So we'll play some clips from that. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Ben, we love Beehive because you and I both have busy schedules. We have spouses that have careers. We have kids. Sometimes dinner is tough to fit in or even to plan for, and Beehive is great. Of course, you know their crock-pot meals are amazing. But now they're rolling it out for a limited time, Ben. Flat top meals. They are so good. Easy meals you can cook on your flat top griddle or even a regular skillet. You just thaw and cook.
Yeah, just make sure you throw it in the fridge earlier in the day. You can do it the day before. You can do it 48 hours ahead of time if you want to, and it'll be ready to cook right on your flat top, whether that's your flat top grill outside, your griddle outside, or even just a regular skillet inside your house. You don't have to have some fancy outdoor kitchen setup. It is available for everybody, and you're right. It answers the question everybody hates asking, what's for dinner? What are we doing tonight? Well, if you're getting off work at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and you're already starting to get hungry because you haven't eaten since noon, it's not the question you want to be asking, and Beehive Meals takes care of it for you. They've got absolutely awesome options coming up through the month of June. Carne asada, patty melt, sloppy joes. They've got the breakfast skillet. You've done those before. It's not just dinners and lunches exclusively, and you can go find them online.
Have you ever had hangry hit when you've still got like a half an hour before dinner's done?
Oh, yeah.
When all of a sudden the meltdown happens and you look at you're like, oh my gosh, I've got like 30 minutes to go. And all of a sudden you're throwing crackers at the problem. And then next thing you know, they don't eat dinner because they ate too many crackers. Yep. I mean, it's enough to drive you insane. Don't deal with that ever again.
Avoid it.
Cure hangry with Beehive Meals. Ready to make dinner easier and better. Order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The 4 o'clock hour is here.
It's fun time!
And you're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
If the Big 12 banded together and told Texas Tech, hey, this guy plays and you're out, I mean, they'd have to do it. But I don't know. I doubt the Big 12 has the stones. Brian Santiago's answer when talking about, things he could talk about coming from that meeting, and he said that he has total confidence in Bert Yormark that the right course of direction will be drawn.
This turn from Cody Campbell, which isn't a turn, it's just he's actually pulling the mask off now. You've gone from being everybody's favorite donor to everyone's least favorite donor in the country overnight.
This is Jake and Ben on 97.5. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. The Brendan Sorsby situation continues to grab hold of college football, Ben. You read the extraordinarily long statement from Kirby Holcutt, the athletic director at Texas Tech, earlier in the show. And that's why we wanted to have you read it again, if you could cue that.
Just knock it out for us real quick.
If you could cue that up. We've got
live at 5 as soon as I'm done.
15 minutes to kill. If you could re-rack that. Let's tell
you what, last week when I was going solo, I would have read that 3 or 4 times during the show.
Let's hit the statement again.
I think there's some real important parts this time in the 5th paragraph.
If you just jumped in to your car, buckle up. We're going to go through the Kirby Holcutt statement again. Ben, Brian Santiago was on the show, or on Hanson Scotty G earlier. God. Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, earlier today.
Yeah.
And what a great day to have him on. Very relevant. A day after the athletic directors of the Big 12 all met. And what I'm envisioning was just a complete shout fest at Kirby Holcutt.
Mm-hmm.
I would have loved to have been part of that meeting.
Yes.
You could. Why aren't you hacking into this sort of stuff? You're a technology person.
Hacking into this type of thing?
Yeah. Why aren't you?
Batman.
I feel like it's your journalistic duty, in fact. Why aren't you doing more like Sky News style to hack into this sort of thing?
Okay. Well, I'll work on it.
I feel like it's negligence on your part. I'm not going to tell you how to do your job.
Okay, I'll take the blame. I'm trying to find out other secrets about other things.
Well, why are you hacking into Austin Age's Zoom
That's
meetings?
what I'm trying to do. I'm not actually trying to hack
Well, you're sucking at it, obviously.
Oh,
Clearly. Why are you better at that?
Ben's got a lot of inside info. It's crazy.
Wow, he's
verbatim.
nailing these reports. I wonder how he's doing that. Christian's a young person. Don't all young people know how to hack things?
Christian does.
Is that true?
Yeah, he told me he used to hack. What did you hack? PlayStations? What were you selling?
Nintendo Wii's.
Nintendo Wii's.
Wait, how do you hack? Wait, you were like building them or something and selling them?
No, this lady was giving a bunch away for free, so I fixed them up, flipped them on eBay.
Oh. Did you fix them well, or was it
No, he
just like a
couldn't get it
scam?
Working condition, but
you were good enough to do that?
oh yeah.
Why aren't you hacking into these?
Did you have to use a soldering iron, or was it just purely software?
It was like cleaning and
Yeah.
It was mainly cleaning,
Okay.
honestly. Take it apart, clean it, put it back
But
together.
that voids the warranty.
Of the 5 used Wii's he got, yeah, I'm sure the warranty was.
That hurts the resale value. No?
Anyways, what did B have to say?
Let's hear a couple of cuts from Brian Santiago, athletic director at BYU. Here's him talking specifically about the injunction with Sorsby.
Guys, this is a super, super complicated issue that has kind of come into the forefront, and emotions are running high. Certainly, everybody has a very strong opinion. The reality of it is, Brett Yormark and the commissioner, the board of trustees, which are our presidents, the ADs, we're all communicating, and I'm confident the right thing will play out here. There's going to have to be an insertion of some logic here. I mean, there's way too much at stake. The word integrity keeps coming up over and over and over again. And that's why at the end of the day, I mean, I think the right thing will play out.
I agree with one thing. I disagree with 2 things.
Okay.
I disagree with this is a complicated situation. I don't think it is at all. I also disagree with the idea that this is going to work out the right way. I don't think it's going to work out the right way.
You think he's just going to play?
Yeah, my thought yesterday was there's no chance they're going to get him on the field, and now Cody Campbell and Holcutt seem to be doubling down more and more that they want him to play, and Joey McGuire's indicating he's going to play, so I expect him to play until they say otherwise. Those 2 things I disagree with Brian Santiago. I agree with him in the sense that, like, there needs to be some logic applied here. Someone has to come to their senses, and whether it's Yormark or the rest of the athletic directors in the Big 12, like, I hope all the pressure does mount and results in the right answer, and I think that's what Santiago hopes for, and I'm just going to assume that he's hoping that we do not see Sorsby on the field, not because it's necessarily better for BYU or better for Utah or anyone else in the Big 12, but because actually the face of your conference being Brendan Sorsby is so bad for the Big 12. It's a really, really bad look.
Well, I think it's bad for sports in general.
It's bad for sports in general, but it hits home in the Big 12 especially. It's an ugly look. Whether he's the reason they win the Big 12 or not, it would be a bad look that the Big 12 is going to be marred by everyone saying, well, you let guys who are fixing games play in your league. Whether that's accurate or not, that's going to be the label.
I don't know if I'm taking a whole lot from that cut. I don't think he could say what he really feels.
I totally agree, but I'm glad he also didn't say no comment.
Oh, totally. I'm not
so
saying
I credit
that.
B there for that.
I'm not saying that to be critical. I just can't take a gauge of how optimistic he really is. I mean, how did he put it that it can't keep going, or it can't, sure it can. I've been saying that for years. Like, oh, this can't keep happening. It keeps happening.
It's getting worse.
Way worse.
Yeah, so yes, it can, and it will.
And it is.
In fact, we're not close to the snowball stopping. It's growing.
No.
Bigger and bigger and creating multiple large snowballs that nobody knows how to fix, apparently.
Because there's no governing body.
Yeah.
There's none. And the big question I keep hearing everybody bring up is, do schools actually want one? Which is gross.
Yeah.
It's
easy to say, yes, we want one, but when you close that curtain and you're voting on what you actually want, what you think is best for your school, I mean, Brian Santiago is a great example. A governing body is horrible for BYU.
In ways, yeah.
BYU doesn't want restrictions on their decision-making?
No, but I would be pretty confident BYU doesn't want gambling infiltrating the
No,
sport
I totally
either.
agree. Oh, no, I don't think anybody does except for Texas Tech right now.
It's just the prioritizing winning over everything else in college sports is truly what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
It really is. And college sports was supposed to be more than that.
Yep.
And it's not, which is gross. But all right, let's move on to the next one. Here's Santiago giving his thoughts on dealing with the unprecedented events that we're talking about here.
Been doing this for a year now. Right off the bat, it didn't take long before, 2-3 days into it, I was like, oh, I'm looking around. Tom's not here. I guess everybody's calling me. I guess it's my time. Luckily, I've been, Tom's one of the best ever and was an unbelievable mentor and still is for me. He has helped prepare me for some of these things that would come. Some of the things there's no preparation for. You just realize you're going to have to, in every situation, guys, we just step back and say, what's the right thing? We have to stand for something, especially at a place like BYU. We have to be totally aligned with the mission of the school and the church. And so in every situation that arises, we just step back and say, what's the right thing? And I'm super fortunate to be surrounded by great people and great coaches. I'm surrounded by great people. So we together make decisions and get through these situations together. And as long as you're looking at it from a holistic approach and not making emotional decisions, usually we're able to get to a really good place.
So he was in the question there was kind of about his first year. And I'm talking about it, learning. What's interesting is he was handed, I know unprecedented stuff is happening, but he was handed a supreme situation from Tom Holmoe compared to what Tom had to go through and those decisions and independence and getting into the Big 12 and all of that. Brian Santiago has taken over a program, athletic program that has all the advantages. Tom had all the disadvantages. Brian has all the advantages. And I just, listening to that quote, I kind of juxtapose it to Utah, where Mark Harlan was handed really a supreme situation, and then it deteriorated. And I'm not trying to say he's the cause of it per se, but he was handed a program that was in the Pac-12, that was financially in really good shape.
It was top dog in the state.
That was top dog in the state, and things have changed around the circumstance, and now it's a different job than it was when he was handed it. Whereas Santiago, and we'll see where he goes with it, and things can always change, but from a position standpoint of the athletic department, has BYU ever been in a more advantageous position?
No, BYU has not. I don't think. I would be lying if I pretended to know everything that was going on in the 80s and people accusing BYU of spending money then on their players, whatever. But no, I mean, being in the conference they're in, having the donors they're in a world where donors are the trump card for everything, that's the real value. Now, he does still have to operate within the mission of the school, as he points out there. And, Parker Kingston is not on the team. Now, Parker Kingston's facing very serious legal issues. But he did deal with the Jake Retzlaff stuff early on, which also started as a legal issue and then ended up not a legal issue, and he still had to approach it in a way that other schools wouldn't have to. That Retzlaff was not going to be welcome back on the team regardless of the outcome of the legal aspect of it because of just the actions that he took under himself.
Well, for 5 games anyway, right?
Right, for 5 games, and he decided obviously that was not going to be beneficial, so they moved on. So that's still maybe not a easy opportunity, but I do think Brian Santiago's done a good job for this first year. This has not been only easy things for BYU, though I'm totally agree with you that the job Tom Holmoe handed off was better than the job Tom inherited.
By a mile.
And now Brian, if he does the same thing, BYU's going to be, Ohio State. the level to which BYU is in such a better spot, it would be hard to match with the starting point that Santiago took over.
I'll reserve judgment. A year is not that long in athletic director terms, so we'll see how it goes. But he has navigated some somewhat controversial stuff.
He also held on to Kalani Sitake and fended off Penn State, which is really impressive.
Absolutely,
that was a big win.
Well, and they had the weed in the car with the basketball player. There has been some stuff he's had to navigate. The Kalani one's a really good point.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there's any truth to the Kevin Young up for the
Chicago Bulls job.
God, would you want to take the Bulls job?
I would want people to think I want to take the Bulls job.
Yeah, but would you really want to take
No, but I want people to think.
Kevin Young comes in and says, "Really, I'm really considering going to work for Reinsdorf." Sure you are.
Good luck.
That's called career suicide, pal.
That, yeah.
All right. Here's Santiago talking about the athletic director's meeting, and he couldn't talk about specifics, but Tim asked him about kind of the vibe around it, and here's what he had to say.
Everybody is looking to the commissioner and the board of trustees to make decisions that are going to be in the best interest of the conference. It's obvious, guys, each of us as athletic directors are having daily conversations with our presidents and making sure that the right thing plays out. The tenor of the meeting is you got some of the best ADs in the country and that have been in this business for a long time that are very respectful. Certainly there's a lot of respect in the room for Kirby Hocutt at Tech. And this is a super dynamic, complicated situation. And so everybody shared thoughts, and it was clear that the commissioner was super interested in what everyone had to say and that he's going to take a leadership role in this with the presidents, and we'll get to a good spot. That's the way we left it. I left it feeling confident in Brett Yormark and confident in the ADs and president of this conference that the right thing will play out.
You know, is there anything that Bert can do?
That's kind of the question.
I heard this interview live as we re-listened to that cut. That's the first thing going through my mind is, you know, he's saying that he has confidence that Bert's going to figure it out. Can he?
Yeah.
I mean, Texas Tech, after Kirby Hocutt released his stupid statement today, his manifesto, it was so long, they immediately leaked to the press that they will fight in court anybody trying to get out of contracts or whatever. Any conference, and they said specifically conference or university.
Yeah.
So what's Bert going to do? Is he going to try and freeze them out? No.
He's
not going to force them to do anything.
No, I don't think he's going to force them to do anything. I think he's going to lean on them, and he should know what his leverage points are.
Which is what? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know, but, you know, David Stern had a lot of leverage as a commissioner over the NBA and ran it a little bit like a mafioso, but he wielded a very big stick and knew how to use it. That's what I'm curious with Brett Yormark, because I don't know. Clearly, there's not just a simple lever of him saying, well, I get to decide that Sorsby doesn't get to play, and that's better for my conference, so I'm not going to let Sorsby play. I think if that was a lever he could pull, they would have done it already. And now that Cody Campbell and all of Texas Tech is threatening to sue if you say even anything bad about Sorsby, apparently, these antitrust laws that Sorsby is so that Cody Campbell is so well versed in now, apparently. I don't know what Brett Yormark can do. I don't. I hope Brett does and knows how to pressure this to get the right outcome that he's looking for.
I think he doesn't have the authority.
He may not.
That's the problem with college sports right now is nobody's in charge.
Well,
and I think they would
yes.
press that on the conference commissioners. Who's to say that the conference commissioner is in charge? That's essentially, I mean, that's not what the lawsuit was. They didn't argue antitrust, but that's really the issue here. Everybody's saying the NCAA doesn't have the right to do anything. Who's to say that Bert has that?
But Adam Silver didn't actually have the right to push Donald Sterling out for secretly recorded conversations, but he got it done.
He did have the right to do that. He got the votes from the other NBA.
He got the votes based on stuff that they shouldn't have had access to.
But that's the thing is the NBA is a controlling body that has authority to run its league. Nobody has that authority in college sports.
Correct.
Nobody.
So you better know where your other leverage points are.
Which I don't think they have any. That's my point.
If they don't, then yes, truly the inmates are running the asylum. But look at the asylum. Clearly the inmates are running it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Bert has any leverage.
Yeah.
I don't think there's some secret leverage point where he can lean on anybody. They're going to give him the bird and say no.
Well, that goes
Take us to court. That's what they said. Take us to court.
That's what goes back to our first, clip that we played here from Brian Santiago, where he said, "I'm confident things are going to happen the right way." I'm not at all. But when you ask, what does Yormark have? I don't know. I hope Brett Yormark knows.
I don't think he has anything.
Yeah.
I don't think he has squat. Like Christian says, go to break, and we said, sue me.
Sue me. That's antitrust.
Take me to court, bro.
That means I don't trust you if you say that. That's anti-Ben's trust.
What's your authority? Is your name Salazar? I don't think so.
Correct.
Get bent.
Yeah. I'm anti-trusting you right now.
Christian says, tease, what you got Wednesday coming up next? Sue me, buddy. No way.
Yeah. I don't trust that that's
Not
what
a
we're
dang
doing.
chance. Christian's very litigious.
Big time. Everything's a lawsuit with this guy.
He's got a lawyer on retainer.
Yep.
Real sleazy guy.
Yeah.
Willing to do anything.
Christian or the lawyer?
No, the lawyer.
Oh, you can say both of them.
No, if you're gonna be as litigious as Christian, you hire the lawyer in the trenches. You know
shark.
what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if shark is the animal I'd pick, but
okay.
More like leech.
Okay.
Like a real
weasel?
Like a real bloodsucker. Weasel, yeah.
All right.
Something like that. What you got Wednesday is next. There,
Like
Christian,
that?
you happy? Jeez. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a crash now over on the right shoulder. It's contributing to southbound I-15 delays in Murray at 5300 South with continued reduced speeds down to 106 South in Sandy. Southbound delays as well south of Salt Lake International on Bangor, Mountain View, and the 215 West Belt. Attention commercial property managers. GoPave Utah offers seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the entire Wasatch Front. One call, one crew, every property. Schedule right now at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
I mean, the name really says it all. It replenishes the nutrients that your growing areas are starving for.
It's been proven for 31 years that it's a product that will aid in your gardening and make your plants beautiful as well as looking great.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember Replenish. It's good stuff.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Escape to Cedar City, just one tank of gas away. Hike Canara Falls, explore Cedar Breaks, and enjoy world-class theater under the stars at the Utah Shakespeare Festival. Adventure, culture, and wide-open beauty closer than you think. Visit cedarcity.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake Scott rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday with 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related and one not. Then we put it out on the Talk Snap for a vote for the listeners. I was not here last week. You competed against Christian?
Yes, we did.
What were the results?
What were our drafts and what were the
Last
results?
Last week, greatest Knicks and Spurs of all time. Ben took it 56-44.
I just went the starting 5 of this current team.
And then movies that didn't need a sequel, I took that 56-44.
Which I liked as a variation on not movie sequels, which we've done before, but movies that did not need a sequel.
What was the number one pick?
What'd you take, Christian?
Jaws?
Yeah. It's a good pick.
They blow up the shark. It's over.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Yeah, comes back.
Was it his sister or something?
Ghost Jaws.
Really?
No, I don't think I never saw it.
We could also go based off of the last time that Jake was here. I have those results as well.
Do that.
Okay, you guys did best 7-foot NBA players.
Well, congratulations on your win.
Oh, thanks. I needed that. Made my week. Ben won that one, 51-49. And then the other one was best Star Wars characters. And Ben won 59-41.
So Jake gets
Ben
the number
both.
1 pick in both drafts.
All right. Good enough. All right, what is our sports-related topic today?
Today we're going to go with best Utah sports villains. So sports villains to the state of Utah.
To the state of Utah. Okay. Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
There's one that I think there is. But you could go any number of directions. This could be a very creative draft.
That's got to be Michael Jordan.
It's got to be
right?
Michael Jordan. Yeah, MJ.
NJ beloved everywhere but Salt Lake City, pretty much.
It is funny to think. I mean, look, our lives aren't particularly different. Then again, I guess I don't know the butterfly effect of it all. If Michael doesn't beat the Jazz in both series, do we talk about Michael much differently? He is the guy who went 6 of 6 in the finals. And how differently do we talk about the Utah Jazz and their kind of existence within the NBA? I don't know if it's different. Might be.
There was a thing with the Jazz and Michael before the finals.
There was, absolutely.
There was one particular overtime regular season game. The Jazz had only lost like 2 or 3 home games all year or something like that. Anyway, I think it's Michael Jordan. There's only one athlete ever that the fans here have tried to poison, and it's Michael Jordan.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I wonder. All right, I will go where we start to get a little more creative here and get a little bit more fun. And this actually kind of, I will tell you, was the genesis of this thought process. I'm going to go with Larry Scott, commissioner of the Pac-12. Hated in the state of Utah by both Utah fans for what happened to the Pac-12, ultimately, not entirely his fault, but also BYU fans who watched Larry Scott bring Utah into the Pac-12.
Utah fans should love Larry Scott.
Yeah, they should.
To this day, they should love Larry
the idea
Scott.
that any Utah fan shouldn't love Urban Meyer is idiotic to me, even if Urban's not a good guy.
The Utah tried to get into the Pac-12 for years.
Yeah.
Larry Scott's bold move, his only bold move as commissioner of the Pac-12, was to add Utah. Utah fans should love him. This is in the same vein as my first pick, but it's absolutely true. Dick Bavetta.
Okay, yeah, good pick.
Total villain. To this day, you'll have people curse his name if you mention it.
Yep, not calling the foul on Jordan, waving off the Howard Isley 3, all sorts of
and he was
issues.
a particularly buffoonish referee to begin with.
He was the most famous referee of the 90s.
Probably. Dick
So, yeah,
Bavetta.
was always going to have some enemies. Yeah, good pick. I didn't have him on my board, but that's the right choice. I will go player. I do think Kobe was the biggest rival for the Jazz post-Michael, and probably still. Kobe Bryant was the, he kicked the Jazz out of the playoffs several times. Did have the infamous airball game here in Utah as the Jazz were making the finals. But Kobe was an enemy. Said specifically I would never play for the Utah Jazz because they booed Karl Malone.
Yeah. Well, it was never going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
But the
Easy
Jazz,
to say.
I saw the Jazz give him a standing O when Gail Miller gave him some skis.
Yes, I was also there for that.
All right. Now, this may need a ruling, but I feel like it qualifies.
Mm-hmm.
The University of Kentucky.
Yeah, I've got it on my list.
It's not a single person, but they put the Utes out of the... I mean, it's bananas how many times they've put the Utes out of the NCAA tournament.
I just put Kentucky basketball. So you're exactly right. If you want to say the University of Kentucky, I think it's the right pick. Yeah, I mean, they are the reason Utah didn't win a championship, but also pushed them out of, not a Final Four previously, but Elite Eights. And yeah, absolutely. No question about it. Very good pick. I'm going to go with... I'll go with Caleb Williams. Fingernails. The fingernails specifically. Now, he shouldn't be that hated in Utah because he was a free victory every time they played him. But
they beat him 3 times?
They beat him 3 times, twice in the same season. He had the fingernail paint. Forget Utah. Caleb Williams.
All right. I'm going to go with the Rodman.
Yeah, good pick.
Dennis Rodman. I think everybody remembers where they were the day that Karl Malone and Diamond Dallas Page wrestled he and Hulk Hogan.
And lost.
Yep.
Carl couldn't get any win over Rodman.
Nope. Kept losing. Kept on losing. But people remember Rodman tackling Malone on the way back up the floor. And honestly, Rodman getting into Malone's head was 1,000% a factor in both NBA finals.
Part of the series. Yep, no question.
The Rodman.
I'm going to go with research institutions. That was the name for why a lot of people didn't think BYU should be in the Pac-12. A lot of people thought it had to do with BYU's religious beliefs, being a conservative school or having a conservative mission, but it was very much labeled under the idea of research institutions. That was the word that came up over and over, the phrase that came up over and over and over. Research institutions was the reason BYU couldn't be in the Pac-12.
I wonder...
Is there a single research institution in the Pac-12?
They're all research institutions.
Still?
Well, in the new Pac-12, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
That was only... Didn't
No, they're all
actually
state
mean
schools.
anything.
No, all of the Pac-12 schools at the time were research.
Washington and Oregon State must still be research institutions. But yeah, I don't know. Are any of the rest? I don't know.
My last pick, and maybe it doesn't give me any votes, but I think it's actually the commissioner that you should have put on there. But you weren't doing radio during the days of the Mountain Network like I was, but Craig Thompson.
Yeah.
He was so hated around here for so long because the network was so crappy. And remember, so on the Pac-12 network, Ben, you got the crappiest of the crap games. So who really cared if you got the network or not?
Uh-huh.
The Mountain West Conference at the time weren't getting their games picked up by Big Fox or Big ESPN. So good games were landing on the Mountain Network. So Utah BYU would land on the Mountain Network. And it was, you could program every day you could program an anti-Craig Thompson topic on the show.
The Mountain Network was a topic in itself, as was the Pac-12 network.
And then, BYU and Utah were the big dogs in that conference. And so there was always Craig looking out for the Wyomings of the world and not prioritizing the Utahs and the BYUs. Nobody liked Craig Thompson.
Yep.
You got one more.
Gordon Hayward. Could have been any number of players that came through here, and I had some others, and we can talk about them after we recap of some names we missed. But Gordon Hayward, of the former Jazz players, remains an enemy, and Darren Williams does not. Carlos Boozer does not. A lot of the guys who came through and left have not remained enemies.
Well, Carlos never should have been.
I agree.
And Darren's,
Donovan might still be a little bit. Jazz fans love Rudy Gobert.
I think Gordon Hayward would have been a lot higher on my list had he been any good when he left.
Yeah, certainly.
And Darren Williams had a little of this too. If they were any good when they left, it would have been a little bit different.
Yeah.
And maybe Donovan being kind of good in Cleveland maybe affects it. But all right, recap.
Jake, you had the number 1 pick. You went Michael Jordan, Dick Bavetta, the University of Kentucky, Dennis Rodman, and Craig Thompson. Ben went Larry Scott, Kobe Bryant, Caleb Williams, research institutions, and Gordon Hayward.
I thought about putting Jake Heaps on here, though Jake Heaps has also kind of come full circle. He's not beloved necessarily.
Derek Harper and Rony Cycli probably should be on there, but I don't know if anybody even remembers those
Derek
controversies.
Fisher would have been a good pick.
Do you remember Rony Cycli and why he's unpopular here, Christian?
No.
Played for the Miami Heat. The Jazz traded for him, and he said, I'm not going.
Completed the trade. Like the trade was announced. Completed the trade. Yeah. I remember the game. Chris Morris did not come to the game.
Was supposed to be the center the Jazz needed. He was a good center. Was supposed to be the center the Jazz needed to get over the top. And said,
refused to come play. Derek Harper was the same way. They traded for him. Although I'm trying to remember if the trade was completed.
Very famously said, though, you go play in Utah.
Right. Refused to show.
On my list, I had Vernon Maxwell.
Yeah, Mad Max. That was a good pick. I can't believe I missed that. I have Cody Campbell on my list now. And also Troy Taylor, former offensive coordinator at the University of Utah.
I don't think he's hated here.
Troy Taylor? I don't think anyone likes him. I don't think anyone likes him, period. He's just an enemy of the state.
Why?
Not the state of Utah.
Why? What did he do to Utah?
Troy Taylor?
Yeah.
Stunk it up. He was horrendous here.
Oh, man, I got run over by the Twitter mob when I said he was run out of town, and people told me how awful of a person I was for even mentioning something like that.
No, Troy Taylor's an idiot.
I mean, I'm talking hundreds of Ute fans running me over in defense of that bozo.
No,
yeah,
Troy Taylor's an idiot.
I don't think he's hated around
went
here.
To Sacramento State and was good, and then went to Stanford and got fired. Yeah, Troy Taylor's a...
But I would guess your average Utah fan probably doesn't even know why he got fired at Stanford, nor do they care.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't draft him to the point.
No, yeah. All right, what is our not sports topic today?
This one, when you suggested this one earlier, Jake, you had us all cracking
We all
up
had
back
a very
here in
good
the
laugh.
studio.
This is why you're good at your job.
Famous gamblers.
Famous gamblers.
Any reason?
Well, Brendan Sorsby make it.
Oh, right.
Are we going to pick
right.
him?
You have the number one pick.
A famous gambler.
He is one of the most.
Okay. Man, I don't think there is an automatic number one pick. Do you?
Yes.
Famous gamblers. All right. Well, I'm going to go with this person because they were shot dead while gambling, and there is a hand of poker named after him, Wild Bill Hickok.
Okay.
Dead man's hand, which I can't even remember what is it? I'll have to look it up. But shot in the back while gambling in Deadwood,
Aces.
Montana, Deadwood.
Aces and eights.
North Dakota. Aces and eights. Yep.
All right. Good pick. No, Pete Rose. Pete Rose is the most famous gambler of all time.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
That was the first name that I thought of. And
All
I think most people think of when they think of gambling, Pete Rose. I love your pick, though.
All right. I'm going to go with Charles Barkley. Infamous for his taste for gambling.
Yeah, he's got a real gambling issue. But seems to be doing okay. Makes a lot of money elsewhere, so it seems to be okay for him. How serious do I want to take this?
It's what you got Wednesday.
It's you. You're going to take it serious. I know exactly what you're going to pick and why.
Phil Mickelson.
Oh, that's not what I thought.
Who apparently has gambled like $100 million away in his life.
I think it's more.
More than that?
I thought it was close to $1 billion.
He's wagered $1 billion, not lost.
And he has $900 million in gambling earnings. So really, he's only lost $100 million.
So Big Phil Mickelson.
Well, that we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. That he's at least pretended to report. So Phil Mickelson.
I thought you were going to go this way, and I'll go with it because there's a theory it got his father killed. Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I do have him on my list. Christian, did you know that that's the theory? Do you know how Michael Jordan's dad died?
Yeah, I watched The Last Dance.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And yes, the theory, some people believe it was due to gambling debts.
And he's infamous for, what was it? There used to be a poker game that went on in the front of the Bulls plane with the people who were just playing for normal money. And he'd stop and try and play, and they'd say, Mike, we're not playing your stakes or whatever. And he said, what was his line? It was something like, I just bet however much makes you nervous or makes you
enough
hurt.
to make it hurt.
Enough to make you, yeah.
Yeah, how much do you gamble? He says enough to make you hurt.
Right.
The famous scene with the shrugging security guard in the United Center. Legendary guy. Whatever stupid game they were playing, how close you can flip a coin to the corner of the room. I mean, that's degenerate gambling.
Absolutely.
And he got so mad that he lost.
He got so mad and he hit him with the shrug. All-time great move. That guy rules. Okay, I'm going to go with Raymond Babbitt. a.k.a. Rain Man from the movie Rain Man.
Okay.
Since we said you could do fictional,
fictional's
or
fine.
non-fictional, I'm going to go with Rain Man. I mean, the whole scene is about how he uses his abilities on the autism spectrum to win a bunch of money.
Okay.
Dustin Hoffman.
I think this might be actually the answer, but I don't know if enough people know who this is, but I'm going to take him anyway. Arnold Rothstein.
Okay.
He's the one who fixed the 1918 World Series.
Okay. Yeah.
And
with the Chicago Black Sox.
he was like basically a mob boss in New York, and gambling actually ruined him. He lost all of his money gambling, but he was the one who fixed the 1918 World Series. Arnold Rothstein.
Okay. Not an owner, not a team owner.
No,
In fact, the reason they were gambling or throwing the World Series was they were angry at the owners because the owners wouldn't pay them.
Right, because they weren't making any money.
Okay, I will go with... Give me Doc Holliday. I'll go around your lines as well. Give me Doc Holliday. Mostly from the famous scene in Tombstone where he doesn't look at his hand right and bets. I don't know if this ever happened. I don't know if Doc Holliday... I know Doc Holliday was a gambler.
You're confusing your movies, but yeah. You're thinking of
that's Maverick.
You're thinking of Maverick,
That's right.
my Burt movie.
I think Doc Holliday also doesn't look at the hand, but maybe that is just Maverick. But Doc Holliday, famous gambler.
Famous gambler. I'm trying to... Man, I thought I'd sneak Doc Holliday in on you, and now I have to go with one. I'll go with that, and I'm not even a big fan, but Daniel Negreanu, isn't that his name? Negreanu.
Yeah.
The famous poker player.
Who is amazing to watch play. He has a real ability to know what you're holding. It's pretty amazing. He's the most likable. I think he's the second most likable of like the professional poker players in our lifetime.
And the ESPN Poker World Series of Poker TV show was huge. For about 10 minutes.
I watched it a ton.
Everybody
loved
did.
It. Yeah, everybody watched it. It was really well-made TV, and he was particularly interesting.
It was a mindless, mildly entertaining thing you could watch when your options were not limitless like they are now.
Is that Jake's fifth?
Yep.
Okay. I would have taken Phil Ivey in that situation. I thought he was cooler, but Negreanu would probably be my number two. All right, I will go with then Daniel Ocean from Ocean's 11. George Clooney. He even has the whole speech about when you get the chance to bet, you bet big. Danny Ocean.
All right. Reveal.
Jake, you had the number one pick. You went Wild Bill Hickok, Charles Barkley, Michael Jordan, Arnold Rothstein, and Daniel Negreanu. Ben went Pete Rose, Phil Mickelson, Rain Man, Doc Holliday, and Daniel Ocean.
Rain Man. That guy was real, actually. Rain Man was real.
So was Doc Holliday.
Yeah, I don't think Danny Ocean was real. Other names we didn't include? Anyone jump out to you?
Oh, there's all sorts of gangsters in Vegas that you could have taken. I thought of taking De Niro's character from Casino, but was he really a gambler?
He just ran the casino.
But he was in real life.
Michael
he was like
Dick,
a bookmaker.
Notorious gambler.
Is he?
Well, ran the dog.
Oh,
race.
yeah.
I mean, that's what you're betting on.
Floyd
Money Mayweather.
Mayweather would have been a good one.
Tobey Maguire is like the big poker player among celebrities.
Isn't, what's his name, Affleck, too?
Affleck is, well, what's the movie? Sloane's Game or whatever?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Her?
Oh, her brother was a skier. What's his name?
He played football at Colorado.
Yeah.
Whatever his name is. I've talked to him. I don't mean to be dismissive. Teddy KGB, if you've seen Rounders. Rounders with Matt Damon. Mm-hmm. Played by
John Malkovich.
Yeah. Eats the cookies wrong, and that's his give. Spoiler. All right. That was fun. Nobody took Sorsby, which, as of maybe a week from now, Sorsby's going to be one of the 5 most famous gamblers of all time.
Infamous.
Yep.
All right, there you go. What you got Wednesday? We'll get that up on the TalkSnap for a vote coming up shortly. Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
You've got your typical slowdowns on southbound I-15 now from Murray to Midvale, going by the South Interchange. Near downtown Salt Lake City, both directions of I-15 are dropping well below the speed limit from around 600 north down to 2100 south. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles, big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or go to heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for our friends, or for my friends, at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. And when I say my friends, I certainly mean it. I've sat down with them. I've gone through the process that I talk about here on the show all the time, and it is super easy and unbelievably helpful. Of course, gambling is in the news a ton today and has been for the last week. You don't want to gamble when it comes to the long-term financial health of you and your family. And when it comes to that, if you're anything like me, you need a team of folks on your side that know exactly what they're doing and have been doing it, frankly, for years. They want to sit down with you. Call 855-TRAJAN-1, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. They want to get to know you. This is key. They want to get to know what you are about. They want to help you set your goals. When do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? And make sure that you're doing the right things to help get you there. I kind of set that and then work backwards. Like I said, it's so easy. 855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so there's one close to you. 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Brought to you by Texas Roadhouse, the Utah Sports Commission, and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Save 25% on face value of a family 4-pack of tickets. Get your savings coupon for participating Texas Roadhouse locations. See savings coupon for restrictions and details. Rice Cycle Stadium, July 2nd through the 4th.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. Ben,
you have something from Falcons minicamp?
Oh, I was hoping, but Christian disappointed me. We had
What's
our
Michael Penix doing?
We had our Minnesota Vikings minicamp update yesterday.
Uh-huh.
No, I think this one will be pretty good. Even though I haven't technically heard it, these types of situations are always great, right?
Okay.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals is tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So the Spurs are in New York. Knicks fans are horrible and obnoxious, and there are a lot of them, including some that are camped out outside the Spurs hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And always entertaining, fans yelling at players as they come out of the hotel. Let's hear what this Knicks fan had in store.
Oh!
I'm sorry, but fans yelling at players will never not be funny.
Well, New York people are funny. And that brand of New York person, which you can imagine exactly what these people look like, is really funny.
How much is too much for fans to try and affect a game? Like, I find if you want to stand outside the hotel and yell at the players, I'm actually fine with that. If you want to meet the bus at the entry and give them the middle finger, I'm fine with that.
Okay, let me lay out things. You tell me if there's a line. I'll see if I can do it progressively.
All right.
Honking a car horn all night outside of a hotel?
Fine.
Prank calling the rooms?
Fine, but we're encroaching on some privacy issues.
Pulling the fire alarm?
That I feel like there's some other general safety stuff there.
Okay.
And yes, you are breaking the law. So I'm going to say no. Although honking a horn outside of a hotel room probably is against the law too.
Poisoning a pizza.
Poisoning a pizza is a little too far.
Obviously not.
You get to do that.
That's totally fine. If you honestly can get the intel to where you can poison the pizza, good on you.
Okay. I mean, probably the kitchen
You really
at the hotel,
work for that. Yeah.
where they're eating.
Well, in theory, it was a pizza delivered. Here
Correct.
So
yeah, if you could figure that out. Now, again, the rumor was that the pizza guy himself poisoned the pizza. Now, you've talked to this person.
We interviewed the pizza guy who said that they did not do that. But that also could very easily not have been the pizza guy.
Or he could have been the pizza guy and was going to lie about trying to poison Michael Jordan.
Yeah, what's he going to say? Of course I poisoned him.
Yeah. Like, if the Jazz had won the championship, maybe down the line you take credit for that and say, absolutely, it's the greatest thing that I've ever done. I won this state a championship. But they lost, and so, yeah, don't take credit for that.
What about the equipment person messing with the uniform in some way, shape, or form?
Okay.
Like jock itch kind of thing.
I truly do believe, because it's just a huge job, but this is why every team has their own equipment person.
So Adam Klauke does not drop the icy hot in the jock strap.
Adam has to be the most trusted person in the Jazz locker room because, yes, if Wemby shows up and his shorts are 2 sizes too small and he can't run around,
it would be funny.
It would be funny, but that would be a good way for an opposing team's fan base or ball boy or equipment manager to change the outcome of the game, to have an impact, interfere. But that's probably not wrong.
What about like Utah State fans who find out personal information about the players and then yell at them throughout the game?
That's dicey, but usually pretty okay.
Wasn't it some
Don't dox somebody.
But didn't some team get Utah State to get their team's phone numbers or something like that?
GCU, yeah.
Was that what it was? Yeah, that's probably too much.
Sorry, I cut you off. I'll give you this.
Like that? Thank you.
Okay.
I'm saying Utah State's.
But this is totally cool.
Oh, yelling at him, getting
on the bus, getting off the bus, leaving their hotel. Whoa! Hey!
It's The Sopranos.
Yeah.
We once went to a Grizzlies game and yelled at the goalie every time he was down at our end for the whole time. I even remember his last name was Flaherty. We just yelled at Flaherty the whole time to the point where he acknowledged us multiple times.
I'm pretty okay with yelling whatever you want at somebody during a game.
My favorite one at a Bees game is we were right
Not anything, but
we were right down by the bullpen in the old Smith's ballpark. They had the open bullpen.
Uh-huh.
We just laid into the bullpen catcher. We were just like, "Oh, you're catching bullpen AAA. Your mom must be really proud."
It's a tough gig.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't start for the Rainiers, eh?
Heckling AAA is tough. These guys do not make enough money.
Catching bullpen for AAA?
Yeah, that's
that guy's making $5 an hour.
Yeah. So close to the dream.
He's lucky they let him on the bus.
Yep.
It was funny, though. Too far?
No, I'm okay with it.
All right.
I wouldn't do it, but
Well, we didn't yell terrible stuff at him. We just were talking about...
insulted his life decisions.
Right. That's all. All right. Zach Barnett is going to join the show coming up next. He covers college football for Football Scoop. So we'll talk to Zach about the latest with what's going on with the Raiders of Texas Tech. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. Plus, with 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, it's live at 5, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Of course, the biggest story in sports today remains the situation going on with Texas Tech and Brendan Sorsby. Will he play? Will he not? We have lengthy comments from the Texas Tech athletic director. Do you want to read those again, Ben?
No, thank you.
I know we have a guest to get to, but he could wait
He'd
for
love to listen to me read for 40
10
minutes.
or 15 minutes before we get through that entire statement. Let's not do that. Let's get out to the zone phone. Joining us now, covers college football for Football Scoop. He's Zach Barnett with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Zach?
Good to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate you jumping on with us. I guess where I'm a little surprised 24 hours removed, 29 hours removed from this story now is, A, there's not really anybody coming out to defend Texas Tech, which I understand why, and B, Texas Tech is just doubling and tripling down on their stance that Sorsby's their guy, and it seems like he's going to play. Do you feel the same way?
I mean, I'm not surprised that no one's come out and supported them, and I'm also not surprised that Texas Tech is doubling. I mean, they've already gone this far. I think both sides of this, being the Big 12, the rest of college football, not being one entity like the Big 12, is currently in conversation with their lawyers about what can we do, what's not going to get us sued. The 6 Ways to Sunday, about how do we make the juice not worth the squeeze for Texas Tech. And I'm not going to say that that's impossible for them to get to, but Texas Tech is currently posturing like, on the one hand, they're like, yeah, we're absolutely going to play this guy. You're going to take him from our depth chart out of our cold, dead hands. And then on the other hand, they're pretending like, well, we don't even know if he'll be eligible for week 3. It depends on how his rehab goes. Like, give me a break.
What do you think is the end game on this? I mean, who is really in charge? Is there ever going to be anybody in charge? I mean, that's really at the heart of this, right? Who's going to tell Texas Tech what to do?
I mean, in Texas Tech's mind, it's done. One judge in Lubbock County, Texas, said Brendan Sorsby can play, and that's the end of it. And for all we know, that might be right. Like, the next step is to take this to an appellate court, which would be in Amarillo, Texas, where the 4 judges that would hear that all graduated from Texas Tech law. And my understanding is it's no guarantee that would even be heard before the end of football season. So at that point, it'd be obviously a moot point. So legally, it might be a done deal, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop them. But I think I would caution, Texas Tech, if I could sit here and talk to Cody Campbell and Kirby Hocutt and Joey McGuire and say, guys, you might win this battle to get Brendan Sorsby on the field this fall, and who knows, maybe it'll get you a national championship, and all the haters can go cry in their sleep, and you'll raise the banner, and this will all be worth it. But I would say, greater than the 50% chance that 2-3 years from now you're going to look back at this and really regret how far you went with it, how you played it, and particularly your posture in doing this. For one thing, what if Brendan Sorsby goes out, plays, and underperforms, and Tech goes 9-3? I would say that was not worth it, not worth the reputational damage. I mean, to Texas Tech football, and there's a cost associated with this. With, Texas Tech other sports are going to bear the brunt of this. Texas Tech University. Texas Tech fans right now love being branded as the outlaw program because they're being branded at all. This is traditionally a program that wins 55% of its games across the board and doesn't make much noise, and now they're the main character of college sports. So they're reveling in the attention right now. But all of them are going to pay the price for this in one form or another, and there's a lot of different ways that this could go wrong for them, and I don't think that they're fully thinking all of that through.
Yeah, they're becoming persona non grata, not just nationally, but within the Big 12. And, now amongst these athletic director meetings, and then Cody Campbell's becoming the enemy of all of college football. Yeah, it seems like they want to turn heel and feel like that's their identity, but I don't know. This doesn't seem like a long-term successful strategy, in my opinion. We've already seen athletic directors turn on them. How do you think they are going to be viewed by fans, by the national media across the country if this ends up playing out with Sorsby on the field?
Yeah, I think, where the conversation's at today is Nebraska and Georgia so far are their respective ADs are the only ones that have come out and put their name on. We are not scheduling this school and sent it out on university letterhead, so to speak. And supposedly the Big Ten is going to sit there and talk about it. And I seriously doubt you're going to see an announcement on Big Ten or SEC letterhead that says we will not schedule Texas Tech in any sport. But of course, it wouldn't have to come to that for Texas Tech to pay a price for this. It would be each individual university makes its own non-conference scheduling decisions. And, Joey McGuire was saying just last week that they were on the verge of announcing a major non-conference opponent, which was rumored to be USC. And I'd be very surprised if USC doesn't have second thoughts about that. And Texas Tech's non-conference schedule is lacking. They don't have another game against a current Power 4 opponent lined up until 2030. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Arkansas and Oregon, those opponents in the 2030s, back out of that. And good luck finding anyone else willing to play you. And I seriously, you can threaten lawsuits all day long. I seriously doubt there's a judge in this country that would force the University of Georgia's football team to go get on a plane and go to Lubbock, Texas to play Texas Tech. So I don't think that there'll ever be any sort of official boycott, but I think there will be soft boycotts of, do we want to play Texas Tech or would we rather play someone else? Well, let's just choose someone else. And we've already seen that happen in softball. Like their softball team was highly controversial in the way it was put together. And this past season, they were the 11th seed in the NCAA softball tournament, not because they were the 11th best team in the country. They had the best roster in the country. But their non-conference schedule was putrid because the SEC softball coaches would not play them. They played one SEC team all of non-conference. That was Texas A&M. And then they went to College Station for like one of those multi-team weekend tournaments. And that was it. And that's why they were the 11th seed. And they were able to overcome that and play for a national championship. But future Texas Tech softball teams, Texas Tech teams in other sports will not be the most talented team in the country, and they will pay a price for this. In baseball and basketball, non-conference scheduling works through these multi-team events at neutral locations, and it's pretty easy. If I'm the AD at Iowa and I get a call saying, "Hey, do you want to come to Vegas for our 14 tournament this weekend?" Okay, well, who's going to be there? Texas Tech, so and so. Okay, well, no, we're not interested. I think that's how this would play out. And Texas Tech may succeed in getting Brendan Torsby on the field, and maybe they score a point in the playoff this year. But their entire athletic department will pay a price for this, I think.
Not to get too caught up in the whole jurisdictional stuff here, but we had Brian Santiago, the AD of BYU, on our station earlier today, and he couldn't talk much about the meeting with the ADs, obviously, but he did express a lot of confidence that Brett Yormark and the conference will figure out the best way to deal with it possible. And I couldn't help but thinking, well, what could the commissioner of the conference actually do? Is there anything that the Big 12 could actually do in this circumstance?
Yeah, I'm. This is where I confess I've never spent a day in law school, so I'm not. What you hear now is worth what I paid for it in my law education. Texas Tech seems pretty confident that Judge Ken Curry's injunction applies to the Big 12 as well as the NCAA. Even though I read it myself and it just says the NCAA. I'm sure that there are. There's language in the bylaws that, by the letter of the law, the Big 12 could probably use to bar Texas Tech from playing in their conference championship or something like that. I seriously doubt you will see the Big 12 force Tech to forfeit their games and those games not happen. I put that as the most remote possibility. But I think. And the second most remote possibility is Texas Tech football being officially ineligible for the Big 12 championship game. But if I'm Brett Yormark and if I'm the presidents of these universities, first of all, I'm putting the maximum amount of pressure on our commissioner to say, hey, you don't work for one of the 16, you work for the other 15 of us in addition to one. And we're not going to let bygones be bygones. We're not going to let this slide. You need to do something about that. So I'm thinking, what can I do to make the juice not worth the squeeze? And Texas Tech walks away. And on the other hand, if I'm at Texas Tech's president, I'm thinking, all right, so tell me about this Will Hammond guy, because I could have a whole lot of problems go away if we just play our backup quarterback, tell Brendan Torsby, hey, you're welcome to come to practice, shower with our guys, wear the helmet on prep, but you're not going to play for us, and we're going to mutually announce that the heat's too hot in the kitchen and too much of a distraction, yada, yada, yada. Those are the conversations, if I'm on either side of the aisle, that I'm having, because I seriously doubt either side wants to go through an ugly and expensive law battle. So to me, this is going to come down to what power of leverage and negotiation do these two sides have.
Yeah, this is a narrow needle to thread, I think, if you're Brett Yormark, because obviously this is going to reflect really badly on the Big 12, and he has to understand that, and clearly he can't champion what's happening at Texas Tech, but I guess you also have to be careful that this is one of your member institutions. How do you think this is going to be viewed for the Big 12 from outside conferences, athletic directors, media again?
If I'm the AD of another Big 12 school, first of all, I'm saying this is a competitive balance issue, and this is he violated the one rule you can't violate, and he's also an addict, and being in this environment is what around a college football team. I know Joey McGuire says that this is what he needs, and maybe it is, but this is also what led to his addiction in the first place. So how are we sure that even playing football is even good for Brendan Torsby's mental health? First of all, but second of all. This is a competitive balance issue or a competitive fairness issue. How do we know that he's not going to do this again and relapse? I know there's systems in place, but he was betting while he was in the state of Texas through friends. So how do we know he won't do this again? And second of all, just like Texas Tech's other sports, every school in this conference is going to be lumped in with this and have to pay the price for this. So I'm putting the maximum. Personally, if I'm a university president of the University of Utah, I'm on the phone with Brett saying, you need to find a way to punish Texas Tech to the maximum amount you can, or I need to find a way to find a new commissioner. That's my conversation.
Zach Barnett is with us from Football Scoop. And, Zach, this is going away from Texas Tech, but you guys at Football Scoop cover a lot of coaching news and coaching movement and that sort of thing. And around here, I've been doing this sports radio job for over 20 years. I've seen Urban Meyer come and go from Utah. I've seen coaching changes, and I've seen wild summers. But this, I guess, off-season coaching situation here in the state of Utah was by far the wildest I've ever seen. Kalani Sitake passes on Penn State. Utah somehow pays Kyle Whittingham $13 million to go away, and he ends up at Michigan. And ending up in Michigan, he also takes BYU's defensive coordinator, Utah's offensive coordinator, and it had ripple effects that went down to Weber State and Utah State. Bananas. And so I'm just curious to your take on the wild coaching offseason the state of Utah has seen.
Yeah, I think the most interesting one is Utah itself. And obviously they think a heck of a lot of Morgan Scalley's coaching ability. For him to rise to the head coach in waiting, have that title stripped of him for his text messages, racially charged text messages being published years ago, and then rising back to that. And every single university would make that decision of Kyle Whittingham is circled around retirement for years now. These head coach in waiting arrangements have expiration dates. Even if it's not written into the contract, no one's going to wait around forever. So you're going to choose the 40-something over the 60-something every single time. I don't think there's any way that they imagined that Michigan's head coach was going to self-immolate and then Kyle Whittingham was going to step into that job, not literally, but seemingly minutes later after that. That was probably not on the situation that they gamed out. But if I'm a Utah fan, I'm sitting here reminding myself that Kyle Whittingham's success at Michigan does not prevent Morgan Scalley from winning at Utah, and Michigan winning a game does not mean Utah lost the game. But at the same time, if I'm a Utah fan, I'd much rather see Michigan lose than win, just for my own peace of mind.
I bet you summed it up for most Utah fans.
Yeah.
I bet you they would probably agree with you. Zach, thank you very much for dropping by the show. We really appreciate it. We love your work at Football Scoop. Keep it up.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Zach. That's Zach Barnett, covers college football for Football Scoop, which is one of the better breaking college football news, if not the best breaking college football news website out there.
What if Joey McGuire is comfortable tying his reputation for the rest of his career to Sorsby?
He's fine with it.
I mean, he kind of has to be.
Is he not? I mean, he could leave.
He could leave, right. That's the thing. I mean, he's in an awkward situation. You can quit your job at a protest, but, he makes a lot of money. And he's going to keep making a lot of money. He's got a team that's winning, and this team will survive past Brendan Sorsby. His reputation will forever be tied to Brendan Sorsby. The same way we talk about Will Wade as almost a joke. We talk about these coaches that use loopholes or get caught cheating or whatever to build their teams. This sticks with them forever. And I think Zach just laid out the very interesting and honestly probably somewhat likely scenario. What's the likelihood that Texas Tech goes undefeated again?
Well, they lost a lot of players.
They lost a lot of players, and injuries are going to hit, and you just never know. I mean, the teams don't go undefeated in back-to-back years. Texas Tech was undefeated last year, right?
In conference? No, I don't think so.
Did they lose to Arizona State? Arizona State. Okay.
Well, last year, last year they did. I thought you were, sorry, I was trying to think 2 years ago. But last year they definitely lost to Arizona State.
So, are they going to be back on top of the conference again? Already it's a gamble. It's a risk. No, poor verbiage there. But, you go 9-3, and you're forever tied to Brendan Sorsby. That's your reputation, Joey McGuire. If we talk to Joey McGuire at the Big 12 Media Day, I'll ask him that. Are you comfortable with this being your identity for the rest of your career? Because this is going to be tied to you.
His answer is yes, because let me put it this way. It is his program. And if he said this isn't worth it, don't do it, they're not doing it.
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't think there's any maybe about it. If the coach says, I'm not going to play this guy, we're not going to have this player.
I think it's Cody Campbell's program. I think he's pulling the strings.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if the coach isn't going to do it, and then maybe it becomes a him or me kind of thing. But either way,
and who are they picking?
The coach is fine, but the coach is on board with it either way. They're not doing this unless the coach is on board. That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, the answer to that is
they may do it with Sorsby and get rid of McGuire.
Right, but it didn't come down to that.
It did not. So he's clearly comfortable with it.
That's what I'm saying.
So, okay. He's making this bet.
I mean, if Utah were going through the same thing, I'm just using Utah as an example, and it were Devin Dampier, and Morgan Scalley said, you know what, this isn't worth it. They're not gonna proceed with it.
I would think not. Now, again, we do not have, at least publicly, a Cody Campbell.
Well, we do at BYU. I would guess
not publicly,
but I would guess
not like this
at BYU. If Kevin Young said, "I'm not comfortable taking the G League player," they're not going to take it.
Yeah, that's true.
If Kevin Young said, I'm not comfortable with what it's going to take to get, I don't know, I almost said AJ DeBonce. I don't want to slander anybody, but with a top recruit,
whatever.
And I'm not comfortable with this, if maybe it's a gambling or drug issue or something like that, they're not going to take him. They're not going to do it. They're not going to push it.
Even though there's this understanding of the Crumble guy or Ryan Smith as, big faces and important people in BYU's donor circle, Ryan does not pretend to be Cody Campbell. Now, Ryan does it with the Jazz, and Ryan does it with the Mammoth, and, Ryan can pressure the city and get things built and changed and, does a very good job of it. I actually think Ryan's done a very, positive job with it. He doesn't try to be this guy with BYU.
It doesn't seem, not forward-facing, but I don't think a backroom forward-facing. I would guess BYU would back their coach.
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the job. It's especially in college, it's the coach's program. And if the coach said, I'm not comfortable with it, and then Cody Campbell said, well, you better get comfortable with it. Either way, whether he is or not, he's going forward, then he's comfortable with it. And he's going to eat it on his reputation 100%.
I think the fact that we at least think that maybe they would back Kevin Young is probably a good move by BYU's donors. I don't think you want to be looked like the guy pulling the strings, to be honest with you.
Well, Ryan Smith doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think any BYU donors.
I think the Crumble guy's perfectly comfortable with it, right?
He certainly likes the
attention of it all.
The attention he gets for it.
Or he did with the Kalani thing. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know. I would like to think BYU would back their coach. I'd like to think Utah would back their coach.
Yep.
I mean, if Eccles said, no, you're going to play this player with a gambling problem, and Morgan Scalley said, I'm not comfortable with it, I would hope they'd back the coach.
Yeah, I think they would.
So, I don't know, with the ins and outs of Texas Tech, you can make assumptions about Cody Campbell.
Yeah, absolutely.
But considering Joey McGuire is still the coach, and publicly, by the way, today, defending
Sorsby.
Defending Sorsby, defending their course of action,
mm-hmm.
then, he's going to eat it, whether he's comfortable with it or not. And by the way, a coach who just made the college football playoff could get another job tomorrow.
Yes, the people don't care.
Well, no, he's a good enough coach that he could leave Texas Tech and he could get a good job somewhere.
People don't care.
The
people making those decisions do not care.
But not because of his baggage, because he's a good coach. So what I'm saying is, if it came down to Joey McGuire saying, I'm not comfortable with this, and they said, well, go coach somewhere else, he could easily say, fine, I'll go coach somewhere else. Mm-hmm. He could get another job tomorrow. It's not a situation where this is the brass ring for him. He was just in the college football playoff. He could sit out a year and he could take a job at a great Big Ten team tomorrow if he was, or not tomorrow, but down the road if he was not comfortable with the decision. So I don't know. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is by bringing up let's ask him the question if he is or not implies that his arm's being twisted in some way, shape, or form. I don't think it is.
Okay.
How would you twist his arm? By holding his job over his head? Well, I'll go get another job tomorrow.
Okay.
If Nate were twisting our arm, I would do whatever he said because there's no way I could get another job.
But there is a different view of what is happening with Joey Maguire and this approach than even what happened with Chip Kelly, or was Gus Malzahn overseeing Cam Newton at the time, or all of these guys who have been caught in situations. Pete Carroll, it just didn't matter that Reggie Bush didn't hurt Pete Carroll's ability to get more work. So, but I do think this is viewed differently than those coaches. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, he just leaves and gets another job the next day and he doesn't care.
But he doesn't have anything hanging over his head if he leaves today. There's no baggage. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's like if he leaves now, he's not tainted with the player who's gambling. He doesn't have any baggage. I'm saying if the team had leverage to make him do something that he didn't want to do,
I
by
totally
holding his job over his head, he wouldn't need to get the bag, or he would do what he like. I'm saying, the Nate could walk in here today and tell us to break the law. We're going to do it because we don't have any other option.
Right.
Joey Maguire could be the next head coach at Penn State for all we know. Not that Chad Campbell, or what's that guy's name? The Iowa State guy. Matt Campbell is going to fail, but he'd get a good job. Same way Kyle Whittingham got the Michigan job and is being paid $13 million by a university that can't afford it.
Uh-huh.
Nice how that works.
Good gig.
Good gig.
Yep.
You think he sends pictures of his, Maserati or whatever he bought?
You said Maserati?
What else would I have said?
I don't know. Christian and I both looked at each other like, where's Jay going with this?
No, send. Haven't you heard the stories about how the ex-wife sends the husband a picture of their nice car and say, "Well, you paid for this" or whatever? Kyle Whittingham takes a picture of his Maserati,
his new house,
and sends it to Mark Harlan and said, "Hey, thanks for buying this house for me.
Thanks for the pool.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
that $13 million came in handy when I wanted my gold-plated toilet.
Be petty.
Exactly. That's what I would do.
Gold-plated toilet.
$13 million to go to coach somewhere else is pretty wild.
Don't have to tell me.
Pretty
One
wild.
of the worst decisions I've ever seen a team make in a long time.
All right. Speaking of that, the Salt Lake Tribune did have I thought it was an interesting article about what's going on in the Utah Athletic Department at least a year ago. And we can talk about that coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a southbound crash in West Jordan on Bangor Highway. It's over on the left shoulder just before 70th South. Very slow traffic back to 4700 South in Taylorsville. It's also very congested and slow on northbound I-15 heading from 3300 South up past downtown Salt Lake to the Rose Park neighborhood. Hey, the Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls is back. Save the date, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out on this one. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stop?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's summertime, and Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. We talk about saving water. One great way to save water, Greg, is to get rid of some of that grass area and just put in bark and mulch, and it really does make a difference.
We have 4 different kinds of barks, different sizes, and 4 different colors of the wood mulch. And I will just say that all colored wood mulch is not created equal, and we carry only the highest quality.
And when you talk about lower quality, Mike, that means sometimes you'll spend that money, put it in, and a year later it just does not look good.
Right, and sometimes it's even less than a year. So it's the quality is quite important for us, and we like to get the highest quality that we can.
Centrally located in the valley makes it very convenient for you. It's Replenish Landscape Garden Products at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You can give them a call at 801-262-5142, and make sure to look them up online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish, it's good stuff.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have 2 locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Utah weather doesn't play defense, but your deck can. DuraDeck creates a 100% waterproof barrier for decks and rooftops, blocking snow, rain, and ice, while protecting the space below and extending your deck's life. Installed by certified pros and backed by a 15-year warranty. This is protection you can count on. Or are you interested in becoming a trained DuraDeck installer? Learn more at DuraDeckUtah.com. DuraDeck, built to outlast Utah.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high-security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. Ben, we haven't talked about this yet today, but there's another good write-up from Jason Batacchio.
Nailed it.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Sorry, Jason, if that's wrong. We're doing our best. And it's really interesting. Jason has been doing reporting on the University of Utah Athletic Department and their financial situation, and he's done a good job with the reporting. His latest story, Ben, talks about, well, it's really about a report that was filed by a private, basically consulting group called Intelligent Insights that was brought in about a year ago to examine the athletic department and its overall operation. Mm-hmm. Now, the juicy part of this story is Jason got a copy of the report, and the juicy part, there's a bunch of quotes in here from people within the athletic department talking about what kind of a mess things were. Not that the systems were bad and people were overworked. And one employee said, quote, "is just a week-to-week survival," unquote. Wow. Another one, quote, "culture and staff communications are high priorities. The processes around these priorities are areas that I'm always striving to improve." Oh, actually, that's coming from Nowlin, I'll get to him in a sec, the now associate AD, because there's a bunch of quotes from him in here too. But talking about how there was basically chaos. They weren't doing in-game operations correctly. They were giving away way too many tickets.
Oh.
And then Jason had a chance to talk to the now Deputy Athletic Director and Chief Revenue Officer, Patrick Nowlin, who gave a bunch of quotes talking about the things that they've done to fix what the report said. And he was the one who, when he was hired, commissioned the report to be done in the first place. And then he went on to crow about some of the improvements that they've made, specifically that they improved revenues this year in football, basketball, and gymnastics by $3.3 million. And he said, quote, while the adjustment of complimentary ticket locations is contributing to the initiative, is just one piece of a much larger operational and strategic approach that leads to revenue-generating success. So I would say, Ben, the overall piece of this the feeling of this piece was, wow, things were a disaster, but now they're fine.
There's a little bit of that.
Am I mischaracterizing it? How would you? What would you add to sum up the reporting in this? Because I have an opinion about this because it's generating some waves, but I don't want to leave anything out.
No, I don't think you're necessarily missing anything. I might not have read it as much as this was a disaster, though it certainly wasn't being run well, to the point where everybody who's kind of working inside the building, whether it's Huntsman Center or, just watching how the athletic department, specifically when it comes to like forward-facing game presentation, ticket sales, etc., didn't really seem to have a strategy of any kind. That's how I would put it. But anyways, yeah, keep going.
No. I'm trying to find the quote that I wanted to get about how systemically. Let's see. Here we go. Here's apologies for reading the wrong quote earlier. Here's one employee said, quote, "We solve problems, but we never fix systems." One employee was quoted as saying in the report, quote, "Leadership wants excellence, but there's no infrastructure to get us there," another employee said. The report also said that communication with athletics top leadership was inconsistent and that some departments hadn't interacted with leadership for, quote, months. It also found that decisions were too often reactive rather than the result of strategic planning. Quote, "It's just week-to-week survival," one employee quoted in the report said.
My favorite quote in this was somebody's called it bumper cars. Basically, every time you run into something, you change directions entirely, which, again, is exactly what you're talking about. You don't fix the system. You just react to the latest thing, and you overhaul everything as a result. This is a mistake people in social media make all the time of thinking, well, I got to be on TikTok because TikTok's the newest thing, and then I got to jump to Instagram, and then I got to jump to Periscope, and then I got to jump to whatever the new thing is. As opposed to having a strategy, their idea is, well, there's a new thing, so I just got to react to that and be there, as opposed to just like doing one thing well. So I totally understand that, and that would make total sense to me. What they're saying is that there was no leadership here. And people who work in leadership or have to follow leadership. We've all had bad leaders. We've all had good leaders. When you have somebody, and I will tip my cap to our boss, Maddie, and our boss, Nate, like Maddie has a consistent strategy on the digital side. Like, we've tried new things. We've definitely delved into different ideas, and like she's willing to try new things to continue to grow. But there has been a consistent strategy the entire time to try and make KSL Sports turn into something. And from where it is today, from where I started, is impressive, and it has a lot to do with her. But if Maddie said every time we had one good article, that's the only article we're going to write anymore, that's how you play bumper cars. And I fully believe that there was not really a strategy for how to market Utah athletics, especially the basketball team, that there were way too many comp tickets given away, so you couldn't tell if you actually had a good night in sales or not. I mean, that makes total sense. It all has looked very sloppy from where I stand.
One employee said, quote, "I believe in our leaders. I just don't know what the plan is," unquote, which is, I believe in our leaders. I just don't believe they know what they're doing.
Right.
But I think the juicy quotes are what get the headlines. If you look at the talk snap, people are roasting Mark Harlan pretty good. And hey, I'm not necessarily here to defend him, but I think the purpose of this story coming out is actually a PR move.
I think I know where you're going.
So let's go back to the good doctor, Chris Hill, and his swim scandal. Mm-hmm. You remember how that was handled? They hired a law firm to look into it. And the law firm came back, and of course, Utah's hiring the law firm. So the law firm's going to come back with whatever
Utah wants them to
find. Utah wants them to find. Do you remember what they found?
They fired the coach.
Nope.
The
Well,
assistant
they
coach?
ended up doing that.
Uh-huh.
No, there was an associate athletic director that they pinned everything on.
Uh-huh.
And then everybody said, well, where is this person? And they said, well, I got fired about 6 months ago. He left. And so.
Good luck finding him. Yeah.
Problem solved, everyone.
That's the end of that story.
So basically the point of this story is everything was bad until they hired this Nowlin guy, and now everything's fine. If you read it, he says, and he gives all these quotes. He says, well, I came in and I cleaned house, and now we're making an extra
Quote,
$3.3 million.
I'm very proud of the results that we achieved this year. This is an ongoing process that will continue to see improvements in fan experience every year.
So with these previous negative stories about the budget, they're $20 million underwater and all this stuff. This story is about going, well, that was what was happening. Now that we've got this associate AD, this Nowlin guy, everything's totally fine.
That makes $30,000 a year.
I think that is the point of this, is that they had a report.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys. We got to the bottom of what the problem was, and now we got everything figured out. So nothing to see here. Everything's fine. We're back on track. No worries. We had a report done. We hired a new associate AD. This person has fixed all the problems. I honestly, that's the message I got from this story. Now, whether I believe it or not is something different.
I think I'm with you, but maybe I'm a step further ahead than you. I don't mean intelligently. I mean, not in pessimism, but in, I don't even want to say skepticism, because they might be exactly right. If you have a product that people want to buy and nobody knows how to sell it, you need to find help selling it. And whether that's this Nowlin guy who knows how to do it, or this is how you justify bringing Otro Capital in because they are experts in this exact thing, licensing, ticket sales, handling this part of the business that Utah here is admitting, wow, we had no idea what we were doing. We turned it around to make $3.3 million this year. Imagine what Otro Capital is going to do next. That's what I read from this story, is this is laying the groundwork to hand it off to Otro Capital to say, look at all these things they fixed. This was the issue, and this is why we're letting the fox into the hen house. That's how I read it.
I honestly have no idea if it has anything to do with Otro Capital. I don't know. That might be. I like it through the looking glass. That's not what I read from the story per se. But there was one thing that did bother me, and this is how you know this Patrick Nowlin guy is a sales guy. Is and that's what he is. He's a CRO, which is a sales guy.
Chief Revenue Officer, yeah.
Was the figure that he threw out, the $3.3 million. Said, we've already got it figured out. The $3.3 million increase in ticket revenue for football, gymnastics, and men's basketball. How much do you think they raised football prices last year?
Yeah.
If they only produced an extra $3.3 million from their ticket increase alone in football, period, and they're only generating 3.3, I would say that's probably low. Think about it. If they raised everybody's football ticket price last year 10%, which is probably lower than it was, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not trying to slander anybody.
Right.
And you only, in football alone, and you only increased ticket revenue by $3.3 million. That means you didn't take a penny extra from basketball or from gymnastics. That strikes me as a misleading stat. And so why are you throwing that out there to say everything's fine? I don't like those. That's a very sales guy thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's great. We made an extra $3.3 million. We fixed it. Everything's on the right track. We've discovered all this stuff a year ago.
Right.
And don't worry, everyone. We fixed it. And instead of the backwards with the swim scandal where we fired an associate AD, they said, oh, we hired a new guy and he fixed everything. Everything's fine. We made an extra $3.3 million. But they don't add the context of, is that a lot?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Right. I was trying to pull up my analytics on Twitter because I could tell you, Jake, I got $100,000 impressions last week. What does that mean?
Exactly.
Compared to 2 weeks ago? Compared to a month ago? Is that a good compared to your rivals? Like a number sitting there floating by itself with no real context of how much were you losing before? How much did you leave on the table? Is this going to continue to grow? What that number actually means, it's just an island right now. 3.3 million sounds like a lot because most people, ourselves included, don't have access to $3.3 million. We don't make $3.3 million. feels like a big number, but big number compared to what? And yes, did fans pay $10 million extra for tickets and you got $3.3 million out of it? Yes, important questions.
I watched an episode of The Office the other day where Pam gets named Employee of the Month, and people were complaining about it. She goes, "What? I doubled my sales last month." And one of the characters goes, "What, from 2 to 4?" And then she goes, "Yep," in the the confessional or whatever. She's all annoyed. She's like, "Yep."
Yep.
It's like there's no context there.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, everybody. Problem solved. We generated an extra $3.3 million.
I think you're right that this is a response to all the stories that came out
Absolutely.
over the last 2 weeks. No question about it.
It's totally a response.
Yeah.
It's a PR, everything's fine, everyone. Leave us alone.
Yeah.
And not a coincidence, in my opinion, and no offense to Jason, but that it's coming out from the same reporter that reported the other.
That's probably fair.
The other news. And how did Jason get a hold of the report? I wonder.
Yeah.
And it says in the article, it says, according to a statement from the associate AD, well, there's a lot of quotes in here for it just being a statement. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wonder. I don't think, in this case, I don't think Utah actually deserves the flack it's getting online, because that's not really what this story is about. The story isn't about how bad Utah was. The story is about how they fixed it all. And I don't know if I believe that yet.
Yeah, of course.
Not with a figure like $3.3 million in additional revenue over a whole year in 3 sports. What does that even mean?
No, if this was the case, they wouldn't be welcoming Ocho Capital. If they had fixed it, they wouldn't need extra money elsewhere.
So I wonder. But that's what I read from the story today.
By the way, happy birthday to Jason Batacchio.
Is it his birthday today?
Per his Twitter.
He puts his birthday on his Twitter?
Everyone does when you sign up.
And people can just find that out?
Little balloons pop up over his screen.
Do I have that? Can I get rid of that?
I'll check in a couple of weeks.
I'm just getting off. So I'm just getting offline on everything. I'm just over it. All right, stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stop?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him made Jakes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
This is Andrew from Ogden. Ben, I am totally unsurprised by the Brendan Sorsby ruling. And you know why I'm surprised? Because every time Jake is out of town, something crazy happens. The real question is, can the Big 12 put enough pressure on Texas Tech to bench Brendan Sorsby?
Shout out to Andrew using the call-in. Everybody out there, please, we encourage you to do so. If you have something to say, call in. Go to the KSL Sports app and use the call-in feature. And yes, Ben gets the breaking news day, and I get the stupid fallout. Because it all happens when I go out of town.
This is your fault, then, along those lines. This is your fault. This happened because you went out of town. Because every time you go out of town, something crazy does seem to happen. Not always good, but not always terrible.
You told me I missed an RSL hazing scandal.
You did. That was not a good one. That wasn't fun to talk about. We'll see. Probably not. I mean, the story's not done yet. We will see where that goes.
Going to be punished?
Maybe. We'll see.
But yeah, and I get the silly novel response, meaning novel like a novel, from Kirby Holcutt today, from the Texas Tech Red Raiders, who explains their position, and it's just we should all feel bad, and it's the human aspect, and ugh.
But at least I got to read it.
You did. It was very long. I took up the first half of our show.
Well,
we broke it into parts like a chapter, a book on tape. Chapter 2. We're going to monitor his recovery.
I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to see that this is authentic, but this is right up your alley. This is Courtside Buzz. It's just a thing I follow on Facebook, so I'm always cautious about anything you see on Facebook now. But sounds like LeBron and his agent, Adele, are going to ask the Lakers for a max contract this summer.
Sure they are.
What's the play here?
You'll let him go.
Okay.
You say no thanks, which I think is the Lakers' plan from the beginning.
I think, as I have said, what I think is going to happen is LeBron's going to recognize there's not a max deal out there for him for a team he wants to go to. Like the Brooklyn Nets are going to call Adele and say, we'll give you $65 million. Come sell some tickets in Brooklyn. Teach our young players a little thing or two, or don't, whatever. And he's going to say, ooh, I don't want to do that ever. And so he's going to stay in L.A., add a haircut because he's going to have to take one. And he's going to say, I'm taking a pay cut so you can build a roster around me. And then when we don't win, it's Luka's fault. It's your fault that we didn't win.
I don't think he'll be back with the Lakers.
Okay.
Let me ask you this on the max, the why this story is stupid. If the Lakers were going to sign LeBron to that kind of money, they would have done it last year.
Yeah, they could have done it before.
What did they do last year? They said, no thanks.
They declined the option.
They said, not the option, the negotiation for an extension.
Yes, right.
LeBron, Adele, they went to the Lakers. They said, we wanted an extension. And the Lakers' response was, no thank you.
Thanks, but no thanks.
If LeBron signs a veteran minimum deal, I could see him be back with the Lakers. But I don't think the Lakers want him back.
I think they value him too highly as a personality.
Who? It's not even the same ownership group.
You're right. It's not the same ownership group. It is still, though, the people that own the Dodgers that do love personalities. The Dodgers do love personalities. Now, they also won winning.
The Dodgers love good players. What big personalities on the Dodgers? It's not Shohei.
Well, I mean, Shohei's the biggest face. I mean,
But
personality.
he's not a
I'm not
personality.
meaning personality. I mean, I don't mean actually his ability to talk to the camera.
But he's a big face.
But the attention he brings.
He's a big face because
he's a good player.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's actually the best player. Mookie Betts.
Yeah, very good player.
Is because he's a good player. LeBron James, not a very good player.
Still a good player, but
one side doesn't run,
Yeah,
cherry picks.
still a good player.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Hard pass.
Yeah, we'll see. I think he's going to be back in L.A.
As a Clipper.
July 1, first order of business for the Lakers.
No, I think
signing LeBron to an extension.
No, I think Cleveland's so dumb they're going to trade Jared Allen for him. But I don't think he will be back at the Lakers. I don't see that as a possibility in the slightest. Or else they would have signed him.
We'll see.
All right, we'll have 6 o'clock hour coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to